With a soothing sound escaping her lips, Xiao Lanqi stretched her limbs with effort, gradually awakening to the world around her. As her consciousness sharpened, the scene before her became increasingly vivid. She beheld a rudimentary wooden ceiling, and the more she looked, the more disconcerted she felt. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she focused again, yet the yellowish wooden roof remained unchanged. The surroundings were starkly simple apart from the small wooden bed upon which she lay. There was nothing else, suggesting a place unfit for ordinary human habitation. Panic surged within Xiao Lanqi. What is happening? Have I been kidnapped? She leapt from the bed, hastily examining herself for any signs of restraint. To her relief, there were none. Moreover, the long robe she wore, white and resembling a nightgown, perplexed her further. Was this merely a dream? However, Xiao Lanqi was a person of remarkable adaptability, and she quickly extricated herself from the clutches of despair. Since she found herself in this predicament, she resolved to embrace it and familiarize herself with her surroundings. Thus, she cautiously opened the door of the small wooden cabin just a crack. The moment she did, a rush of fresh air flooded in, imbued with an indescribable scent that invigorated her senses. Though she could not identify the aroma, it left her feeling utterly refreshed. With determination, Xiao Lanqi swung the door wide open and stepped outside. Before she could savor the moment, an alarm rang in her mind. Who am I? Where is this place? What should I do? A cascade of questions bombarded her thoughts, leaving her head spinning. In a flurry, she turned back, shutting the door tightly behind her. As soon as she turned, she collapsed onto the floor, staring vacantly, her lips murmuring, what to do? If she had traversed to an ordinary realm, she might have been able to adapt, but this peculiar place threatened to overwhelm her, leaving her an unknowing mortal, in distress. The more she pondered, the deeper she sank into contemplation. Actually, you need not fret. A chilling, mechanical voice echoed from an unknown source, its resonance startling Xiao Lanqi from her stupor. Who is there? She exclaimed, instinctively tensing her body and scanning the room. Yet, the voice fell silent, leaving an uneasy stillness in its wake. Fear gripped Xiao Lanqi. She was certain she had not imagined the voice someone, or something, had indeed spoken to her. But the vexing absence of the voice left her uncertain of its intentions. Chapter 2. The immortal cultivation system. Just as Lanqi began to ease her tension, that cold, mechanical voice echoed once more, evidently tinged with excitement. Can you hear me? Is it true? Thank heavens. Startled, Lanqi jolted, clutching her body tightly and tremulously inquired, Who are you? A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, a tiny glimmer appeared from nowhere, gradually drawing closer and illuminating the space until it hovered right before Lanqi. Gazing at the luminous point, her mind swirled with confusion. However, adhering to the principle of remaining still when faced with a potential threat, she fixated her stare on the light. The point seemed frozen in place, unmoving before her. Thus, the standoff continued until Lanqi could no longer endure the strain on her eyes from staring at the singular light. Irritated, she exclaimed, Hey, is that you? Who are you? At that moment, the light flickered as though some force had been activated. The cold mechanical voice responded, Hello. It is I. I am the X001 Immortal Cultivation System, and I am delighted to converse with you. What? An immortal cultivation system? Don't tell me you've bound yourself to me. And now I'm destined to serve as your slave and toil endlessly. Lanqi was at a loss for words. Having read numerous stories about quick transmigration, she was familiar with the trope of an unwelcome system binding itself to the protagonist, but this typically occurred when the individual had a desire or need. What could she possibly desire? She had no financial woes, a fulfilling life, a doting husband, and a 4-year-old son. What right did this system have to thrust her into such a bewildering predicament, severing her from her family? With this thought, Lanqi's expression morphed into one of indignation as she shouted, Speak. Who is your master? What scheme are they plotting? Tell them I am not afraid. The luminous point quivered slightly at her outburst, appearing somewhat flustered, before lapsing into silence. Undeterred, Lan Shi grew bolder, misinterpreting the light's stillness as fear, and rose to her full height, launching into an unprecedented tirade against the frozen point. If the light had ancestors, they would surely be subject to her wrath. Meanwhile, in a distant void, a youthful boy with a delicate countenance scratched his head in front of an enormous machine. A melodious female voice emanated from within the machine, though her words were laced with curses, leaving the boy utterly perplexed. Eventually, he stomped his foot in frustration and hurried away to a cave. As he approached, the mist before the cave parted as if it possessed sentience. A rich male voice resonated from within, albeit slightly weakened. What is it? Master, she. Her emotions are quite unstable, and I do not know what to do, the boy replied, his face marred by distress. Oh, is that so? The deep voice brightened noticeably. Is she scolding you? Master. The boy's embarrassment was palpable, her words come too swiftly. I cannot interject. After a brief pause, the rich voice advised, you must be stricter with her, otherwise, you will never have the opportunity to speak. Yunling, do you not wish to fulfill your mission? You swore an oath to me. The boy immediately knelt, his face flushed. It is not like that. For you, Master, Yunling is willing to do anything. It's just... The voice, imbued with warmth, interrupted, go forth, as per our plan, but remember to be a bit stricter. The boy lifted his chin. Determination etched on his face. Rest assured, Master. He prepared to depart. Wait. The voice hesitated, but do not be overly harsh. Maintain a sense of balance. Upon hearing this, the boy nodded in understanding, a smirk gracing his lips. Rest assured, Master. With that, he departed, leaving behind a quiet cave. The mist gradually closed in after him, yet a faint sigh echoed from within, before everything succumbed to silence once more. Chapter 3. Deceptive Tasks. A cold voice began. I must apologize. During your transition, the system experienced a minor malfunction, preventing me from contacting you promptly, which understandably caused you distress. I am truly sorry for this. At this point, the tiny light flickered slightly dimmer, as if genuinely remorseful. However, it was met with nothing but a disdainful roll of the eyes from Lan Shi. In her heart, she raged. If it weren't for the fact that my throat was nearly on fire just now, I would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon you, leaving you utterly lost. But wait, does the system even have a home? The X001 system, referred to simply as 001, continued. Recently, an unidentified force has emerged in the universe, posing a grave threat to its harmony. We urgently require a cultivator possessing 5 elemental roots to maintain the stability of the cosmos, and you, Lan Shi, have been chosen as our designated tasker. You are a once-in-a-millennium 5 elemental root, an extraordinary phenomenon that occurs in an arithmetic sequence. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi's temper flared. What? Maintain cosmic harmony? Are you attempting to deceive me with a plot straight out of a third-rate novel? This sounds no different from a con artist's scheme. Are you certain you are not a fraud? 5 elemental roots? An arithmetic sequence? Don't take advantage of my lack of cultivation knowledge. I read cultivation novels daily. 5 elemental roots are considered defective. Even those with balanced roots can achieve immortality. What does this arithmetic sequence even mean? Is it not akin to being the most useless of the useless? Do not deceive me. I refuse this task. I want to return home. My husband and son are waiting for me. 001 hastily interrupted her tirade. Lan Shi, what you've read is mere fiction and cannot be taken as reality. A true genius possesses roots like yours. Yes, indeed. After saying this, the youthful figure in the void blushed slightly and continued, Lan Shi, this task is non-negotiable. From the moment you traversed, I have been bound to you. The consequence for refusing or failing the task is... Lan Shi's heart raced with anxiety. What is it? Erasure. The tone of 001 resonated with an ominous finality. You need only complete 1/3 of the task to communicate with them. Upon completing 2/3, you will be able to traverse time and space freely to reunite with them. Once you have fully accomplished the task, not only will your family be reunited, but you will also embark on the path of immortality together, forever united. For reasons unknown, 001's cold voice carried an alluring undertone. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi's eyes sparkled with determination as she eagerly declared, I accept the task. I shall execute it diligently. No sooner had she spoken than the tiny light brightened significantly, and the boy in the void exhaled a long breath of relief, muttering to himself, Indeed, the master's idea is splendid. She truly responds well to this. Chapter 4. Task details. Speak up. What do you need me to do? Lan Shi was brimming with anticipation. Click on me. 001 instructed. What? Lan Shi looked bewildered. Tap this little light. 001's voice carried an unusual tone. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Lan Shi extended her finger and gently tapped the light, causing a luminous screen to materialize before her. It displayed the following: Qi absorption, Qi training period, foundation establishment period, golden core period, nascent soul period, spirit transformation period, integration period, cave profound period, tribulation period, great ascension period. 001 began to explain, these are the 10 stages of cultivation. You will need to undertake tasks, which involve traversing various timelines to acquire cultivation resources, progressing step by step until you ultimately ascend to the celestial realm. So, you mean to say that I only need to reach the foundation establishment or golden core period to reunite with my husband and son? Lan Shi interjected eagerly. 001's voice, icy and detached, revealed a hint of disdain. What are you thinking? The Great Ascension period does not even qualify one as an immortal. How can you maintain the harmony of the universe? The Great Ascension is merely a third of the journey. Your ultimate goal is to reach the divine realm. But that is still far beyond your current capabilities. We shall discuss it later. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, devoid of any spirit. Noticing her despondence, 001 quickly amended. Actually, it's not as difficult as you imagine. If you wish to see your husband and son sooner, it is indeed possible, provided you are willing to exchange task points for it. Lan Shi suddenly perked up, fixating on the screen. Is that true? Quickly tell me what the tasks are. I want to begin. The young man in the void exhibited a moment of panic before swiftly regaining his composure. Do not rush. There is still more to understand. Continue by tapping the small light in the lower right corner. Lan Shi poked it with her finger, and the content on the luminous screen shifted. Tasker, Xiao Lan Shi age, 15 stamina, 18 appearance, 85 mental state, 10 intelligence, 60 emotional intelligence, 60 wealth, 0 pets, 0 points, 0 realm, none cultivation method, none skills, none magical artifacts, none special skills, none. Once brimming with excitement, Lan Shi now felt a pang of embarrassment as she surveyed the dismal statistics. Aside from her appearance, which was somewhat acceptable, everything else was utterly disheartening. What use is good looks? In the world of cultivation, beauty is irrelevant. It's not like a romance novel where one can simply rely on appearance. No matter how attractive one is, a single slap can bring one down.
How humiliating. That is enough.
Control yourself. I merely stated what I know, not that I would directly assist you. You must accomplish your tasks independently, 001 reminded her. Oh, I see. Please continue with the introduction. 001 proceeded. Depending on the difficulty of the tasks, the points you earn will vary. For beginner tasks, you earn 200 points each. For low-level tasks, 500 points. For medium tasks, 1,000 points. For high-level tasks, 5,000 points. And for extremely difficult tasks, 10,000 points. I recommend starting with beginner tasks to acclimate yourself. As your abilities improve, you may attempt more challenging tasks, which will increase your chances of success. Once you accumulate points, you can choose to donate them to shorten the time until you reunite with your family, though each donation cannot exceed 80. The remaining points can be exchanged for various items. This system offers a diverse array of goods. As 001 continued, a sense of pride emanated from it, prompting Lan Shi to roll her eyes in exasperation. Narcissistic. Enough. I can't endure any more of your rambling. Let us get to the tasks. Chapter 5. Task without rank. 1. 001 abruptly paused, causing the screen to flicker awkwardly. After a moment of silence, 001 spoke. You must notice that the space you currently inhabit is quite different, is it not? You find yourself in the esteemed cultivation sect known as Uni Pavilion, where your present identity is that of a lowly disciple. Gaining access to the inner sanctum of the sect will be a formidable challenge for you. Your task is to locate a water spirit pearl, which resides in the possession of the esteemed elder Ling Xue. Moreover, I must inform you that in addition to undertaking tasks for advancement, you are also required to collect the 5 elemental spirit pearls representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lanxi, overwhelmed, felt a surge of frustration. Are you serious? Collecting 5 spirit pearls? Have you been watching too many animated shows? If I gather them all, will I be able to summon a divine dragon? Not a divine dragon. 001 corrected hastily. The divine dragon cannot stabilize the universe. It is these 5 elemental spirit pearls that are essential for maintaining the balance of the world and summoning the ancestor. What is this ancestor you speak of? Lanxi inquired. That is far beyond your current understanding, 001 retorted without hesitation. I shall enlighten you when you reach the divine realm. For now, your immediate priority should be to draw in the ambient qi. All right, you win. Your word is law. So, what must I do? Lanxi conceded. You must first exit this humble wooden cottage and familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Otherwise, it will be challenging for you to establish yourself within the sect. Remember, you are merely a 15-year-old outer disciple. This cultivation sect is divided into inner and outer disciples. Those below the foundation establishment stage, like you and the other lowly disciples, belong to the outer sect, while those at the foundation establishment stage and above are governed by the inner sect. The inner sect comprises 5 main peaks: Yunxiu Peak, Yunlan Peak, Yunin Peak, Yunjing Peak, and Yunhui Peak, each presided over by a core formation elder. The esteemed elder resides within the inner sect, a mysterious figure of the transformation stage whose abode remains undiscovered by me. You must delve deeper to uncover it. For now, take a stroll and explore. I will reside within your consciousness, and you can reach out to me simply by thinking of me. Once you have acclimated to the sect, you can begin your practice of drawing in qi with peace of mind. Driven by immense curiosity, Lanxi opened the door with a creak. The fresh air, no, the air saturated with spiritual energy, hit her face, leaving her, accustomed to the metropolis, somewhat unaccustomed. How extravagant! After stretching languidly and inhaling several deep breaths of spiritual energy, she finally regained her composure from the exhilarating rush. Before she could fully settle, a slightly hoarse yet delighted female voice exclaimed, "Junior Sister Qiao, you finally emerged. I was just about to seek you out." The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, radiating youthful vitality, truly embodying the spirit of a vivacious young lady. Yet she referred to herself as a junior sister. Was she blind? Coincidentally, there was a water tank at the entrance. Lanxi turned her face slightly to catch a glimpse of her reflection in the water. Goodness! The image mirrored a visage akin to blooming peach blossoms. With skin as smooth as cream, brows resembling distant mountains, and eyes sparkling with life. She was undeniably a little lowly of exceptional beauty. Oh my! I have become young again. Is this not the visage of my youthful self? Ever since having children, I have grown increasingly matronly. Who would have thought I would experience a reversal of time? Lanxi mused with a narcissistic expression. Just as the embarrassment set in, 001 interjected in her mind. Her name is Yu, also a lowly disciple. You have now assumed the identity of her former neighbor, who also bears the name Qiao Lanxi. Your resemblance is striking, so there is no need to fear exposure. Chapter 6. Task without rank. 2. Where's Qiao Lanxi gone? Lanxi inquired with curiosity. That's none of your concern, 001 replied hastily. This system has already relocated her to another space. She hasn't replaced me, has she? I certainly do not wish for my husband to be intimate with someone else. Lanxi exclaimed. Rest assured, such a scenario will not occur. She has her own destiny. 001's firm voice reassured. Someone in the void wiped cold sweat from their brow, muttering, why ask so many unnecessary questions? Lanxi turned to the vibrant young woman before her and asked, Does Senior Sister Yu have something to discuss with me? Senior Sister Yu chided playfully, You little one. Why are you so slow to respond today? Are you still half asleep? It's nothing serious. Didn't we agree 3 days ago to venture to the cliff's edge for a bit of luck? Luck? Lanxi felt perplexed. Senior Sister Yu gently tapped Lanxi's forehead with her delicate finger and scolded, What on earth are you thinking about all day? Don't you remember? I heard from some other junior disciples that spirit herbs are often found near the cliff's edge. If we were to discover even one, it would be a tremendous gain, sparing us the toil of menial tasks. With spirit stones, we could cultivate diligently and elevate ourselves above those inner disciples who look down upon us. As she spoke, a hint of indignation flashed across her face, as if recalling past grievances. Lanshi felt conflicted. Sister, I'm just here to tag along. The cliff sounds perilous, and I would rather not go. At that moment, 001 interjected, there is something amiss with senior sister Yu. However, I recommend accompanying her, as unexpected rewards may await. Consider this an additional task, without rank. We will assign points upon completion. Upon hearing that there were points to be earned, Lanshi thought to herself that it was merely a matter of plucking a blade of grass from the cliff's slope, and thus nodded in agreement. Yet, she had forgotten that this was the realm of cultivation, not the mundane world. Seeing Lanshi's assent, senior sister Yu wasted no time and took her hand, leading her out. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at a cliff, a secluded place teeming with lush grass, exuding an aura reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Upon arrival, senior sister Yu scanned the surroundings and then guided Lanshi towards the cliff's edge. As they approached the precipice, Lanshi felt a surge of fear and stepped back repeatedly. Senior sister Yu, this place is far too dangerous. I lack any cultivation. Why not search alone? Noticing Lanshi's hesitation, Yu raised an eyebrow and kindly grasped her hand. Ciao, sister. They say that one must endure hardship to rise above others. Are you truly afraid of such a small cliff? I've heard that below this cliff lies a cave where several senior brothers have harvested spirit herbs. 001 added, I sense a peculiar energy emanating from below. There may be something significant. Do not fear. This is merely an additional task, and I will protect you. After about 20 minutes, they reached the entrance of a cave. Peering inside, it was pitch dark, yet there seemed to be a flicker of light within the gloom. Senior sister Yu shielded Lanshi behind her as they cautiously advanced, drawing closer to the light. Suddenly, the light erupted into a dazzling brilliance, shooting towards them like a sword. Lanshi felt a hand push her forward, propelling her towards the radiance. Damn it, Yu. Before she could finish her words, the light engulfed her. Behind her, Yu's expression twisted into one of sheer terror. Her features contorted by fear and malice, entirely devoid of her earlier youthful demeanor. Upon witnessing Lanshi consumed by the light, Yu smirked. Humph. Lanshi, this fruit has gained sentience. It requires a sacrifice to reveal the opportunity for harvest. It seems your fate is unfortunate. Remaining here as a menial disciple is a torment. Consider this a favor, and may you be reborn into a better life, free from being a five-element waste. Yet, before her laughter could dissipate, another beam of light shot forth from the fruit, swallowing her whole. Chapter 7. Unranked Task 3. When Lanshi Yo-Yo awoke, she found herself fainted on a deserted dirt road. The scenery surrounding her was starkly different from that of Yunyugu, and though she was unaware of her current location, she was certain she was no longer in Yunyugu. Despite feeling achingly sore and dizzy, Lanshi mustered the strength to rise from the ground. At last, just before her last ounce of energy faded, she reached the inn. But before she could even lift her foot, she fainted once more. After an indeterminate period, Lanshi regained consciousness, only to be greeted by a large face peering at her from above, shifting from side to side. Upon seeing her open her eyes, the face instantly lit up with joy, and it exclaimed in a loud voice, Mother, she is awakened. The volume nearly shattered Lanshi's eardrums. What a troublesome child. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 30s, hurried into the room, hastily wiping her hands on an apron of indiscernible color. She took a couple of steps forward, grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and cheerfully remarked, Oh dear girl, you have finally awakened. We were so worried about you. Look at your pale little face. These words left Lanshi utterly bewildered. Had she traversed through time once more? Heaven knows, could it be that fatigue could lead one to die and then transmigrate? With this thought, she hurriedly glanced down to inspect her attire. To her dismay, it was not the white robe she had expected. Indeed, she had donned another set of unfamiliar garments. The thought of it drove her to despair. Upon examining the clothing, Lan Shi immediately sat up in bed, clutching the fabric and scrutinizing it from side to side. When she finally confirmed it was indeed the robe from her sect, tears of joy streamed down her face, causing the middle-aged woman and her son to freeze in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Lan Shi smile once more, the woman finally exhaled in relief and said, "Oh, dear girl, seeing your clothes covered in mud, I thought to wash them for you, and here we are all done." Lan Shi, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Annie. May I ask where this is? How long have I been asleep?" The woman seemed to remember some significant matter, speaking with exaggerated emphasis. "Dear girl, you may call me Aunt Lee from now on. You have no idea. The day you stumbled to my inn, you fainted before even entering. We were terrified. You have been asleep for a full 3 days now. Poor girl, what calamity have you endured?" As Aunt Lee spoke, her eyes reddened with tears, prompting a sense of unease within Lan Shi. She yearned to comfort her, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, the voice of 001 resonated unexpectedly. "Lan Shi, ask these two to leave. I have something to discuss with you." The suddenness of this voice stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Lan Shi, her expression shifting dramatically, alarming both Aunt Lee and her son. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Shi furrowed her brow and murmured, "I'm feeling dizzy, Aunt Lee. I would like to rest a bit." Aunt Lee quickly composed herself, her tears receding as she broke into a smile once more. "Look at me, engrossed in my own chatter, forgetting that you need to rest. Please, take your time to recover." With that, she gently assisted Lan Shi back into a comfortable position, covering her with a blanket, and as she left, she took the reluctant little boy with her. Chapter 8. Task Without Rank 4. Once Aunt Lee and her son departed, Lan Shi's expression shifted dramatically as she growled, "001. Come forth." Instantly, a glimmering point of light appeared before her. Lan Shi continued her accusation. "Did you not promise to protect me in times of danger? What is happening now? Am I dead again? Where exactly is this place?" 001 hesitated and took a small step back, responding, Lan Shi, I apologize. I was unaware that the Zhu fruit had awakened its consciousness. I could only ensure your survival against immediate threats. As for where we are, I am still trying to ascertain that. However, according to records, an awakened Zhu fruit possesses unique abilities, creating a spatial domain that ensnares enemies, leaving them eternally lost within. Yet I sense that this particular fruit has only recently gained sentience, so the potency of this domain should be limited. Nonetheless, if you can reach the realm of chi absorption, I am confident I can assist you in escaping this place.
What?
Chi absorption? In this bizarre location? Lan Shi exclaimed, nearly shouting. But I do not possess any cultivation techniques. How can I possibly achieve chi absorption? 001 lapsed into silence before saying, originally, I had a technique for you to study, but for reasons unknown, my abilities are restricted within this space. Thus, I suggested that you first cultivate to the stage of chi absorption, whereby your magical energy could activate my functions, allowing us to leave. Therefore, it is paramount that we find a suitable cultivation technique, specifically one compatible with the 5 elemental roots. As 001 concluded, a sense of despair seemed to wash over him, his voice dwindling to a whisper. The room felt desolate, leaving Lan Shi in isolation, an unprecedented feeling of helplessness overwhelming her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she fought the urge to weep. Just as she was about to break down, her stomach audibly protested, reminding her that since her arrival in this new world, she had not consumed a single morsel of food or sip of water. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was more pressing than satisfying her hunger. Forget about cultivation techniques. She needed to fill her belly first. With a soft and deliberate step, Lan Shi approached the door. Upon pulling it open, she discovered a small courtyard, adorned with a towering stack of firewood and several large water jars. Traversing the courtyard led her to the main house, where she found herself entering a kitchen, bustling with activity as Aunt Lee prepared a meal. Startled by Lan Shi's emergence, Aunt Lee exclaimed, "Oh dear, my girl. What's the matter? Are you unwell?" Though Lan Shi appreciated Aunt Lee's spirited nature, her boisterousness was somewhat overwhelming, especially given Lan Shi's current frailty. She quickly replied, "Aunt Lee, I am not unwell. I am merely hungry. her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Good, good. Knowing you're hungry is all that matters.
Aún li beamat.
You go sit in the main room. I'll prepare a bowl of noodle soup for you. Though this establishment was labeled an inn, it resembled more of a humble eatery, nestled in this remote area with scarce patrons. At that moment, during the slow afternoon hours, the shop felt particularly deserted, with only a young attendant idly daydreaming at the counter. Upon noticing Xianxia emerge from the backyard, he hurried over to her, saying, "Young lady, you're awake. The owner was quite worried about you. Please sit. I'll fetch you some water." With that, he dashed to the back, returning swiftly with a bowl of water, placing it before Xianxia with a sheepish grin. Though they were strangers, Xianxia felt a genuine warmth and sincerity emanating from the three members of this and in this unfamiliar world, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within her heart. Chapter 9. Task Without Rank 5. At that moment, two patrons unexpectedly entered the small shop, a robust farmer and a wizened, downcast Taoist priest. Each ordered a portion of rice and took a seat at separate tables, awaiting their meals. Suddenly, 001 spoke to Xianxia in her mind, urging her to pay attention. As the old Taoist was far from ordinary, an encounter with him could prove fortuitous. No sooner had the words left his metaphorical lips than the old priest cast a piercing gaze her way, his eyes sharp as needles, capable of piercing through all FAAs. Xianxia could not help but shiver in response. Intrigued, she focused her attention on the old Taoist. The farmer began to sigh heavily, prompting the Taoist to approach and sit beside him. "What troubles you, my good sir?" the Taoist inquired, his voice imbued with genuine concern. Xianxia mused to herself, the old priest seems quite compassionate. Yet, as the adage goes, no one offers kindness without ulterior motives. The farmer sighed once more. "You see, dear priest, in my youth, I harbored great ambitions and aspired to partake in the imperial examinations. Yet, many years have passed, and I have achieved naught. Forced to toil daily with the earth and cattle, clad in coarse garments and subsisting on meager fare, while my life ebbs away in this vast expanse." Upon hearing this, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over Xianxia. Surely, the old priest would not produce a pillow next. To her astonishment, the Taoist reached into his sleeve and retrieved a large pillow seemingly from nowhere. What a surreal dream! Could it be that this Zhuge had a penchant for tales of the Tang dynasty? The Taoist stroked his beard, a smile playing on his lips as he queried the farmer, "Do you still wish to pursue the examinations?" The farmer's eyes brightened with clarity, as if awakening from a stupor. He bowed repeatedly to the Taoist, exclaiming, "Oh, venerable immortal, I thank you for your enlightenment. I have come to realize that wealth and glory are but fleeting illusions. Even if I were to attempt the examinations again, it would ultimately be nothing more than a dream. But, venerable immortal, what should I do next?" The Taoist, still stroking his beard, remained silent. Suddenly, the farmer slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, how foolish of me. Why discuss prospects in the presence of an immortal? I wish to follow you, venerable immortal, to seek wisdom and guidance. Please, take me under your wing." "Very well, my disciple. Rise." The Taoist laughed heartily. The farmer's face lit up with joy at the prospect of being accepted as a disciple, his dark complexion appearing radiant. Indeed, joy brings forth a glorious spirit. Xianxia muttered, discarding a sunflower seed shell. In a state of urgency, 001 urged, "What are you doing? Watching a performance? They are about to leave. You must find a way to accompany them." Xianxia, feeling a pang of uncertainty, pondered, "Accompany them? Why should I? Am I particularly striking? Would mere words suffice to convince them?" 001. You truly underestimate your allure in the eyes of others. Chapter 10. The Unranked Task 6. The old Taoist momentarily revealed a smile, only to quickly suppress it. Unfortunately, Xianxia caught him in the act, and her heart brimmed with resentment. "Oh, you old Taoist, should you embarrass yourself in my presence, I shall surely laugh at you," cursed 001. "You useless fool. You never help me when I am in danger." 001 immediately defended himself. I'm just unable to use my powers. Yet for some reason, his voice was barely a whisper. Alas, the fierce tigress is truly a force to be reckoned with. The old Taoist smiled and inquired, Might this young lady have any insights to share regarding the pursuit of my disciple and me? Lan Shi struggled to rise from the ground, thinking to herself, what insights do you expect from me? However, she forced out a couple of tears and pleaded, Dear Grandpa, my name is Xiao Lan Shi. Would you take me with you? Her large, sorrowful eyes gazed pitifully at the old Taoist, silently urging him to agree. I refuse to believe that this invincible little girl cannot defeat you, you old scoundrel. No, not scoundrel. Old Grandpa. 001, I have truly sacrificed my dignity for this mission. 001 muttered inwardly, Are you certain this qualifies as sacrificing your dignity? Naturally, he dared not voice such thoughts. Upon hearing her address, the old Taoist's mouth twitched slightly. Before he responded warmly, little girl, might you explain why you wish to accompany me? Our invincible little girl continued her act of vulnerability. I saw you speaking with this gentleman earlier, and I know you are a venerable immortal. My name is Xiao Lan Shi, and my family was murdered by robbers. My mother managed to send me away just before her death, yet my family, sob. A few tears rolled down her cheeks at just the right moment, and Lan Shi thought to herself, Thank goodness I learned acting before. This expression is surely convincing. She continued to sob, I wish to learn from you, so that I may avenge my family. Please, Grandpa, take me in. A flicker of brilliance flashed in the old Taoist's eyes as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Little girl, may I test your aptitude? Lan Shi quickly nodded in agreement. The old Taoist extended his hand, resting it upon Lan Shi's right wrist. She felt a warm current flowing through her meridians, circulating throughout her body before departing along with his hand. With a sigh, the old Taoist remarked, What a pity, what a pity. You possess the most uneven 5 elemental roots. Such aptitude is difficult to cultivate. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? There is a great possibility that you will squander your time without achieving anything. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi felt a wave of disappointment and cursed 001 in her mind. But she maintained a resolute expression and declared, Grandpa, venerable immortal, I beseech you to take me in. I fear not hardship, even if I achieve nothing. I am willing to endure. My father often told me that where there is a will, there is a way. As long as I am determined, I shall surely succeed. The old Taoist appeared taken aback by her words, deep in thought. Indeed, where there is a will, there is a way. Even 001 mentally gave Lan Shi a resounding nod of approval, while Lan Shi chose to ignore him. Chapter 11. Unranked Task 7. The old Taoist, taken aback, inquired, What? Do you still have mundane matters to attend to? Did you not claim to be without kin? Lan Shi elucidated. Indeed, a few days prior, I collapsed before this inn, and it was the innkeeper's wife who fortuitously rescued me. I wished to bid her farewell. The old Taoist chuckled, Quite right, you should go. Before Lan Shi could savor the moment, they arrived at their destination. They stood before a valley, yet there was neither gate nor path visible. How were they to enter? Just as Lan Shi pondered this, the old Taoist waved his sleeve and traced a peculiar pattern in the air, unveiling the scene before them. A meandering path appeared, leading towards some indistinct structures in the distance. The old Taoist gestured for them to follow, and shortly thereafter, they found themselves within a courtyard. This courtyard was constructed of bamboo, featuring a larger bamboo house at its center flanked by 2 smaller ones. The verdant bamboo provided a serene ambience. The old Taoist guided them into the central bamboo house, which was sparsely furnished with only a table and a chair. The sides were draped with curtains, concealing whatever lay beyond. Lan Shi and the burly man dared not gaze around, opting instead to steal furtive glances at the old Taoist. Turning around, the old Taoist dramatically flung his sleeve and settled into the solitary chair, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. He then proclaimed, From this day forth, you too shall be my disciples. Here are the fundamental incantations for cultivating the vital energy within. Take them for your own practice, and unless there is an urgent matter, do not disturb me. As he spoke, the old Taoist produced 2 books from his robe and tossed them before the 2. Lan Shi swiftly caught hers, while the burly man wore an expression of delight. The old Taoist continued, You may choose from the 2 outer bamboo houses. Do not worry about provisions or necessities. Servants will deliver meals to you at the hours of Chun and Shen. As it seems you have dined today, your meals will commence from tomorrow. He added, Your task is to swiftly cultivate your vital energy, for that is the true path to the immortal way. For reasons unknown, Lan Xi felt a peculiar sensation within her heart, though she could not articulate why. In contrast, the burly man appeared even more devout. Lan Xi inwardly scoffed, fool. After departing the house, they met in the center of the courtyard. The burly man clasped his hands and said, Sister Qiao, I am Li Tai. As you are younger than I, please choose your room first. Lan Xi's fondness for him increased, appreciating his politeness. Oh no, you should choose first, brother. I am content with whatever you decide, she replied. Li Tai was not one to be indecisive. In that case, I shall select the room on the left, he declared, bowing to Lan Xi before hastily entering the house. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lan Xi's mind. Hurry inside. I have something to say. Then, it fell silent once more. Chapter 12. Unranked Task 8. Upon entering the room, 001 remarked, Lan Xi, I sense that this old Taoist is quite extraordinary. However, my abilities are sealed, preventing me from discerning the true extent of his cultivation. What I am certain of is that he harbors ill intentions. Just now, he persistently probed you with his divine consciousness, which left me too apprehensive to communicate with you. Upon hearing this, Lan Xi erupted with indignation. What? He dares to invade my privacy? How audacious! Just wait, I shall deal with him. Lan Xi, you cannot contend with him. A single phrase from 001 extinguished Lan Xi's fiery spirit. With a dejected demeanor, Lan Xi lamented, What shall we do then? Did you not just say he is up to no good? What are our options?
To this,
001 responded with surprising calmness. In truth, you need not fret. We do not intend to linger here. Once you are able to channel energy into your body, your spiritual power will activate my functions, and at that point, we can make our exit. What is there to fear? Just exercise a bit of caution in the meantime. Lan Xi, upon hearing this, felt her spirits lift. Indeed. What was I worried about? I must hasten to channel energy into my body. I feel uncomfortable when separated from it for even a day. However, after an extended period of study, as darkness fell, Lan Xi found herself at a loss, her frustration mounting. How could a mere 100-character mantra spanning 2 pages elude her understanding? She felt deeply vexed by her lack of intellect. Finally, in exasperation, Lan Xi mentally shouted, 001. Could you please explain why others possess golden fingers in their journeys, yet I am left without even the ability to comprehend a method for channeling energy into my body? 001 felt a sense of injustice, replying, Lan Xi, am I not your golden finger? Moreover, your intellect is indeed limited, a fact determined by your natural disposition. There is little I can do about it, but you can enhance your abilities through tasks and cultivation. At the utterance of these words, Lan Xi was engulfed in fury. Yet she felt powerless to change her circumstances and could only repeatedly remind herself, remain calm, I am a lady. Ultimately, 001, unable to bear it any longer, said, very well, I shall assist you in understanding. Instantly, Lan Xi's mood shifted from despair to joy. 001 instructed, first sit cross-legged, placing your hands in the orchid position with palms facing upwards on your thighs. Then, press your tongue against the roof of your mouth, empty your mind, and visualize yourself in an expansive void, devoid of anything around you. Listening to 001's guidance, Lan Xi gradually emptied her mind and entered a meditative state. In a vague whisper, 001 seemed to murmur, indeed, so swift. While meditating, Lan Xi felt as though she were in a serene valley, only to find herself soaring through the cosmos moments later, an experience truly beyond compare. Chapter 13. The Unranked Task 9. Upon hearing this, Lan Xi was quite displeased. Did you not claim that my arithmetic progression of 5 spirit roots was the hallmark of a genius spirit root? How now do you assert that single spirit roots cultivate faster? 001 replied with disdain. Lan Xi, whoever said that single spirit roots are the epitome of genius? Their rapid cultivation is merely due to their ability to absorb a singular type of spiritual energy. Yet, one cannot be certain of their ultimate achievements. In ancient times, which powerful figure did not possess 5 spirit roots? Only those capable of absorbing all primordial energies can attain the grand way. Your arithmetic progression of 5 spirit roots is indeed exceptional among 5 spirit roots. When paired with the appropriate techniques, your accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of single spirit roots, even outshining ordinary 5 spirit roots. Lan Shi felt even more disheartened. Where can I possibly find such specialized techniques? 001, undeterred, exclaimed, I possess them.
What?
Why did you not inform me sooner? Quickly, bring them forth. I yearn to cultivate and hasten my reunion with my husband and child. 001, feeling unjustly put upon, replied, It is not that I am unwilling to share. Rather, my functions are currently sealed. Moreover, even without the seal, you would still need to complete tasks to exchange for them. However, once we venture out, the system will automatically evaluate your level based on the unfolding narrative and your performance. When you accumulate points, you can redeem them. Really? That is splendid. Lan Shi's heart soared with elation. However, 001 paused. I believe there is something curious you would like to know. What is it? Lan Shi inquired eagerly. In truth, there are no servants. Today's breakfast was personally prepared and delivered by that old Taoist.
What?
He made it himself? How bizarre. Lan Shi exclaimed. Is he not one to avoid trouble? Why would he take the trouble to cook and deliver it? There must be something amiss. She fell into deep contemplation. 001 added. Regrettably, my functions are restricted to basic exploration, and I must remain cautious around the old Taoist. I cannot ascertain the full situation, so we should exercise caution. Regardless, the priority is to draw the energy into my body. He may have his stratagems, but I possess my own means. Once we escape this place, any conspiracy will become irrelevant. Lan Shi nodded in agreement. Just as she prepared to eat, she hesitated. This meal, surely there are no issues with it? Rest assured, I have already inspected it. There is no cause for concern, 001 assured her. After hastily consuming a few bites, Lan Shi resumed her meditative state. In a trance, she perceived numerous colorful specks of light dancing around her, vibrant and endearing. Some mischievous little lights tentatively approached her skin, eager to connect with her. Yet for reasons unknown, they quickly retreated. When Lan Shi attempted to reach out and retain them, they vanished in an instant, causing her to awaken abruptly from her meditation. Filled with vexation, she realized those luminous orbs were indeed the 5-colored spiritual energies, yet for some inexplicable reason, she could not attract them. Just as she pondered this conundrum, the door of the adjacent small room suddenly swung open with a resounding bang, and rapid footsteps echoed, accompanied by exclamations, Master, Master, I have successfully drawn the energy into my body. Without needing to glance, Lan Shi recognized the voice belonged to Li Tai, and she felt a pang of envy. She truly wished to be in his position. It was evident that cultivating 5 spirit roots was indeed swifter than single spirit roots. Truly. One must acknowledge that comparisons between individuals often lead to discontent, and evaluations of worth are best made through the lens of one's own merits. Chapter 14. Unranked Task 10. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside the door. Disciple Lan Shi, come to the main room. I have something to discuss. Lan Shi hastily rose, pondering. The old Taoist must be making his move now. Upon entering the main room, she found Li Tai standing there with utmost propriety. She quickly approached him, inquiring, Master, what is it that you wish to convey to your disciple? The old Taoist, visibly elated, replied with a beaming smile. Today, I am exceedingly joyful. Li Tai has successfully cultivated his qi and officially embarked on the path of immortality. Ha ha. Lan Shi silently scoffed. What is there to be so happy about? At that moment, the old Taoist turned his gaze toward Lan Shi, startling her into a shiver. He gently remarked, Having accepted you both as my disciples, I shall treat you equally. 7 days from now, on the night of the full moon, I hope that you, Lan Shi, can cultivate your qi before that day arrives. For on that night, I shall impart to you the true methods of cultivation, allowing you to begin your journey on the path of the Tao with the aid of the moonlight. After speaking, the old Taoist seemed to recall something, his smile growing increasingly profound, and his gaze became somewhat distant. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had gone by. That evening, while in meditation, Lan Shi sensed an array of colorful specks of light, more numerous and vibrant than before. Suddenly, a red speck darted into her body, and she felt as if something within her had been unsealed. Following that, a blue speck also entered, and soon an overwhelming multitude of specks surged into her being. The sheer volume of these lights was akin to fish diving into the ocean, clamoring to enter her body. She felt them swimming within her. A sensation of bliss so profound that she nearly let out a sound of ecstasy. However, as the influx of lights continued unabated, chaos ensued, battering her body like a raging storm. Her skin flushed crimson, and she felt an intense pressure throughout her being. If this continued, she risked exploding from within. Observing helplessly, 001 was unable to intervene as his abilities were sealed. The youth in the void, equally distressed, resorted to fleeing into the distance. Just then, a figure kicked open the door, and upon witnessing Xi's plight, hurriedly sat opposite her, grasping her wrists and channeling his spiritual energy into her. His energy flowed into her meridians, and upon sensing the turmoil within, he was taken aback. Skillfully, he guided the chaotic energy coursing through her, repeatedly soothing the internal turmoil. After what felt like an eternity, the tumult within Xi finally subsided. Chapter 15. The Unranked Task, 11. Upon closer inspection, Xi realized it was indeed the old Taoist. Embarrassed, she whispered, "Master, what brings you here?" The old Taoist, frowning, replied, "Child, your reckless attempt to channel energy nearly led to your demise. Had I not hurried here, your life would have been forfeit." Hearing this, Xi broke into a cold sweat, realizing she had danced on the brink of death. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the old Taoist, her emotions swirling within her. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life." The old Taoist stroked his beard and said, "Enough. You managed to channel energy into your body. Now, quickly cleanse yourself of the filth. I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly departed. Xi glanced at herself and turned crimson. She was covered in grime, resembling someone who had crawled out of a mud pit, reeking horrifically. No wonder the old Taoist had looked so displeased earlier. She felt utterly humiliated. But I must wait 2 more days. What if that old Taoist has grand schemes against me? She pondered anxiously. 001 reassured her. There is no cause for alarm. The moonlight on the night of the full moon is most potent and pure. Should anything arise, we will adapt accordingly. That old Taoist will have no inkling that you are not of this world, thus he cannot possibly guard against you with utmost vigilance. Rest assured. Xi, however, felt a sense of helplessness. 001, why does your every promise instill in me a sense of foreboding? You are rather unreliable, you know? 001 fell silent, engulfed in shame. Over the next 2 days, Xi diligently practiced the incantation to channel energy into her body, hoping to attract more spiritual energy, yet her efforts yielded little success. Though any progress was better than none. Soon, the night of the full moon arrived. That evening, the old Taoist led Li Tai and Xi to a clearing behind the main building. It was the first time Xi had discovered such a vast space, comparable to the size of a basketball court. In the center of the clearing lay an isosceles triangle inscribed with runes that Xi could not comprehend. Bathed in moonlight, the entire pattern shimmered with an eerie white glow. At the initial hour of the high time, when the moonlight reaches its most pure and abundant state, Xi and 001 had delayed activating their functions for this very moment. Yet, unexpectedly, the old Taoist summoned them and Li Tai at this precise hour. Truly, one fears what one dreads. The old Taoist directed Li Tai to stand at the left vertex of the triangle, while Xi was to take her place at the right vertex, with him positioned at the apex. This peculiar formation instantly raised Xi's suspicions. What was his intention? Was he to employ a devouring technique? To drain our very essence? Or perhaps to unleash a simultaneous assault? Regardless, the thought was terrifying. Xi had always shunned horror films like The Zombie Taoist, often curling up in her husband's embrace, incessantly asking, "Is it over yet?" Yet now, she was to face such a scenario without knowing where her husband was. A wave of sorrow washed over her heart. Chapter 16. Unranked Task, 12. 001 reminded, "Attention. In 5 minutes, the moonlight will be at its most abundant. Prepare yourselves. I will count down from 10. When I reach 1, You must begin to gather your energy in your palms. If we can endure for 5 minutes, we will activate my function and escape this place." Upon hearing this, she felt a surge of excitement in her heart. In 10 minutes, she would be leaving this eerie location. Yet, she found herself growing increasingly impatient as time seemed to crawl. However, the situation abruptly changed. The old Taoist priest suddenly made his move, unleashing 2 streams of spiritual energy that ensnared both her and Li Tai in a secure binding. While Li Tai remained bewildered, Xue was gripped by terror. Just then, she heard 001's anxious voice. "Xue, quickly gather your spiritual energy in your palms. We must begin early." In a flurry, Xue crossed her hands, cupping her right hand, and soon began to accumulate spiritual energy. The energy in Xue's palms grew more substantial, yet 001 showed no signs of action. The old Taoist, seeing her behavior, let out a hearty laugh. "Xue, my disciple, there is no need for futile struggles. You cannot escape my binding array. With your meager skills, you are inconsequential in my eyes." Upon hearing this, Li Tai was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You old fool, what do you intend to do?" The old Taoist ignored him, fixated solely on Xue. At that moment, a beam of light shot forth from Xue's forehead, instantly connecting with the energy in her palms. The gathered energy seemed to be drawn along the beam, forming a slender thread that flowed into her brow. The old Taoist, witnessing this, was taken aback and hastily intensified his output of spiritual energy, though it did nothing to impede the slender thread. Who are you?" he stammered. Xue glanced at him disdainfully and replied, "You, old man, should focus on your cultivation instead of scheming against others. Fortunately, I am leaving this wretched space now." To her surprise, the old Taoist, instead of being angered, appeared elated. "You are not from this space?" Xue regarded him as if he were foolish, thinking, "Didn't I just say that?" Suddenly, the old Taoist struck Li Tai, rendering him unconscious, and swiftly approached Xue. Can you take me with you?" His voice was filled with desperation. Xue was incredulous. "Hey, old man, are you out of your mind? You were just about to kill me. Why would I take you with me? What a joke." The old Taoist hurriedly clarified, Xue, I truly do not wish to harm you. In fact, I am not from this space either. I am a disciple of the Yunyan sect. 100 years ago, I ventured into a cave to gather crimson fruits, only to be attacked. I fought with all my might to protect myself, but I was unexpectedly dragged into this strange space. I do not wish to kill you. Rather, I have been contemplating a formation for a century that requires 2 individuals with spiritual energy to activate it. My binding of you was merely to prevent any erratic movements. I swear. Saying this, he blinked innocently a few times, believing himself to be endearing. Xue felt nauseated. Old man, do you really think I would believe your nonsense? Once the formation is activated, how can we be sure we will be safe? In truth, when the old Taoist mentioned being a disciple of the Yunyan sect, she had already begun to believe him somewhat, though she did not wish to show it in front of him. Chapter 17, Task Without Rank. 13. The old Taoist's gaze flickered with unease. This is not entirely without consequence. It merely means that one's spiritual energy may be depleted, one's spiritual roots destroyed, rendering one incapable of cultivation for life. Truly, I never intended to harm you. There are so few with spiritual roots in this ghostly realm. Over the years, I have only managed to find the 2 of you, and fortuitously at that. My long-conceived plan can finally come to fruition, and I am quite exhilarated, perhaps a bit too hasty. At this juncture, a rare flicker of remorse crossed the old man's face. However, Xue was not so easily deceived. Then tell me, why should I take you a villain with me? What benefit do I gain from this? The old Taoist quickly patted his chest in assurance. I am now at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, and I will soon break through to the golden core stage. I can be your bodyguard and protect you. Just as Xue was about to refuse, 001 interjected, actually. Keeping this person might prove advantageous. After all, you lack any foundation in the sect. Having someone like him could indeed facilitate certain matters. Hearing this, Xue found the reasoning somewhat compelling. Yet, She was reluctant to grant the old Taoist such an easy reprieve. Hey, don't you have that broken array? Waiting 100 or 80 years would suffice, wouldn't it? Her tone dripped with mockery. The old Taoist, somewhat embarrassed, replied, to be honest, I am unsure of the array's effectiveness. I simply could not wait any longer today and rashly activated it. Otherwise, why would I beseech you? Lan Shi, with a mischievous glint, continued, however, I am truly uninterested in old men. If only it were a handsome young man. Before she could finish her thought, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The old Taoist turned, revealing a dashing young gentleman. Ah, Lan Shi, weren't you just saying you liked handsome guys? Am I not beautiful enough? He inquired. Moreover, this is my true form. Do you prefer the old version? With that, the figure twirled again, nearly causing Lan Shi to lose control of her senses. Regaining her composure, Lan Shi responded, but why should I believe that you will protect me? The handsome man declared, I can take a vow of the heart demon. Surely, you can trust that. After discreetly confirming with 001 regarding the feasibility of this arrangement, Lan Shi instructed, then make your vow now. The handsome man pointed to the heavens with one hand and placed the other on his chest. I, Qin Jin, swear by the heart demon that I shall protect Xiao Lan Shi with my life. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth bring about my destruction. A heart-shaped incantation flowed into Qin Jin's brow, and a radiant light emanated from his face. For reasons unknown, the brilliance that burst forth from Qin Jin completely captivated Lan Shi, stirring a subtle yet profound sensation deep within her. 001 urged, do not waste time with idle chatter. The moment is drawing near, and the moonlight is now abundant. However, bringing another person will increase the burden. Therefore, have Qin Jin infuse his spiritual energy into your brow. This will expedite the process and lighten my load as well. Following 001's guidance, Lan Shi instructed Qin Jin. As the beam of his spiritual energy pierced into her brow, Lan Shi suddenly found herself engulfed in darkness, succumbing to a disorienting wave of dizziness. Chapter 18. The first harvest. As the brightness returned to Lan Shi's vision, the surroundings became familiar once more, revealing the very cave where she had previously resided. The crimson fruit stood unscathed before her, and upon seeing it, an overwhelming surge of resentment welled up within her. It was this very fruit that had caused her such torment. How curious it was, why had the instigator, Yu, not removed the fruit? At that moment, a gentle voice beside her inquired, is this your companion? As it nudged an unknown object at its feet. Upon approaching, Lan Shi nearly retched at the sight, a humanoid figure, drained of flesh and blood, leaving only a ghastly human skin draped over its skeletal form. It was undeniably Yu, as discerned from the attire. With a tone laced with irritation, Lan Shi retorted, companion? It's merely a wolf clad in human skin. It sought to harm me but met its own demise. Serves it right. Meanwhile, Qin Jin had moved towards the cave entrance, casually flicking his fingers to send a small fireball towards the corpse, which instantly disintegrated into nothingness. He added, you are also a disciple of Yunya Pavilion, correct? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you wish to find me, come to Yunin Peak. Wait, are you not going to take the crimson fruit? Lan Shi questioned. Without waiting for a response, he turned to depart. Lan Shi, still uneasy, asked, does your vow still hold? 001, unable to contain itself any longer, urged, shouldn't you hasten to collect the crimson fruit? Are you waiting for others to snatch it from you? Startled, Lan Shi quickly scrambled to gather all the crimson fruits. However, the task of refining them soon loomed as a challenge. How was she to proceed? She had no choice but to consult 001. Instead of replying, 001 emerged from Lan Shi's brow, conjuring a familiar glowing interface before her. However, the information displayed had changed, igniting a surge of excitement within her. Tasker, Xiao Lan Shi age, 15 physical strength, 18 appearance, 85 mental state, 10 intelligence, 60 emotional intelligence, 60 wealth, 0 pets, 0 points, 100 realm, chi refinement cultivation method, none skills, none magical artifacts, none special skills, none guardian, Qin Jin yet. As Lan Shi scrutinized the numbers, frustration bubbled within her. After enduring several days of hardship, she received a mere 100 points. What could that even accomplish? Was the system malfunctioning? Moreover, what did Guardian signify? 001 clarified, the system is functioning correctly. Although you faced some trials, there was no significant danger. The only peril was during your chi entry, which Qin has already mitigated. Thus, it does not qualify as a higher-level task, resulting in the allocation of only 100 points. Furthermore, Qin is your appointed protector, thus counted as a resource, which is why it appears in the system. In the future, if you acquire unexpected resources, they will be displayed as well. As your realm advances, resources like guardians can be summoned at will. Upon hearing this, Lanxi's heart raced with exhilaration. Oh, how delightful! This means Qin has transformed into my summoned beast. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. His lofty demeanor truly makes one feel ill. Just wait and see how I shall deal with him. With that, Lanxi delved into an indescribable daydream. Chapter 19. The Pursuit of Mastery. Unable to endure the sly grin on Lanxi's face, 001 interjected. By the way, how do you plan to utilize those 100 points? Although Lanxi was exceedingly reluctant, she had to concede that 001's suggestion was the most rational and sensible course of action. Alright, let's proceed with your advice and exchange for a skill. How do we go about it? 001 continued to elaborate. I possess a set of techniques perfectly suited for you. The content required for the Qi refinement stage demands 200 points, but you currently only have 100. I recommend that you first use 80 points to acquire the foundational 4 tiers of the technique, reserving the remaining 20 points for emergencies. Additionally, you have gained 5 basic attribute points that can be allocated to enhance your character's attributes, thereby strengthening your capabilities and enabling you to better fulfill your tasks. For cultivation is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. In the future, you will have the freedom to choose whether to exchange, allocate points, or donate, as your character's attribute points will gradually increase with your cultivation progress. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Lanxi acquiesced to 001's counsel and utilized 80 points to obtain the first 4 tiers of the Qi refinement technique, distributing the 5 basic points across her attributes: Strength 1, Intelligence 2, Emotional Intelligence 1, and Spirit 1. Consequently, her character attributes underwent a transformation. Tasker, Xiao Lanxi age, 15 strength, 19 appearance, 85 spirit, 11 intelligence, 62 emotional intelligence, 61 wealth, 0 pets, 0 points, 20 realm, Qi refinement initiate technique, chaotic origin technique, Qi refinement stage, first 4 tier skills, none magic artifacts, none special skills, none guardian. Qin gazing upon this series of changes, Lanxi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She had finally taken her first step. Though this step was unsteady and rather unsightly, it nonetheless brought her one small stride closer to the day of reunion with her family. As she contemplated the name Chaotic Origin Technique, Lanxi felt perplexed. This technique appears quite formidable. Is it truly as exceptional as it seems? 001 replied with irritation. Could you please omit the "is it" from your statement? This is undoubtedly one of the finest techniques. If you cultivate it successfully, you shall stand proudly against the heavens. Oh, do go on with your boasting. Lanxi chuckled softly. Regardless, it was time to commence her training. Following this, Lanxi began her practice in accordance with the technique, and for reasons unknown, she found the initial stages of cultivation remarkably smooth, far more comprehensible than the incantation provided by Qin. Before long, she successfully completed a full cycle of Qi circulation. Subsequently, she consumed a fruit. The crimson fruit dissolved upon entry, instantly unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Feeling a surge of panic, Lanxi was grateful for 001's presence, who advised, "Steady your mind and guide the spiritual energy along the meridian pathways as per the technique." Promptly, Lanxi obeyed and began to circulate the technique, repeating the process time and again, completing cycle after cycle. After an indeterminate period, she sensed that the flow of spiritual energy within her body was obstructed by an unseen barrier, impeding her progress. In desperation, she swallowed another fruit, which triggered yet another explosive release of spiritual energy. Quickly, Lanxi directed this surge toward the barrier, launching herself against it with fervor. Following a barely audible crack, the tumultuous spiritual energy surged forward with unrelenting force. Guiding this more robust flow, Lan Shi completed several cycles before finally coming to a halt. Splendid! I've reached the second tier of Qi refinement, but alas, there are only 2 crimson fruits. Lan Shi lamented.
Yet.
I heard Xianxia mention that crimson fruits are still beneficial for cultivators in the early stages of foundation building. Why did I only advance to the second tier of Qi refinement after consuming 2? This is utterly perplexing. 001 scoffed. How can their mediocre aptitude and ordinary techniques compare to yours? The more powerful the technique, the greater the spiritual energy required. Mastering it is not a simple task. Feeling disheartened, Lan Shi retorted. Isn't it just rubbish? At this pace, when will I ever succeed? Quickly, 001 reassured her. Do not lose heart, Lan Shi. Though this technique may cultivate slowly, your spiritual energy is 5 times that of your contemporaries, allowing you to hold your own against those at the 5th tier of Qi refinement. Furthermore, you can earn points through tasks to exchange for resources that will aid in your cultivation. Chapter 20 Xianxia Lan Shi had no choice but to follow the advice of 001. The journey had been arduous, yet the return proved to be significantly easier. After all, Lan Shi was now a practitioner at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Climbing a cliff was indeed a trivial task. However, for Lan Shi, she was still somewhat unfamiliar with her own strength, which led to a few minor mishaps along the way. Fortunately, there were no serious dangers. Upon reaching her residence, she changed out of her disheveled clothes and tidied herself up before following 001's guidance to the disciples' registration office. As she approached the registration area, Lan Shi faintly overheard the hushed conversation of 2 women behind a rockery, mentioning the name Xianxia. Curiosity piqued, she strained to listen. Thankfully, her keen senses allowed her to catch every word, despite their soft tones. Upon hearing their discussion, Lan Shi was taken aback. How remarkable it was that cultivation offered so many benefits, not only immense power but also longevity extending into the thousands of years. It was truly enchanting. At that moment, 001 interjected, there's no need to envy him. At his age, boasting about forming a dan is rather presumptuous. If you devote yourself to cultivation, you will undoubtedly surpass him. Lan Shi couldn't help but defend Xianxia, saying, but we both know he was trapped in that space for 100 years. Had he been outside, he might have already formed his dan. 001 chose to ignore her remark. As they spoke, Lan Shi arrived at the disciples' registration office. After reporting her cultivation level, she received a small wooden plaque inscribed with the words, Outer Sect Servant, 2nd level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing this, Lan Shi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Such a lowly status was hardly commendable. Subsequently, Lan Shi made her way to the task hall and inquired of the steward, Excuse me, senior brother, I would like to take on a simple task. One that requires minimal effort. I am not concerned about the rewards, just something manageable. The steward glanced at her and replied, Well, there aren't too many tasks that would suit your criteria. But recently, a foundation establishment elder is seeking a servant for cleaning. Would that interest you? Chapter 21. The initial task. Xianxia retracted his playful demeanor and asked, What brings you here? Why do you want to be my errand runner? Lan Shi wore a nonchalant expression and replied, Isn't everyone working for someone? Besides, I need a job, and since I tend to be a bit lazy, you require an errand runner. It seems like fate has brought us together. To be honest, I just happened to hear about this task today. So, what do you say? We are acquaintances. Could you perhaps offer me a discount? When I have time, I can help clean up, and you can just turn a blind eye. Xianxia chuckled. Oh, turn a blind eye? Didn't you notice that I am in dire need of help? So far, you are the only errand disciple I have. Hey, Xianxia. You vowed to protect me with your life, yet you're making me work. This is exploitation. It's truly heartbreaking, and I feel severely harmed. At this point, she pretended to cough up blood. 001 rolled his eyes internally, thinking, Sister, you may appear 15, but you are not truly that age. It seems you're already 25. Isn't that a bit over the top? Lan Shi retorted, Mind your own business. I can do as I please. Meanwhile, Xianxia felt increasingly awkward, waving his hands in surrender. All right, I concede. Here's the deal. You only need to come and clean once a month. I'm about to enter seclusion to break through to the golden core stage, and I prefer not to be disturbed. After saying this, he tossed a small wooden token to Lan Xi. This is a restriction token for my residence. You may enter all areas except the seclusion room. Lan Xi joyfully accepted the token and replied haughtily, now that's more like it. It was amusing how oblivious she was to her own status. Yet she had fortuitously encountered a generous soul. Upon hearing it was a task, Lan Xi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. So, how do we begin? 001 explained. We are commencing with the beginner's task. Given your lack of any cultivation experience and combat skills, these initial tasks are designed to develop your courage, perseverance, intelligence, and emotional intelligence. The adversaries you will face in the future will be formidable, and your carefree nature could lead you to disaster. To reunite with your family and maintain the harmony of the universe, you must change, completely transform. Initially, Lan Xi dismissed 001's critique of her character. But thoughts of her husband and child instilled a newfound determination within her. All right, I will train diligently. Let us get started. 001 continued. Every World S storyline is tied to the wishes of a requester. If you can fulfill their requirements, they will grant you an energy seed to transform yourself. Remember, success is the only option. Failure will result in punishment. Also, upon entering a new space, be sure to familiarize yourself with the storyline. It is crucial. A hint of trepidation in Lan Xi's eyes was gradually replaced by resolve as she nodded firmly. After a wave of intense dizziness, Lan Xi found herself in an unfamiliar space. Although she had yet to open her eyes to survey this new world, the overwhelming stench of smoke in the room made her cough violently for quite some time. Where am I? Chapter 22. The Struggles of a Young Mother 1. Amidst the acrid smoke, Lan Xi struggled to open her eyes, finally discerning her surroundings. She found herself in a modest room of approximately 15 square meters, devoid of even a single piece of decent furniture. The walls, shrouded in darkness, contributed to the dimness that enveloped the small space. Lan Xi was unable to ascertain whether it was day or night, as the curtains were drawn tightly, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. The only illumination came from a feeble incandescent bulb that flickered listlessly. As she attempted to grasp the unfolding narrative, she realized there was another presence in the room. Startled, she froze in place. Stealing a glance, she noticed a figure, seemingly aged around 15 or 16. Yet the hardships of life had etched deep lines of weariness across his youthful visage. Particularly striking was the cigarette he held, amplifying his aura of desolation. The juxtaposition of his premature maturity and the innocence of his age created an unsettling dissonance, rendering the scene eerily surreal. In a daze, Lan Xi began her tragic existence. Though her mental state was far from stable, her youth afforded her a certain resilience, attracting numerous patrons, all of whom contributed their earnings to a heartless proprietor. As Lan Xi grew older, her mental afflictions intensified, leading the unscrupulous owner to abandon her in a desolate alleyway. Weak and frail, Lan Xi quietly succumbed to her fate, unnoticed and unwept for by any soul. Chapter 23. The Struggles of a Young Mother 2. The wish of the protagonist, Lan Xi, is to protect her child from being sold, and if possible, to never encounter those vile individuals at all. She is determined to live a life of extraordinary brilliance. As she turned her head, Lan Xi caught sight of the baby lying beside her. It was a boy, his cherubic face rosy and plump, sound asleep. Oh, my child. Do you have any inkling that your heartless father is in contact with buyers to sell you off? Suddenly, a shattered clock on the wall chimed, signaling that it was already 2 in the afternoon. This is not good. They will return in the evening. There is no time to waste. I must leave this place as swiftly as possible. Just as she attempted to rise, Lan Xi was taken aback by the overwhelming heaviness of her body, utterly devoid of strength. No wonder that scoundrel Qiu Guang dared to leave her alone in this room. It turns out Lan Xi's physical condition is dire. For months, she has received little to no nourishment, and having just been beaten by Qiu Guang, it is a miracle she can even attempt to get up. However, time does not wait for anyone. Lan Xi summoned her remaining spirit, striving to lift herself. As she sat up, her body swayed violently, and a cold sweat drenched her. After a struggle, she finally steadied herself and began to scrutinize the room. At last, on a table beside the bed, cluttered with remnants of a meal, She spotted a half-eaten steamed bun, stretching out her hand to grasp it. Alas, it was cold and hard. Nevertheless, replenishing her strength was paramount. Without hesitation, Lanchi seized the bun and began to nibble at it. Within mere minutes, she had swallowed it down, only to find herself choking, desperately searching for water. But there was none. She had no choice but to crawl out of bed and approach the water pipe, drinking directly from it. After quenching her thirst with a belly full of cold water, Lanchi finally felt a semblance of life return to her. 001 cautioned her. Lanchi, you are the task-bearer. I am merely the system. I cannot provide assistance within the narrative. All your abilities must be acquired through your own efforts in completing tasks. Each task you complete will grant you corresponding skills. Then why did I not receive any skills after completing my last task? Lanchi expressed her dissatisfaction. That is because the task level was insufficient. It must be at least a beginner's task. 001 retorted. But in games, there are starter packs. I possess no skills at all. How can I ever turn the tables? If I fail my tasks, how will I reunite with my husband and child? Or protect the world and maintain peace? I will not accept this. You must help me find a way. Lanchi began to throw a tantrum. The boy in the void scratched his head in anxiety and finally slapped his thigh. Eureka! Here's the deal. I have a beginner skill called Heavenly Eye, which allows you to perceive everything within a radius of 10 meters. Although it may not be far, it will prove invaluable for you right now. It requires 30 points to exchange, but I will waive 10 points as a system gift. You can use your remaining 20 points to acquire it. Alright, but why do I feel like you are trying to pull a fast one on me? 10 meters should be quite useful in a mortal world. Lanchi consoled herself, albeit regretting the loss of those 20 points.
Sigh.
Chapter 24. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 3. At this point, Lanchi inquired, are there any elixirs or methods that can restore my vitality or enhance my constitution? My body feels utterly inadequate. Indeed, there are options, but they require points for exchange, came the response. If your host shared a similar 5-element root constitution, you could directly swap your body. Even if the elemental attributes do not align, cultivation is still possible. However, upon examining your current form, I have detected no elemental roots. Lanchi felt a wave of despondency wash over her. The news from 001 was far from encouraging. Nevertheless, if you have the opportunity to learn any martial arts from the mortal realm, as long as your physical condition is not too poor, training is generally feasible. Upon hearing this, Lanchi's spirits lifted momentarily, only to be dashed once more. What a joke. Are martial arts manuals so easily acquired? Noticing Lanchi's dwindling enthusiasm, 001 offered consolation. In truth, I possess martial arts manuals, but they too require points for exchange. Just 20 points will suffice. Regrettably, you've just utilized your points. Realizing 001 was deliberately withholding information, Lanchi retorted, why didn't you mention this sooner? Points for everything. How infuriating. Accepting her predicament, she resolved to succeed without relying on external aids, reminding herself of the heavenly eye she possessed. Reinvigorated, Lanchi began to contemplate her situation seriously. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to familiarize herself with her surroundings and devise an escape plan. With this thought, she gently pushed open the small wooden door. The bright sunlight and fresh air rushed in eagerly, prompting her to inhale deeply. The cramped quarters had felt stifling. Before her lay a village within the city, dotted with numerous lowly houses. Lanchi resided in one of these humble abodes. It was currently 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the village was largely deserted, with most inhabitants having left for work, leaving only a handful of women and children, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. This was an opportune moment to flee. Yet caution was paramount. Activating her heavenly eye, she scanned the area within a 5-kilometer radius for any sign of Qiuguang, and upon finding none, she felt a sense of relief. Returning to her dwelling, Lanchi meticulously wrapped the child and searched the room, but to no avail. She found not a single coin. Qiuguang was indeed ruthless, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, she discovered that even her clothing was scant and unworthy, leaving her to ponder the futility of her existence. Resolutely, she decided that dwelling on these thoughts was unproductive. It was time to leave, and without possessions, she could move lightly. Cradling the baby, Lanchi exited the small rental unit, gently closing the door behind her to avoid making noise. As a defenseless woman, she had to tread carefully. Fearful of encountering Qiu Guang, she kept her heavenly eye activated, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Young lady from the Qiu family. What are you doing with that child?" A robust middle-aged woman, beaming with a smile, stood about 10 meters away. Cursed heavenly eye. This woman had not registered in Ding Lanxi's memory, sending alarm bells ringing in her mind. Stammering, she replied, oh, the child is unwell. I'm taking him to the hospital." Internally, Lanxi berated herself for her foolishness. Too focused on searching for Qiu Guang, she had neglected to consider others. Since Qiu Guang had already contacted traffickers, it was likely they were lurking nearby. Even if this woman were not a trafficker, dealing with her for no reason was quite bothersome. The middle-aged woman approached, her expression a mixture of warmth and reproach. "You really should not be carrying such a frail child to the hospital alone. Your family member, Qiu Guang, ought to be more considerate. Let me take a look at the child." Lanxi hastily interjected. "Qiu Guang happens to be quite busy today." Realizing that the woman genuinely intended to inspect the child, she reluctantly pinched the baby's bottom, silently apologizing, "Forgive me, my dear. I truly did not mean to hurt you, but we must survive." Chapter 25. The Struggles of a Young Mother. 4. The child suddenly burst into tears, prompting Lanxi to say with a quivering voice, "Auntie, the baby truly seems unwell. I must hurry to the hospital and cannot chat with you any longer." However, the middle-aged woman was insistent. "As it happens, I have nothing to do today, young lady. Let me accompany you." Terrified, Lanxi quickly declined. "Oh no, that would be too much trouble for you. I can manage on my own." Before long, the two of them arrived at a hospital with the child in their arms. The middle-aged woman, being quite enthusiastic, took the initiative to stand in line at the registration window. Seizing the opportunity, Lanxi gradually retreated, preparing to slip away. Yet, the woman's keen eyes caught her movement, and she promptly called out, "Qiu family's young lady, don't just stand there waiting. You still need to pay for the registration fee. After all, this is your child. It wouldn't be right for me to take care of everything and pay as well." Upon hearing this, Lanxi noticed the disdainful glances from the people at the registration desk directed toward her. She understood that arguing at this moment would only complicate matters further. However, she genuinely had no money. Thus, she could only tell the middle-aged woman that she would owe her later. The woman did not seem to mind this at all. Reluctantly, Lanxi followed closely behind the middle-aged woman as they completed the registration and entered the outpatient room. Inside, a young male doctor looked up upon their arrival and inquired, "What seems to be the problem with the child?" Lanxi felt a surge of anxiety, but had to maintain her composure as she replied, "I'm not quite sure. The baby keeps crying, and no matter how I try to soothe him, he won't stop. His little face turns bright red when he cries." Struggling to fabricate a more convincing story, she could only continue. "All right then, let us start with a blood test for the child. Family members should proceed to pay the fee," the young doctor instructed. With no other choice, Lanxi trailed after the middle-aged woman to the payment desk, her mind racing with thoughts of what she ought to do. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to take a bold step and, cradling the child, ran in the opposite direction. As Lanxi fixed her gaze on the people in front of her, her eyes reddened with desperation. She shouted, "This child is mine. That person is a human trafficker." Her words had a noticeable impact, causing the crowd to pause momentarily, yet those with quicker wit soon responded, "Young lady, do you think we are easily deceived? You are so young. How could this child possibly belong to you?" With a quivering voice, Lanxi replied, "This is my brother. My parents passed away early, leaving just my brother and me to rely on one another. Today, he is unwell, and I brought him to the hospital, but suddenly, this auntie appeared and insisted that the child is hers. Please, do not be fooled by human traffickers." Given the societal incidence of child abductions, the crowd began to waver in their beliefs, and their gazes toward the middle-aged woman turned increasingly hostile. Chapter 26. The Struggles of a Young Mother. 5. Upon sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, the middle-aged woman shouted recklessly, "Everyone, do not be deceived by this little girl. That so-called brother of hers is nothing but a child she bore with someone else. How dare she claim him as her brother? With a sense of satisfaction, she scoffed at the audacity of the girl challenging her. However, she soon noticed the mocking glimmer in Lan Shi's eyes as the crowd's expressions grew increasingly complex. Since you assert that this child is mine, who exactly are you?
Lan Si asked coldly.
The gravity of her question stunned the onlookers, suddenly making them realize the true issue at hand as they encircled the middle-aged woman tightly. A few bold individuals stepped forward to grasp her clothing firmly. At that moment, security personnel pushed their way through the throng. A leading guard shouted, "What is going on? Clear the way." Upon seeing the uniformed officers, the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. One elderly woman exclaimed, "Officer, this is a trafficker. She just tried to snatch the child from that young girl and then accused her of being a trafficker." The woman's righteous indignation resonated with those around her. Yes, indeed. This trafficker deserves punishment. We must call the police. Feeling a wave of relief, Lan Shi thought to herself that at last, this old hag would face consequences. Before long, the police arrived, and anxiety gripped Lan Shi's heart once more. What was she to do now? She dreaded the thought of being taken away by the police, which would inevitably alert Xiaoguang and possibly lead to her being sent home. Panic engulfed her. After a brief inquiry into the situation, the police decided to take both parties into custody. Upon arriving at the station, the middle-aged woman was escorted to an interrogation room, while Lan Shi was led into a small chamber. Noticing Lan Shi's silence, the female officer merely patted her shoulder and sighed before exiting. Alone in the room with the baby, Lan Shi simmered in frustration. 001, come out. Didn't you claim that you were my golden finger? Yet, in critical moments, you always fail to lend me assistance. What good is a golden finger if it cannot help me? Tell me, what should I do now? 001 responded. Feeling somewhat wronged, Lan Shi, these tasks are designed to cultivate your abilities. If everything were easy, how would you ever grow stronger? Unyielding, Lan Shi retorted. But right now, I possess no abilities, not even the strength of an average person. How are we to escape? Once the police conduct their investigation, everything will be laid bare. After a lengthy silence, 001 finally spoke, just as Lan Shi was about to reach her limit. I have already taken care of Xiaoguang.
Yes, you.
He will not disclose your identity. He will say that he found you 5 months ago and that you were already with child then. However, Lan Shi, such assistance will not be available again. You must grow stronger on your own. Upon hearing this news, Lan Shi's spirits lifted. 001, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You're the best. By the way, how did you manage to influence Xiaoguang? 001 appeared slightly overwhelmed by Lan Shi's praise. Pausing briefly before explaining, I cast a distraction spell in his mind, ensuring he remembers the events as I designed. Regardless of whether he gets caught, he will not reveal the truth. However, Lan Shi, keep an eye on that woman. I sense she holds potential opportunities. Chapter 27. The Struggles of a Young Mother. 6. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi's interest was piqued. What opportunity? She inquired. By the way, could you teach me the spell? It seems incredibly useful. 001 promptly responded. As for the opportunity, it's still rather unclear. However, rest assured, I have a plethora of skills and spells available for you to learn, provided your points are sufficient. Though the reassurance seemed comforting, Lan Shi found herself scoffing inwardly at 001, realizing that this entity was becoming increasingly adept at deception. Approximately 2 hours later, the female officer returned. She sat beside Lan Shi, gently touching her and glancing at the child in her arms, speaking in a soft tone. We have located Xiaoguang. At this, Lan Shi's heart raced. The officer continued, Child, we are aware of your situation. Xiaoguang has informed us. Alas, you are indeed a child of misfortune, having lost your parents at a young age and now facing bullying. Hearing this, Lan Shi finally felt a sense of relief. Officer Zhang, clearly feeling a bit awkward, asked, Do you have any relatives? She gazed at Lan Shi with a tense expression. Lan Shi shook her head, bewildered by the officer's inquiry. Should she agree? If she declined, raising her son would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties, subjecting him to discrimination from a young age. Conversely, if she accepted the adoption, her son could have a better life. Yet it would complicate their future reunion. What should she do? At that moment, 001 interjected, I believe you should agree. Isn't the essence of your wish to experience a life filled with richness and excitement? Moreover, this would provide your child with a promising future. You should consent. Encouraged by 001's counsel, Lanxi felt a sudden clarity wash over her. Indeed, she had been short-sighted. Her aspiration had not specified the means to attain happiness. Wouldn't a fresh start for both her and her son be preferable? Seeing Lanxi's silence, Aunt Zhang felt a heavy weight in her heart, fearing that hope was slipping away. However, when Lanxi finally lifted her head and uttered the words I agree, Aunt Zhang was overwhelmed with joy. Embracing Lanxi tightly and exclaiming, good girl, good girl. Lanxi could sense the warmth of the woman's embrace, her heart swelling with gratitude. Aunt Zhang and her husband, both surnamed Zhang, were officers in the local police department. At 43 and 45 years old, respectively, they had longed for children but had yet to conceive. After medical examinations revealed that Uncle Zhang's sperm viability was too low, the couple resolved to adopt when the opportunity arose. Surprisingly, they found themselves not only able to adopt a healthy child but also a son and a daughter, which filled them with elation. The adoption process was swiftly completed, and Lanxi and her son arrived at their new home. Though modest in size, the couple had decorated it with warmth and care. No longer would Lanxi refer to them as uncle and aunt. They were now to be called mom and dad. As she embarked on this new chapter, Lanxi felt profoundly fortunate for herself and her baby. Thankfully, due to her previous reluctance to mingle with outsiders, the police had uncovered nothing about her past. She could now embrace this fresh start with her son. From now on, she would be known as Zhang Lanxi, and her baby brother would be called Zhang Yunpeng. Yunpeng, I promise to protect you and ensure you grow up healthy and happy. Rest easy, Ding Lanxi. I shall live a splendid life on your behalf. Chapter 28. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 7. On the second day after arriving at the Zhang household, Zhang Mama summoned Lanxi with a smile, saying, My dear daughter, I have something to discuss with you. Lanxi was curious about what it could be. Zhang Mama continued, Lanxi, at your age, you should be attending school. However, I am unaware of your academic situation. Are you in the 6th grade? Or have you already progressed to the first year of junior high? I am somewhat concerned about your academic performance. Upon hearing the topic of school, Lanxi felt a surge of joy. Don't worry, Mom. My studies are just fine. I'll go straight to junior high. Zhang Mama was delighted and promptly instructed Zhang Papa to contact the school. A week later, Lanxi was thrilled to enroll in the finest junior high school in the area. One evening, after dinner, Lanxi intended to go to bed, yet felt an inexplicable force drawing her to the courtyard. To her surprise, she discovered a peculiar figure moving about in the yard. Zhang Papa was practicing martial arts. To her astonishment, Zhang Papa was skilled in martial arts. Each move captivated Lanxi, and before long, she was entranced. Noticing her presence, Zhang Papa paused and smiled. What's the matter, dear? Do you like martial arts? Lanxi nodded vigorously, as if fearing he might overlook her enthusiasm. Zhang Papa laughed heartily. Good. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, and the legacy of the Zhang family's martial arts will continue. However, it is a demanding practice. Are you afraid? With determination, Lanxi replied, Dad, I'm not afraid. I want to train hard and protect my little brother as well as you and Mom. I have been weak in the past and was bullied because of it. I don't want anyone to bully me or you anymore. Zhang Papa was visibly moved by Lanxi's maturity and kindness, tears glistening in his eyes. All right, my dear. We will start your training tomorrow morning.
Now.
Hurry off to bed. We'll rise at 5.
Can you manage that? Absolutely, Dad.
Lanxi declared confidently, observing her exuberance. Zhang Papa felt a deep sense of satisfaction and gazed at the sky, murmuring, Father, is she the one you spoke of? The following morning, Lanxi awoke early and arrived in the courtyard before Zhang Papa. After about 5 minutes, he joined her and smiled with pride upon seeing her already there. Gently ruffling her hair, he said, My child, you've done well. From today onward, we shall begin your training. While his words were simple, they carried a sacred weight. They commenced with the horse stance. Given Lanxi's fragile constitution, she began to wobble after just 5 minutes. Yet she understood that perseverance was essential. Otherwise, all would have been in vain. Zhang Papa, aware of her struggle, initially contemplated allowing her a brief respite, but upon witnessing her resolute expression, he hesitated. Ultimately, Lan Shi could only endure the stance for 5 minutes before collapsing onto the ground. In truth, Lan Shi was deeply moved. As an orphan, she had never experienced the love of parents. Although she later married, that feeling was different. Stealthily wiping away the tears from her eyes, she vowed silently to cherish her parents for a lifetime. If her previous knight's words were merely a ploy to persuade Zhang Papa to teach her martial arts, her vow today was heartfelt and sincere. She suddenly felt an immense gratitude towards 001 for bringing her to this task. Otherwise, she would have never known such profound human affection. Chapter 29. The Struggles of a Young Mother. 8. Since the day Lan Shi collapsed to the ground, Mother Zhang had strictly prohibited her from engaging in any physical labor or athletic exercises for several days. After providing Lan Shi with proper nourishment for half a month, she finally allowed Father Zhang to resume Lan Shi's training. Father Zhang also adjusted his training strategy, beginning with running. Initially, Lan Shi ran 400 meters, which progressed to 500 meters after a week, then 800 meters, and eventually 1,500 meters. Fortunately, Lan Shi's body was that of a 13-year-old. Although she had previously been frail due to nutritional deficiencies, under the combined efforts of Mother Zhang and Father Zhang's training, her health quickly improved and she made remarkable progress. One day, a month later, Father Zhang called Lan Shi to the small courtyard after her run and resumed her practice of the horse stance. Although Lan Shi harbored psychological reservations about this exercise, she unexpectedly managed to maintain the position for an impressive 20 minutes, much to the delight of both her and Father Zhang. Lan Shi felt a renewed sense of confidence in her future. As days turned into weeks, Lan Shi's endurance in the horse stance increased significantly. 2 months later, she astonishingly held the position for an entire hour. From that day onward, Father Zhang decided that Lan Shi would no longer need to spend all her time in horse stance and running, while she continued to run 2,000 meters daily. The time spent in the horse stance was reduced to half an hour, with the remaining time dedicated to learning basic boxing techniques. Upon hearing that she would practice boxing, Lan Shi leaped in excitement, thrilled that she was finally going to engage in something substantial. Father Zhang taught her a boxing style called 10 Complete Restorative Fists, which emphasized exploiting the vulnerabilities of an opponent from various angles during combat, akin to patching up the gaps in one's technique, hence the name. Although Father Zhang explained this with utmost seriousness, Lan Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter. The name seemed to carry a hint of malice, leaving her to wonder about the feelings of those who might be on the receiving end of such punches. Father Zhang, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "All right, Lan Shi. I had a similar reaction when I first heard my father explain the name. However, once I began practicing, I no longer dared to underestimate it. Despite its somewhat amusing name, its effectiveness is truly formidable. It was this very technique that led me to victory in the National Police Martial Arts Competition." As he spoke, Father Zhang seemed to drift into fond memories. Hearing this, Lan Shi gradually grew serious and felt a newfound respect for her father. This was the first time he had shared something so personal, and the weight of the revelation was significant. Without further ado, Father Zhang began to demonstrate the boxing technique before her. His movements were ghostly, shifting seamlessly from side to side, up and down, while his punches struck the air with a thunderous crack. After witnessing the demonstration, Lan Shi's face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Dad, I want to learn.
Please teach me."
Thus began Lan Shi's journey of studying the 10 Complete Restorative Fists with Father Zhang. Eager to master this technique swiftly, Lan Shi not only practiced new moves and reinforced old ones with Father Zhang during the day, but also dedicated an hour each night before bed to practice. Mother Zhang, touched yet concerned, often scolded her husband while simultaneously feeling proud of Lan Shi's progress. In truth, Lan Shi was not exceptionally diligent. Rather, she discovered that after merely 6 months of training, her physical capabilities had vastly improved and she experienced sensations she had never felt before. She could perceive the movement of an ant 10 meters away and hear the sound of a cicada sipping dew from a tree. Everything felt truly miraculous. She even consulted with 001, who informed her that she had entered the acquired realm of martial arts practice, a level where ordinary individuals could not approach her. Upon learning this news, Lan Shi felt compelled to take action on certain matters. Chapter 30. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 9. After school that day, Xianxia arrived at a small grove behind the school. Ensuring that no one was around, she rolled up her sleeves, channeled her energy, and with a spirited shout, struck a tree with a fist the size of a bowl. A loud crack echoed as the tree toppled to the ground. Elated by her strength, Xianxia felt that her months of training had not been in vain. Looking at her unblemished fist and the unfortunate tree, she believed that discretion was the better part of valor and swiftly vanished like a graceful swallow in the clouds. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, another figure appeared in the grove, picking up the shattered wood and murmuring, "This force is indeed considerable." Oblivious to these events, Xianxia headed straight to the village she had traversed into, having been away for nearly 9 months. It felt as though an eternity had passed.
Indeed.
As many have guessed, Xianxia had come here for Qiuguang, the architect of all her suffering. Had it not been for his irresponsibility and cruelty, she would not have fallen into such despair. It was dusk, with families gathered for dinner, leaving the streets eerily deserted. Moving like a shadow, Xianxia quickly reached the small house where Qiuguang resided. Peering through a crack in the door, she saw a faint light. There must be someone inside. With a swift kick, she flung the door open, startling a disheveled young man who gazed at her in terror, confusion clouding his eyes as he failed to recognize the figure before him. Of course, after months of training and nourishment from Zhang Papa and Zhang Mama, Xianxia had transformed back into a charming young woman, her entire demeanor altered. It would indeed be surprising if Qiuguang recognized her. Nevertheless, upon seeing this uninvited young woman, Qiuguang instinctively displayed his lewd smile, but before he could utter a word, he received a punch to the eye, sending stars dancing before him.
Who are you? Why did you hit me?
Qiuguang whimpered, recoiling. What's the matter, Qiuguang? Have you forgotten me so soon? Xianxia teased. Squinting in the dim light, Qiuguang finally discerned something familiar in Xianxi's face. You're Xianxia? He exclaimed, his fury erupting. You wretched woman. I saved you, and yet you repay my kindness with betrayal, getting me thrown in jail for half a year. His expression twisted with rage. He seemed as if he wished to tear Xianxia apart, but he also recognized her formidable strength, which gave him pause. Xianxia was aware that Qiuguang had been sentenced to 6 months for attempted human trafficking. Yet this was hardly sufficient punishment for the torment he had inflicted on her in her previous life. Selling the innocent Yun Prung was an act of utter depravity, and in this life, Xianxia was determined to ensure that this scoundrel faced the consequences he deserved. With a sardonic smile, Xianxia regarded Qiuguang. Do you know what it feels like to have your most cherished possession ripped away from you? With that, she forcefully stomped on his groin. Qiuguang instinctively tried to evade, but he could not match Xianxi's agility, and her foot landed squarely. All he could do was scream in agony. Yet Xianxia could not allow him to continue his wailing. She stuffed a stinky sock into his mouth and, seizing his trembling form, swiftly exited the small house. Chapter 31. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 10. With the recollections of Ding Xianxia, Xianxia located the underground den where Ding Xianxia had been sold years ago. It was an unassuming 3-story building, outwardly plain, yet within its walls, the most sordid transactions were transpiring. Xianxia unceremoniously tossed the semi-conscious Qiuguang onto the ground and addressed the doorman. Summon your boss. The young gatekeeper, upon noticing the delicate girl before him, was instantly intrigued. Hey, little sister, do you know where you are? I've never seen someone so eager to come in. Come on. Why bother with the boss when I can take care of you? As he spoke, he reached toward Xianxia. However, before his hand could touch her, she had already twisted his wrist, causing him excruciating pain. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Teach this little brat a lesson. Before he could finish his taunt, a punch landed on his head, sending him crashing backward. Meanwhile, Xianxia casually blew on her right fist and playfully remarked, Oh dear, is that all you've got? Bring on a few more. As she spoke, over 20 individuals emerged from the building. Unfazed, Xianxia turned to the apparent leader and said, Hey, are you the boss or in charge here? I have a matter to discuss with you. Well, such a bold little girl. Who gave you the audacity to stir trouble at my doorstep? If you have the nerve to cause a ruckus, you must also be prepared for the consequences. Brothers, Go on, teach this little girl a lesson, but be careful not to break her. She might still be useful, ha ha ha. His lewd laughter was utterly repugnant. Lan Shi gazed at him coldly and replied, Very well, let me see how you intend to discipline me. Before her words faded, she charged at the gang, effortlessly dispatching them one by one, as if they were mere vegetables. The scene erupted in cries of agony, a sight too gruesome to behold. At that moment, a plump, heavily made-up middle-aged woman emerged from the building, her face adorned with exaggerated features and an intimidating glare. She surveyed the fallen henchman, frowned slightly, and spat, a bunch of useless fools. Then she turned to Lan Shi, forcing a hideous smile. Oh, little sister, why can't we discuss matters amicably? Why resort to violence? It's so exhausting. Tell me, what can I assist you with? Lan Shi pointed at the unconscious Qiu Guang on the ground and coldly stated, I want to gift him to you, not sell, but to give. I believe you have a business in this regard. The heavily made-up woman glanced at Qiu Guang, quickly comprehending the implication, and exclaimed, Ah, this is splendid. We certainly welcome business that costs nothing. Thank you, little sister. Just as she was about to engage further, a figure swiftly approached her, seizing her collar and threatening, I do not wish for him to escape from here, nor to be comfortable. I hope you can ensure this. Otherwise, I will make your life unbearable. Terrified, the woman repeatedly assured, Yes, yes, I promise. Rest assured. It was clear that this den was a small-time operation, and the 20 or so individuals who had emerged were her entire crew, lacking any significant backing. Faced with a formidable opponent like Lan Shi, they dared not cause any further trouble. Once the woman acquiesced, Lan Shi swiftly vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock and fear. Pondering the identity of this extraordinary individual, the boss lady, upon returning indoors, hastily resolved to pay her respects to the local deity for protection. Under her orders, the henchman dragged Qiu Guang into the building, where he would soon face the terrifying ordeal he had inflicted upon Ding Lan Shi. In truth, Lan Shi had not departed but merely concealed herself in the shadows. She waited with satisfaction until Qiu Guang was taken inside before finally leaving, knowing she would return. Chapter 32. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 11. At this moment, 001 spoke up. I never imagined you possessed such potential for villainy. Quite impressive. Lan Shi rolled her eyes in response. You speak so nonchalantly, but I was quite anxious just now. However, 001 remained unfazed. But Lan Shi, your performance this time was truly commendable. Do you not feel a surge of confidence within you? True strength breeds an ever-growing self-assurance. Is that so? Not only have I grown stronger, but my confidence has also flourished. Facing dozens of formidable men was, in the past, utterly unimaginable. Lan Shi pondered over 001's words, and suddenly remarked, Furthermore, as long as one harbors a goal in their heart, the path of progress will become vibrant and dazzling, allowing individuals to experience further enlightenment along the way. Am I right? Upon hearing this, 001 was momentarily taken aback, mechanically responding, Indeed. The young boy in the void appeared lost in thought, wondering if this was the true essence of their training. Regrettably, he was alone. No one was there to hear him. Lan Shi innocently inquired, Half a year? Mr. Zhang shook his head. She tentatively asked, A year? Again, Mr. Zhang shook his head. Out of options, Lan Shi casually remarked, It can't possibly be 5 years. Mr. Zhang, slightly embarrassed, replied, 10 years, a full decade. With that revelation, Lan Shi found herself at a loss for words, glancing at her mother, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Zhang continued, In our martial world, the realms are divided into 4 stages, refining the skin, refining the bones, postnatal, and innate. The latter realms are the legendary immortals. You are currently at the postnatal stage. I never anticipated your progress would be so swift, allowing you to leap over 2 realms. In truth, it is not just me. Reaching the postnatal stage generally requires around 10 years in the entire martial community. As for your father, it took me 20 years to attain the innate stage. As for advancing further, I fear it may be impossible in this lifetime. Mr. Zhang sighed deeply. Chapter 33. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 12. However, Zhang's father's gloom soon dissipated, and he energetically proclaimed, The Yang family, renowned in the martial arts world, has recently produced a prodigious talent. It is said that he took 2 years to reach the same level as you, astonishing the entire martial arts community and earning the title of genius. If they were to learn that my daughter, Zhang Chonggui's child, achieved this realm in merely 6 months, their eyes would surely pop out in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Zhang father's laughter was so infectious that it reverberated throughout the entire room, leaving Lan Shi speechless when she realized her father's intent to provoke those old-timers. 2 days later, on Sunday, Zhang father led the whole family into an ancient, elegantly styled manor. Guided by a servant, the four of them traversed the shimmering surface of a lake, meandered through a sea of flowers, and passed through various uniquely designed courtyards. Lan Shi had visited the humble administrator's garden in Suzhou and seen the Grand View Garden in Beijing, but in comparison to this garden, they seemed trivial. Naturally, none of the Zhang family displayed any curiosity. Zhang father and mother were seasoned individuals, and Lan Shi had been through numerous celestial sects, showing little interest in the quaint scenery. As for the 1 year and 5-month-old Yunpeng, he was oblivious to such distinctions. Thus, the family of four remained calm and unperturbed. Before long, they were ushered into a floral hall, where several individuals were already seated, a mix of both genders and ages. Notably, a youth of around 14 or 15 years old fixated his attention on Lan Shi upon their arrival. Lan Shi felt as if she were prey under the gaze of a hunter, discomfort washing over her, prompting her to glare fiercely at the boy. To her surprise, he merely smiled nonchalantly at her, leaving Lan Shi feeling as though she had struck a pillow. Once seated, the elderly gentleman at the main table greeted Zhang father with a respectful gesture. "Welcome, Zhang Shizhi and your esteemed family, to my humble abode. I presume these are your beloved children? Today, my humble birthday celebration will surely be livelier with your presence." The Zhang family promptly rose to reciprocate the greeting. "Uncle Yang, you're too kind. Today, I bring my entire family to wish you longevity as vast as the East Sea and blessings as enduring as the Southern Mountain. Here is my humble gift for you." Upon hearing this, Lan Shi quickly stepped forward, presenting a wooden box. The elder waved his hand, and the youth approached to receive the box from Lan Shi, casting her a sharp glare that ignited her fury. Yet, she had to feign indifference. Her face flushed with indignation, musing on how insufferable he was. As she was lost in thought, Zhang father spoke up. "Uncle Yang, my daughter has only recently entered the acquired realm and has never sparred with anyone at the same level. I humbly request that you allow your nephew Yang Tao to provide her with some guidance." The elderly gentleman eagerly agreed, as he relished lively gatherings, but instructed Yang Tao to keep it light. Reluctantly, Lan Shi had to face this detestable boy. Eager to conclude the encounter swiftly, she launched a punch. But to her astonishment, the technique that had always worked against small-time ruffians fell short here. Yang Tao merely sidestepped with ease, instilling in Lan Shi a sense of caution. She threw 3 consecutive punches aimed at Yang Tao's face, left chest, and calf, all narrowly avoided, igniting her frustration. Just as her temper flared, Yang Tao leapt lightly and called for a halt. Lan Shi was compelled to cease her assault. Yang Tao clasped his fists towards her and said, "Sister Lan Shi, your strikes are indeed fierce and formidable. Were it not for the fact that I am 2 years older and have entered the acquired realm 2 years prior to you, I would surely not have evaded them. However, I have done my utmost. If we continue, I might have to turn you into a pig's head." His words nearly made the furious Lan Shi laugh, though she managed to suppress it. Chapter 34. The struggles of a young mother, 13. Upon witnessing the interaction between the two youngsters, old Master Yang felt a sense of joy and contentment, while Father Zhang appeared somewhat displeased. What was the meaning of this? The girl is still so young. Old Master Yang, with a smile, inquired, "Little girl, your name is Lan Shi, correct? I've heard that you managed to cultivate from nothing to the postnatal realm in just 6 months. Is that true?" Lan Shi replied earnestly, "Yes, Grandpa Yang." "Excellent. My grandson took 2 years to reach the same stage. Clearly you are far superior," he remarked, then turned to his grandson. "Tower, you must learn diligently from your younger sister Lan Shi. I understand she attends the same school as you, though you are in the 3rd year of junior high, while she is only in the 1st. Make sure to look out for each other at school." Yang Tao bowed slightly in respect, saying, "Yes, Grandpa." He then turned to Lan Shi with a smile. Your performance just now was truly remarkable. I hope you will kindly offer me your guidance in the future. Lan Shi could only respond, of course, while thinking to herself, what a nuisance to share a school. However, I can avoid him if I need to. Little did she know, she had encountered someone she could neither provoke nor evade. A month had passed since old Master Yang's birthday, yet Lan Shi encountered Yang Tao daily, whether by chance or design. Regardless, she found herself increasingly troubled. After a lengthy silence, 001 spoke up, Lan Shi, in truth, Yang Tao is quite a commendable option. For Ding Lan Shi, encountering someone like Yang Tao is indeed a stroke of fortune. You should not view him solely through your own perspective. You represent Ding Lan Shi now, and should consider this matter from her standpoint. But does that mean I must marry him and bear his children? I am already married. Lan Shi vehemently shook her head. Who said anything about bearing children with him? Once the task is complete, you can leave behind a copy and depart, 001 replied, adopting a tone of exasperation. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Still, I need to assess whether Yang Tao is truly a worthy companion for Ding Lan Shi contemplated. Before she could even begin her evaluation, the prospective candidate had already approached her. Hi, Lan Shi, what a coincidence to see you again. Lan Shi rolled her eyes. Is it a coincidence? I reside in the East City, while you live in the West City. This makes 10 encounters this month, doesn't it, Yang Tao? Yang Tao blushed slightly and defended, it's only been 10 days. That's not too many. Lan Shi rolled her eyes even wider, but today is only the 10th. As soon as she said this, Yang Tao was taken aback, rendered speechless. The two stood in the middle of the road, gazing at one another, drawing the curious stares of passers-by, who sensed something amiss. Unable to withstand the awkwardness any longer, Lan Shi cleared her throat. All right, follow me. Today we shall test our strength. If you lose, I want you to promise never to appear before me again. Yang Tao hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded firmly, declaring confidently, I will not lose. The pair made their way to a small grove behind the school. Lan Shi smirked slightly, but Yang Tao remained unfazed, devoid of any embarrassment. Just as Lan Shi was about to speak, a nearby tree, roughly the width of a bowl, suddenly crashed to the ground 10 meters away. Lan Shi stood frozen, realizing that this boy's mastery had reached the point of being able to shatter stones from a distance. She had greatly underestimated him. Chapter 35. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 14, Lan Shi, without displaying any pretense, turned to Yang Tao and declared, You can follow me from now on. Her demeanor suggested she was gathering her own little followers. Surprisingly, Yang Tao took no offense. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? He asked. Lan Shi, her cheeks slightly flushed, nodded in affirmation. 3 days later, 2 swift figures darted through the secluded alleyways of the city, soon arriving in front of a 3-story building. Indeed, it was the Den of Iniquity. The 2 figures were none other than Lan Shi and her devoted admirer, Yang Tao. They concealed themselves at a distance from the building. Lan Shi whispered, Aren't you curious why I brought you here? Yang Tao gently shook his head and replied, There's no need to ask. Whatever concerns you is of my concern too. I trust you completely. Wherever you go, I shall follow. One could not help but admit that Yang Tao's voice was exceptionally charming that evening, and his smile radiated warmth. Lan Shi found herself captivated by the youthful boy. Steadying her thoughts, she said, The people here have wronged me in the past, and I intend for them to face their reckoning. Yang Tao, eager and bold, volunteered. Do you wish to eliminate them? I can handle it alone. Lan Shi chuckled softly. No need to rush. Let's observe first. With that, they ascended the building like nimble cats. Upon reaching the first floor, they were greeted by a throng of ostentatious women flaunting their allure. Lan Shi decisively made her way to the second floor. The second floor consisted of several small, enclosed rooms. After activating her long-unused clairvoyance, she discovered that her target was not there either. Upon reaching the third floor, Lan Shi attentively scanned her surroundings until she arrived at a tightly shut door. Quietly, she picked the lock, and they slipped inside. Once inside, Yang Tao swiftly covered her eyes, and the air was filled with unspeakable sounds that left Lan Shi blushing furiously. She was certain Xiao Guang was present, yet uncertain of his actions. When she attempted to inquire about Qiu Guang's situation, she noticed that the light indicating his presence had vanished from her clairvoyance. Hastily, she pushed Yang Tao's hand away to see what was happening. To her shock, Qiu Guang lay motionless on the bed, lifeless, his eyes wide open in a final expression of defiance. His body was marred with bruises, a testament to the torment he had endured. A corpulent man was rising from beside him, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Yang Tao promptly covered Lan Shi's eyes again and led her out of the building. Was that man your enemy? Yang Tao inquired nonchalantly.
Indeed.
Do you not wish to know the reason? Lan Shi gazed at him. Not at all. I only need to know that you are you. His unwavering words once more stirred a tender emotion within Lan Shi. It seemed that Yang Tao was truly remarkable. Lan Shi deftly maneuvered around the first, second, and third floors, tossing a match onto the curtains, which ignited with a scream before she made her escape. After leaving the building, she kindly called 119 from a public phone booth, reporting, "There is a fire at a certain address on a certain street. Please dispatch help promptly." Having completed her task, Lan Shi felt Yang Tao's gaze upon her. Amused, she asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Yang Tao replied softly, "There are two reasons. The first is that I did not expect you to handle your enemies this way. A mere flicker of flame hardly seems sufficient. I thought you would lay waste to this place." Lan Shi retorted, "I am not a cold-blooded killer. They have committed crimes, and the law shall take its course. I have no desire to dirty my hands." And the second reason? Yang Tao fixed his gaze upon her. "The second reason is simply that you are beautiful." He spoke, his own cheeks flushing. Lan Shi's sense of guilt deepened. It felt as though she were enticing a blossoming youth. Her own face burned with embarrassment. The following day, local news reported, a 3-story building in the southern part of the city caught fire last night. Fortunately, prompt rescue efforts prevented any casualties or property damage. Strangely, firefighters discovered it to be an underground den of ice, and all implicated individuals have since been apprehended. Upon reading this news, Lan Shi looked skyward and proclaimed, "Ding Lan Shi, I have avenged you." Chapter 36. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 15, 6 years later. Lan Shi achieved the remarkable distinction of being admitted to the National Police University as the top student. Even more delightfully, on the very day she received her acceptance letter, her cultivation reached the innate realm. She could effortlessly break a tree with a trunk the diameter of a bowl from a distance of 100 meters, and her movements became swifter, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow visible to a professional camera set to slow motion, while the human eye could perceive nothing at all. However, Lan Shi remained humble, for her boyfriend Yang Tao had already entered the innate realm 6 months prior. This prompted hearty laughter from Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma, who were watching from behind, while Yang Tao teased, "Lan Shi, I can't help but feel you're educating our son." Lan Shi shot him a glare, retorting, "You certainly talk too much." Internally, Lan Shi was moved to tears, thinking, "Brother, you truly understand." In truth, Yang Tao's status as her boyfriend was the result of years of dedication. He had treated the Zhang family as his own since childhood, arriving punctually every day and eagerly taking on the burdensome tasks. At Lan Shi's command, he executed her wishes without hesitation, to the extent that even Grandpa Yang jested that Yang Tao regarded his home merely as a place to sleep. Moreover, when Yang Tao was selecting his university application, he inquired about Lan Shi's aspirations as a high school freshman. Upon learning that she wished to become a police officer like her parents, Yang Tao promptly filled in all his university choices with the National Police University. When Lan Shi questioned why he insisted on this institution, he proudly replied, "Our Lan Shi's grades will surely secure her place in the best school. I'm merely paving the way." Lan Shi responded cheekily, "How shameless. When did I become part of your family?" Yang Tao confidently declared, "You always have been." Lan Shi laughed, playfully punched him, and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Upon entering university, Lan Shi's striking beauty and formidable skills quickly elevated her to the status of campus belle, causing Yang Tao, the humble admirer, to vigilantly stay by her side, fearful that she might catch the attention of some rogue admirer. His image as a devoted partner became deeply ingrained in the minds of every student at the National Police University, a topic of fond discussion even years after graduation. One day, having just finished her lunch, Lan Xi's phone rang. It was her father. "What's the matter?" Yang Tao asked eagerly. Chapter 37. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 16. Tears streamed down mother's face as well. Although Lan Xi felt a surge of anxiety, she understood that this situation could not be attributed to father. Here was a man in his 50s, a formidable innate master, reduced to tears by self-reproach. It would be utterly inhumane for her to lay blame upon him. She hurriedly offered her comfort, saying, "Father, mother, please do not worry. We will go out and find Yunpeng right away." With that, she took Yang Tao by the hand and rushed out the door. Once inside the car, Lan Xi declared, "Yang Tao, you drive while I navigate." Of course. Yang Tao held an unwavering trust in his girlfriend. Activating the Tianyan Tong, the two began their search. They drove south for several kilometers without a single clue, and then west for another stretch, still finding nothing. Lan Xi felt as though fire coursed through her veins in her rising desperation. This wretched Tianyan Tong was utterly useless at such a critical moment. 001. You deceiver. The boy in the void sneezed loudly. Suddenly, 001 spoke up. "Lan Xi, I seem to have detected Yunpeng's life signal. Head north, but be warned. The signal fluctuates in strength. You must hurry." Lan Xi's heart steadied. As long as there was a direction, hope remained. She instructed Yang Tao northward, full speed ahead. With a swift press of the accelerator, the limited edition sports car surged forward. Approximately 20 minutes later, just as Lan Xi was on the brink of despair, the Tianyan Tong finally reacted, revealing Yunpeng's small green, racing northward. Lan Xi surmised that he must be in the very car they were driving, for otherwise, this useless device would not have registered any response. Ahead of them was a business vehicle, its trajectory aligning perfectly with Yunpeng's green. Through the Tianyan Tong's perception, she noted 3 small red dots surrounding Yunpeng, clearly the kidnappers. That's the car ahead.
Block it.
Upon receiving her command, Yang Tao slammed the accelerator, matching speed with the business vehicle. Then, he executed a drift, positioning their car directly in front of the business vehicle, forcing it into a sudden halt. A moment later, a large head poked out from the driver's seat. "Hey, kid, do you even know how to drive?"
Get lost.
Before he could finish his tirade, his head was struck with a punch, rendering him speechless. In a flash, another figure darted to the back seat, flinging open the door and swiftly neutralizing the threat. Looking inside the vehicle, they found Yunpeng blissfully asleep. Lan Xi exchanged a relieved glance with Yang Tao, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a sense of unease soon washed over her. It was unusual for Yunpeng to be so deeply asleep. After several gentle taps failed to rouse him, Lan Xi realized that he must have been administered some sort of narcotic. Cradling Yunpeng in her arms, she immediately drove towards the hospital.
En route.
She had already dialed the phone to report the situation to Father Zhang, confident that the police would handle matters appropriately. Holding Yunpeng close, Lan Xi felt a pang of sorrow. She was acutely aware of the emotional ties intertwined in this situation, one stemming from the remnants of this body's past, and the other from her own feelings. Over the years, Lan Xi had truly come to regard Yunpeng as a brother bound by blood. Moreover, thoughts of her 4-year-old son surfaced in her mind. How would he manage without his mother by his side? Chapter 38. The Struggles of a Young Mother, 17. Upon arriving at the hospital, both father and mother were already present. As soon as Yunpeng arrived, he rushed into the emergency room. Approximately 20 minutes later, the doctor emerged, reassuring them that the child was not in grave danger, having merely inhaled a small amount of ether, which caused the fainting spell. Medication had been administered, and he would likely regain consciousness in about 3 to 4 hours. The family expressed their gratitude to the doctor and proceeded to transfer Yunpeng into a regular ward. During the next few hours, the 4 of them could not muster the appetite to eat, remaining vigilantly by Yunpeng's side. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from Yunpeng's throat, a melody to the anxious family, heralding his awakening. Mother Zhang was overwhelmed with joy, embracing Yunpeng and showering him with kisses. Lan Xi rested her head on Yang Tao's shoulder, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, her guilt finally beginning to dissipate. "Ding Lan Xi, I have saved Yunpeng." Yet, another emotion surged wildly within Lan Xi. Through gritted teeth, she vowed, they would pay for their misdeeds. Father Zhang echoed her sentiments, stating that those she had subdued had regained consciousness, revealing that they belonged to a child trafficking organization. They had pretended to ask Yunpeng for directions, and in his kindness, he had unwittingly led them to take advantage of him. The police would undoubtedly pursue these wrongdoers. However, Lan Shi harbored her own thoughts. Child trafficking? In this very city? Could they be the same individuals who had abducted Yunpeng in her past life? 7 years prior, the police had intended to trace the middle-aged woman's connections, unaware that she was merely a peripheral figure, oblivious to the larger scheme. That lead had gone cold, only for these criminals to resurface years later. This time, they would not escape so easily. Lan Shi cast a glance at Yang Tao, who understood immediately. He took her out of the ward and whispered, Lan Shi, I comprehend your intentions. I have already dispatched individuals to locate their hideout. Here is the address. What do you wish to do? Lan Shi had unwavering confidence in Yang Tao's abilities, and as their relationship deepened, her understanding of his family's influence grew. The Yang family was a venerable clan of martial arts, standing firm for millennia, their reach extending into politics, the military, economy, and culture, wielding considerable influence. Yet, this did not diminish the significance of Yang Tao's gesture. His sincerity was evident. Gazing deeply into his eyes, Lan Shi expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Yang Tao gently embraced her. No need for such words. We are destined to be together for a lifetime. Your gratitude could fill an eternity. So let us speak no more of it. This is my heartfelt choice. Lan Shi felt warmth blossom within her. In the hushed confines of the hospital, the harmonious silhouette of this couple stood out. After informing Father and Mother Zhang of their intention to procure some food for Yunpeng, Lan Shi and Yang Tao departed. Once they had left, Mother Zhang turned to Father Zhang, questioning, Is this wise? Father Zhang reassured her, Do not worry. Lan Shi knows the gravity of the situation. She handled the incident with Qiu Guang exceptionally well. We must trust our daughter. Some matters are better left to her discretion. Once they have settled, I shall send assistance. Mother Zhang smiled blissfully. I knew you cherished our daughter. Truly, our son and daughter are divine gifts. Father Zhang reflected. Indeed, they are blessings from above. The moment I laid eyes on Lan Shi, I recognized her. Though she may differ from the portrait her father provided, those eyes are unmistakably identical. As her cultivation progressed swiftly, my certainty grew. She is the fated one our family has awaited for nearly a millennium. Mother Zhang, however, remained unconvinced. I care not for fate. All I know is that Zhang Lan Shi is my beloved daughter, and Yunpeng is my cherished son. Father Zhang gazed at his wife with affection. Indeed, they are our wonderful children. The couple resolved to keep this matter a secret forever, not wishing it to tarnish the pure bond they shared with their daughter. Though their intentions were noble, little did they know that this would complicate Lan Shi's journey of growth and challenges ahead. Chapter 39. The Struggles of a Young Mother. 18. As night fell, a crimson sports car sped through the outskirts, swiftly arriving at a quaint village. Investigations revealed that nearly every household in this village was involved in the nefarious trade of child trafficking, with the most imposing and luxurious 3-story building at its heart serving as the lair of the ringleader. Yang Tao parked the car directly beneath this edifice, which spanned approximately 1,000 square meters. The 3-story structure loomed majestically in the center of the estate, with an estimated 100 rooms. Like a nimble monkey, Lan Shi darted about the building, eliciting a chuckle from Yang Tao. If it weren't for the ineffectiveness of the Tianyan Tong, would this young lady need to exert herself so strenuously? Through the Tianyan Tong, he sensed that aside from the room on the second floor housing 23 individuals, there was another room on the third floor with 33 occupants, while other areas contained a smattering of people. It appeared that this place was indeed a stronghold. However, for 2 experts of innate realms, this was merely child's play. With a sharp sound, the window glass shattered, scattering shards across the floor and startling the occupants within, who quickly rose to their feet. Upon seeing the young man and woman, astonishment morphed into disdain, and a throng gathered around Lan Shi and Yang Tao. Lan Shi inquired coldly, Who is in charge here? An elderly man with dark skin and piercing eyes stepped forward. I am. May I ask who you two are to dare disrupt my domain in Xinliang village? Ignoring his provocation, Lan Shi pressed on. Are you the one inciting the villagers to engage in child trafficking? The old man furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing. You seem to know quite a bit, young girl. Speak. What do you intend to do today? Lan Shi smiled lightly. I have come to take your lives. Unfazed, the old man retorted. Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. With a wave of his hand, one of his accomplices approached a table and pressed a small button, unleashing a piercing alarm throughout the village. Instantly, the previously dark village was illuminated, with hundreds of individuals wielding flashlights converging around the small building, an assembly of 300 to 400 people. The dark-skinned elder chuckled triumphantly. What do you think? Still wish to claim our lives? Exchanging glances, Lan Shi and Yang Tao acted without warning. In a flash, their adversaries fell one by one, having barely seen what transpired. They then surged towards the throng below, and in less than a minute, all that remained were cries of despair and the scattered flashlights strewn across the ground. Their erratic beams casting grotesque shadows on the faces of the fallen, rendering the night even more harrowing. Suddenly, a foul odor permeated the air, and turning to investigate, they found that many of those who had regained consciousness had soiled themselves upon witnessing the old man collapse. It was no surprise. They were, after all, ordinary people whose greed had led them down this dark path. After subduing the crowd, Lan Shi ascended to the third floor, where the Tianyan Tong indicated over 30 individuals were present. However, it was peculiar that amidst the ruckus, no one had descended. Driven by intense curiosity, Lan Shi approached the door. Chapter 40. The struggles of a young mother, 19. Upon forcefully pushing open the door, Lan Shi found herself momentarily stunned, as did Yang Tao, and the individuals inside were equally bewildered. Before them lay more than 30 children, bound and helpless, ranging from the ages of 1 to 8. Their eyes, wide with terror, were fixed on Lan Shi, the horrors they had previously endured having rendered them too frightened to even cry. When the police arrived, the villagers were still wailing in despair. One young officer jested, could this be a case of collective possession? Truly, the heavens are opening their eyes. Lan Shi and Yang Tao discreetly approached the police chief, who was also Zhang Papa, and with flushed cheeks inquired, Dad, were you already aware? Zhang Papa patted Lan Shi on the shoulder, saying, Of course, my daughter. I know you well. Lan Shi, Yang Tao, you both performed splendidly. Your methods were commendable. You have achieved a significant feat. Naturally, Zhang Papa chose to overlook the matter of the old man's severed tendons, pondering only whether the old man had been too frightened to move. A young officer standing beside Zhang Papa overheard their exchange and exclaimed, Goodness, you too apprehended all these criminals? You are practically divine. An idol, let me worship you. Lan Shi and Yang Tao could only smile wryly. The following day, the city's major news outlet reported, Last night, a significant child trafficking ring was dismantled, with 415 suspects apprehended and 33 abducted children rescued. This is the largest child trafficking case solved in the city since its founding. It has been revealed that the apprehension of these criminals and the rescue of the children were accomplished by 2 police academy students passing through the area. We take pride in having such promising youth serving our nation. With a snap, Lan Shi turned off the television.
Dad.
How many times has this news been broadcast? Are you still watching? Zhang Papa chuckled. This is my daughter and son-in-law receiving such recognition for their great accomplishments. Surely, I am entitled to some joy in my own home. He added, By the way, I have recommended you both for a second-class merit award. Zhang Mama chimed in proudly. Indeed, achieving such an accomplishment while still in school. Your futures are limitless, and we shall rely on you both in our old age. Lan Shi's cheeks flushed as she nestled into Yang Tao's embrace, who was overjoyed by her affectionate gesture, a rare occurrence. 4 years later, upon graduating from the police academy, Lan Shi married Yang Tao. On their wedding night, she asked, When did you first fall for me? And what is it that you adore? Yang Tao smiled mysteriously. Do you remember that time you ventured alone into the small forest behind the school and smashed a tree with your fist? I was there, though I only saw your silhouette. I thought, what a fierce girl, I like her. Later, when I heard about the little girl from Uncle Yang's family who had cultivated to an extraordinary level in just 6 months, I suspected it was you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as the girl from that day. Oh, so you were drawn to my fierceness? Is it common for husbands to boast about their wives this way? Lan Shi playfully rained down gentle punches upon him, which Yang Tao felt as insignificant as an ant's tickle. At that moment, 001 reminded Lan Shi in her mind, the mission has been accomplished. Do you wish to retain the replica now? Lan Shi commanded mentally, retain it. Subsequently, her spirit began to rise higher, detaching from this realm. In midair, a translucent girl appeared, identical to Ding Lan Shi. Her voice was soft, suggesting that all resentment and unfulfilled desires had been alleviated. She addressed Lan Shi. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, for finding me a good resting place, and protecting my child. You are braver than I. As she spoke, a pink aura floated towards Lan Shi, who felt as if something new had been added to her essence. The ethereal figure gradually faded, and Lan Shi silently wished, may you have a beautiful life in your next incarnation. Chapter 41. Body refinement techniques. By the way, how is my task reward this time? 001? This was the foremost concern of Lan Shi. Emerging from Lan Shi's brow, 001 materialized, and upon her touch, a luminous screen appeared before her. Tasker, Xiao Lan Shi age, 15 stamina, 19 appearance, 85 spirit, 11 intelligence, 62 emotional intelligence, 61 wealth, 0 pets, 0 points, 200 realm, second layer of Qi refinement technique, chaotic primordial technique, Qi refinement stage, first 4 layers skills, complete restoration fist magical artifacts, none special skills, none guardian, Qin Zhen Lan Shi. You have successfully completed the task and earned a heart of courage, which can be exchanged for 10 basic character points or converted into 1,000 points at a rate of 1 to 100, explained 001. Lan Shi pondered. If she exchanged everything for points, her personal capabilities would decline drastically. In such a mundane world, where she could not cultivate anything, completing tasks would become exceedingly difficult. However, the 1 to 100 conversion rate was also immensely tempting. What should she do? Lan Shi was torn. 001 suggested, Lan Shi, your stamina is alarmingly low. Without some fortuitous event or my assistance, completing tasks will be quite challenging. However, during the tasks, I cannot provide you with tangible help. Ultimately, it all relies on you. I recommend allocating 5 of your acquired character points to stamina. Although your spirit is equally low, it will evolve as your cultivation deepens. Of course, having auxiliary techniques for mental fortitude would be even better. You may exchange the remaining 5 points for necessary techniques and elixirs. Upon hearing 001's advice, Lan Shi wholeheartedly agreed. Yet, a sudden thought struck her. Could my cultivation not serve as a means to enhance my stamina? 001 clarified, that requires specialized body refinement techniques, which I do not possess. Before 001 could finish, a spark ignited in Lan Shi's mind. Wait, does the complete restoration fist I learned count as a body refinement technique? 001 hesitantly replied, I am uncertain, but theoretically, it might qualify. Lan Shi shrugged, forget it. Asking you is futile. I'll find out myself through practice. Without further ado, Lan Shi commenced her training with the complete restoration fist. However, no matter how hard she tried, progress eluded her. But I clearly saw this technique listed under skills. She protested. Unable to contain itself, 001 interjected, this is because your stamina is too inadequate. All body refinement techniques require a foundation of physical training. Lan Shi felt exasperated. Was it really necessary to repeat the entire training regimen? Yet, driven by the desire for strength, she persisted. The trials she had faced had transformed Lan Shi from a reclusive girl into someone resolute.
From that day forth,
a figure could frequently be seen jogging on the back mountains of the outer sect, a routine that would last 2 months. Lan Shi ran each morning and practiced in her modest wooden cabin throughout the day. Remarkably, her physical condition improved significantly. Her stamina, through relentless effort, increased by 1 point, reaching a total of 20. Even her primary technique, the chaotic primordial technique, began to hint at a potential breakthrough from the second layer to the third. Joy surged within her. She had an inkling that the training with the complete restoration fist would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Chapter 42. Harmonious Synergy. The foundational exercises had concluded, and Lan Shi commenced the formal training of the 10 complete restorative fist. Previously, she had utilized Ding Lanxi's physique, achieving an astonishing rate of progress. She now pondered the efficacy of training with her own body. The initial step involved meditative sitting to absorb true energy, followed by channeling this energy through the 48 meridians delineated in the technique. Ultimately, through specific movements, the true energy would be circulated through the veins and projected outward, resulting in the formidable ability to shatter stone and rend mountains, a spectacle commonly witnessed in adept practitioners. As Lanxi settled cross-legged in her modest chamber, a thought surged forth. Should not true energy be inferior to spiritual energy? She wondered how the application of spiritual power would influence the execution of this technique. Unfazed by the potential dangers, the Navi Lanxi boldly decided to proceed, channeling her spiritual energy toward the 48 meridians with fervor. By the time 001 realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late to intervene. Any abrupt interruption might send Lanxi into a state of chaos, so 001 could only stand by, silently hoping for her safety, for no one had ever attempted such a feat since the dawn of creation. As moments slipped by, Lanxi remained oblivious to the passage of time, fully engrossed in her practice. The spiritual energy surged forward under her command, traversing the 48 meridians with unwavering momentum. During her earlier tasks, she had unknowingly executed this technique numerous times, rendering her familiarity with the pathways impeccable. A complete cycle of operation ensued without a hint of obstruction. It was only when Lanxi finally concluded her practice that 001 felt a wave of relief wash over them. Otherwise, how would one explain to the master? 001 promptly exclaimed, "Lanxi, your recklessness is astounding. How could you utilize spiritual energy to operate a technique intended for mortals? Fortuitously, you were lucky this time. A moment's inattention could have led you astray into madness. I would have been at a loss on how to assist you." Perplexed, Lanxi inquired, "Is it not permissible to employ spiritual energy?"
Why not?
001, visibly agitated, replied, "Of course not, because... After a prolonged pause, no further explanation emerged. Indeed, why not? It sufficed to know it was forbidden. Yet, it was evident that no one had ever questioned such a decree. Understanding that 001 would remain unconvinced without tangible evidence, Lanxi refrained from further argument and embarked on another experiment. The technique was executed repeatedly, the spiritual energy compared through relentless cycles. After a day of arduous and extraordinary training, Lanxi finally discerned the intricacies of progress and proportion. Curiosity piqued, 001 urged, "Lanxi, do share your findings. What is the situation?" Chapter 43, A New Method of Cultivation. Lanxi cleared her throat and explained, "I have discovered that with each repetition of the boxing technique, my spiritual energy increases by 1. However, this energy is not true spiritual energy. It is superior to true qi, but slightly inferior to genuine spiritual energy. This form of energy requires a complete cycle of the primary technique before it can be transformed into the level of spiritual energy that I truly need. Each time I execute the boxing technique, it takes me an hour, while the primary technique requires 3 hours. Thus, I can enhance my cultivation by 1 every 4 hours. With a full day spanning 24 hours, I can improve my cultivation by 6 daily. If I were to abstain from food and drink, I could reach the 4th layer of qi cultivation in under 17 days. This is significantly faster than the 2 months it took to progress from the 2nd to the 3rd layer." Upon finishing her statement, Lanxi's face radiated excitement, as the prospect of swiftly elevating her cultivation brought her closer to reuniting with her husband and child. At that moment, the protagonist was lost in an infinite reverie. To be honest, 001 was utterly astonished. The master had once stated that the difficulty of cultivating the chaotic yuan technique was nothing short of extraordinary, without a fortuitous encounter. It would require an exceedingly long time. Yet, unexpectedly, after completing her first task, Lanxi had stumbled upon such a remarkable cultivation advantage. Truly, anything produced by Lanxi was bound to be exceptional. However, 001, in a rather unkind manner, offered a gentle reminder amidst Lanxi's exuberance. "Ahem, Lanxi, I must caution you that as your cultivation increases, the amount of spiritual energy required will also rise significantly. Therefore, the efficacy of your current cultivation method remains debatable. Moreover, Your calculations are flawed. It is impossible for you to go without food and drink. Even if you could manage that, you still need to practice flying and the boxing techniques. This admonition doused Lan Xi's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Nevertheless, her most defining trait was her stubbornness. I don't care. At least for now, its effects are evident. I will address future concerns later. I believe that where there's a will, there's a way. Somehow, 001 found herself admiring this seemingly delicate yet resolutely strong young woman. The following morning, Lan Xi began her running regimen. In truth, she was not merely running. She was heading to a secluded spot in the back mountains to practice her boxing techniques, wishing to remain unseen. 1 month later, after completing a full cycle of the primary technique, she had just entered the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, and her boxing skills had reached their innate stage. She felt no particular excitement, as this achievement was anticipated, surpassing even the most optimistic timeline by 13 days. Oh, by the way, 001, do you have any elixirs that allow one to forgo food? Lan Xi eagerly inquired. 001, hurry. I completely forgot about redeeming my points. Check if my stamina has increased, and whether I need to allocate more character points. 001 activated the display screen, revealing that her stamina had risen to 60. Upon seeing this number, Lan Xi was overwhelmed with emotion. I finally passed. Did I not mention that this value has no upper limit? 001 interjected. There is no concept of passing. As the saying goes in your world, there is no best, only better. Lan Xi nearly spat blood in frustration. 001, you fool. Can you not be clearer in your statements? She demanded. Is there anything else you haven't told me? 001 promptly assured her. I truly have nothing else to disclose. Yet, Lan Xi's intuition told her that 001's words were far from trustworthy, leaving her feeling helpless. Chapter 44. New skills regardless of the circumstances. My cultivation method proves effective, and I shall no longer be entangled in the allocation of character points. After all, my other attributes will evolve alongside my growing prowess. Lan Xi resolved to convert all her character points into credits, amounting to a total of 1,000 credits, plus the 200 credits earned from this recent task, culminating in 1,200 credits. What a delightful sensation of newfound wealth. With a flourish, the extravagant Lan Xi inquired of 001. What is that elixir you mentioned that allows one to forego sustenance? How may I exchange for it? 001 feigned ignorance and simply explained. The low-level sustenance elixir costs 200 credits and allows one to abstain from food for 5 days. The mid-level sustenance elixir costs 500 credits, sustaining you for 10 days. And the high-level sustenance elixir, priced at 1,000 credits, permits a month without food. Which one do you desire? Damn it, Lan Xi thought. 001 is clearly being mischievous. This system is evidently a purveyor of deceit. Truly, poverty breeds short-sightedness. Clearing her throat, she replied, for now, I shall forego that option and instead exchange for cultivation techniques, as I find them necessary. Thus, under 001's guidance, Lan Xi's credits dwindled to 1,000. 001 continued, Lan Xi, based on your credits and cultivation level, I recommend the following skills: basic talisman crafting, independent space, and basic summoning technique. Among the basic talisman crafting, there are 10 varieties, each costing 100 credits. The talismans can be stored within the system and utilized in the task world. Independent space allows you to conceal yourself within a space of approximately 20 square meters when necessary, which is also quite advantageous for practice. As your cultivation level rises, you may manipulate the time within using either mental energy or credits, with an initial time ratio of 1:3 compared to the outside world, costing 1,000 credits. The basic summoning technique may be used once a day for a duration of 1 minute, also priced at 1,000 credits. Consider your options, Lan Xi. After some contemplation, Lan Xi mused that talisman crafting seemed promising, while the independent space appeared somewhat superfluous and costly, and the summoning technique, despite its potential utility in the mortal realm, was prohibitively expensive, perhaps another time when she was more affluent. Ultimately, Lan Xi chose to learn talisman crafting. Mastering this skill would allow for unexpected advantages in the task world. What are the 10 types of talismans? Lan Shi inquired. 001 responded. They include Fireball Talisman, Ice Spike Talisman, Earth Escape Talisman, Lightning Strike Talisman, Flying Sword Talisman, Rainfall Talisman, Invisibility Talisman, Breath Concealment Talisman, Vine Binding Talisman, and Flying Leg Talisman. Each has its own unique utility. Which one would you like to learn first? Do remember, the 100 credits only grant you the method of crafting. Success is contingent upon your practice. Understanding this, Lan Shi realized such fortuity was unlikely. One could not simply become a master by expending credits. Which one to choose? Let fate decide. I shall select the Fireball Talisman. With a swift motion from 001, Lan Shi's credits were reduced to 900. As Lan Shi prepared to commence her training, reflecting on the distinct differences between this and a mobile device, 001 interjected, Lan Shi, our opportunity has arrived. You must secure a position among the top 3 to gain entry into the inner sect. However, before that, you must hasten to elevate your cultivation. I recommend that after mastering the Fireball Talisman, you undertake additional tasks to accumulate credits for that independent space. It would be immensely beneficial for you at this stage. Lan Shi pondered, realizing how swiftly circumstances had changed. What she had previously deemed a lackluster skill had now transformed into a coveted asset. Chapter 45. Fireball Talisman. As the name suggests, the Fireball Talisman is a talisman that, when invigorated with spiritual energy, can instantaneously unleash a fireball. The first challenge to address is the tools required for talisman crafting. System 001 indicated that such tools indeed exist within the system, albeit obtainable solely through the exchange of points. Reluctantly, Lan Shi exchanged 100 points for a talisman brush, 100 points for 10 jars of cinnabar, and 100 points for 1,000 sheets of blank talisman paper. In an instant, Lan Shi's assets dwindled to a mere 600 points, leaving her in a state of financial distress. The initial step involves meditating on the design of the talisman. Sitting cross-legged, Lan Shi mentally traced the drawing of the Fireball Talisman thousands of times, and upon opening her eyes, she felt slightly dizzy. System 001 explained that crafting talismans is immensely taxing on one's mental energy. This was merely meditation, and the true challenge lay in the actual drawing. After a half-hour's respite, Lan Shi pressed on. The second step required channeling spiritual energy into the talisman brush, dipping it in cinnabar, and beginning the sketch. However, despite her countless mental illustrations, the moment she attempted her first stroke, her hand trembled uncontrollably, causing the spiritual energy to veer off course. The talisman paper erupted in sparks, rendering it a charred, unsightly mess. This reminded Lan Shi of her early experiences learning to use a computer mouse, where her hand lacked control. Yet she later became quite adept. Indeed, mastery comes with practice. Steeling her resolve, Lan Shi spent another 3 hours mentally sketching the design. Feeling more prepared, she began anew, and this time her efforts were significantly improved. Yet, she faltered once more after completing only a third of the piece. Undeterred, she retrieved another sheet of paper, and after practicing on 50 sheets, she finally managed to draft half of the talisman. By this point, she was drenched in sweat, exhausted as if recovering from a severe illness, necessitating another period of meditation. 5 hours later, her spirit rejuvenated, she resumed her work. This time, she persevered to 2/3 completion, although nearly 200 sheets of paper had been consumed. After another 5-hour break, she continued. 3 days elapsed, during which Lan Shi focused solely on eating and resting, practicing tirelessly. At last, on the morning of the 4th day, she successfully completed her first talisman, yet the floor was littered with the remnants of 600 failed attempts. A disheartening waste. The odds of success were dismally low, 1 in 600. Nevertheless, Lan Shi's skills had sharpened considerably, having achieved 1 successful talisman. She was confident that more would follow. Subsequently, she exchanged another 100 points for 1,000 additional sheets of blank talisman paper. After 2 weeks of diligent practice, she managed to stabilize her success rate at 20. With 2,000 sheets consumed, she had amassed 280 Fireball talismans, a considerable fortune. Yet devoid of an audience to share her triumph with, the feeling of uncelebrated wealth was quite frustrating. Suddenly, an urgent question struck Lan Shi. Hey, 001. These talismans require spiritual energy to activate, but what if I find myself in the mortal realm, with a physique unsuitable for cultivation? How would I activate the talismans then? With unwavering confidence, 001 reassured her. Fear not. The products of the system are far from ordinary. These talismans are not to be compared with inferior ones. They can be instantaneously activated without the need for spiritual energy. Test it for yourself. Naturally, Lan Shi would not conduct her experiments within her humble abode. She hurried to the back mountain, grasping a talisman, adjusting her strength, and aimed it at a large tree. To her astonishment, the talisman ignited upon contact with the air, and in an instant, a fireball struck the tree, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin, with embers sizzling around its edges. Lan Shi was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. According to 001, although this task was still classified as elementary, its difficulty would increase subsequently. Lan Shi could only express her sentiments with a single exclamation. Damn. Chapter 46. The Rebirth of the Sorceress. 1. A profound sorrow and an aching heart enveloped Lan Shi upon her arrival in this new realm. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the excruciating pain in her head began to subside, giving way to a chilling sensation that coursed through her body and the hard ground beneath her. As she reached out with her hand, she realized she was lying on the earth, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a sky filled with countless twinkling stars.
Ah.
So she found herself in an open space. It appeared that this new host situation was rather dire. Attempting to rise, Lan Shi discovered her body was unresponsive, leaving her no choice but to remain sprawled on the ground like a lifeless figure. As moments ticked by, she noticed the eastern horizon beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. Anxiety gripped her heart. She dared not receive the unfolding narrative here. Fearing interruption could lead to disastrous consequences. Alone and defenseless on the ground, she desperately wished to avoid any unfortunate incidents. However, misfortune often strikes when least expected. Faintly, she discerned voices approaching, male voices, which sent a shiver down her spine. Soon, a lewd voice echoed above her. Oh, what incredible luck today to stumble upon such a stunning young lady. Another coarse voice chimed in. Hey, Xiaoxi, we discovered her together. You can't keep her all to yourself. With no other recourse, Lan Shi shot an angry glare at the two men, who were filthy and disheveled, one sporting a festering sore on his face. The sight was revolting, enough to churn her stomach. It was evident they were two beggars. The lewd voice grew even more repulsive. Of course, brotherhood means sharing both hardships and fortunes. Ah, haha. This young lady has quite the fiery spirit. I like that. The laughter that followed was as nauseating as the words themselves. As they laughed, the man with the sore reached towards Lan Shi's face. The stench emanating from his hand was almost palpable. Tension surged through Lan Shi. Anger and fear coursed through her veins, causing her body to tremble. Suddenly, a surge of warmth erupted from her core, coursing through her limbs and filling her with newfound strength. Just as the foul hand was about to make contact, a fist came crashing down upon its owner. The man was sent flying, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lan Shi was taken aback by the explosive power of her new body. The second beggar, sensing danger, turned to flee. But Lan Shi was determined not to grant him such an escape. She sprang into action, delivering a flying kick that sent him tumbling into a nearby filthy ditch. Staggering, she made her way to a secluded riverbank, where she spotted a small cave in the mountainside that could barely accommodate a single person. Without hesitation, she darted inside, recognizing it as the safest refuge she could find at that moment. Once inside, she gathered dry grass and fallen leaves from the riverbank to conceal the entrance, shutting her eyes to immerse herself in the unfolding narrative. It was a sorrowful tale. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. 7 major sects dominated the land: the Wuxia sect, the Lantian Pavilion, the Qingyang sect, the Wuxia sect, the Huanggang Temple, the Qingtian Pavilion, and the Qixin Cave. The host, Sang Lan Shi, had been accepted into the foremost sect, Wuxia, at a tender age. Due to her exceptional talent, she was taken under the wing of the sect leader, Wuxia Zhenren, whose birth name was Chen Nishang. Since assuming leadership, She had been revered as Xiaoxinren, Sang Lanxi, the sect leader's most cherished disciple and a prodigy in martial arts, was greatly favored. Chapter 47. The Witch's Rebirth. 2. The incident occurred during Sang Lanxi's inaugural venture into the world. A small stall selling masks captivated her full attention, and while she was engrossed in selecting one, an unseen hand stealthily reached for her waist. Suddenly, she felt her coin pouch loosen, realizing she had been robbed. Reacting swiftly, Sang Lanxi gave chase. Despite the thief's small stature, he possessed remarkable agility, and her pursuit began to wane. Just then, a figure clad in azure descended from the skies, darting toward the rogue. Sensing the arrival of a formidable opponent, the thief quickened his pace. The azure figure hurled a stone, causing the thief to falter momentarily. In that fleeting instant, both the azure figure and Sang Lanxi closed in. The azure figure delivered a flying kick, sending the thief sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. The figure seized the coin pouch from the thief's grasp, turned, and presented it to Sang Lanxi with a radiant smile, a smile so dazzling that the naive Sang Lanxi found herself utterly enchanted. The ensuing events took a melodramatic turn. After 6 months of love, the young man abruptly called for a separation. As it turned out, this strikingly handsome youth was Shan Muyang, the only son of the esteemed leader of the second-largest sect, the Blue Sky Pavilion. He had been betrothed since childhood to Lu Qingqing, the daughter of the leader of the Qingyang sect, with their wedding merely 2 months away. Shan Muyang expressed that he wished to spare his family and sect from embarrassment, unable to bear the tarnishing of his father's reputation, thus lamentably leaving Sang Lanxi in distress. He professed, however, that his heart belonged to Sang Lanxi, claiming he had never even laid eyes on Lu Qingqing, and therefore could not possibly harbor feelings for her. Enamored and blinded by love, Sang Lanxi naively believed his words, remaining oblivious to the truth. Chapter 48. The Witch's Rebirth. 3. Heartbroken, Sang Lanxi fled from her sect. Shortly thereafter, Xianxia sect publicly accused her of betraying her master and ancestors, officially expelling her from the sect. From that moment on, Sang Lanxi underwent a dramatic transformation. She could no longer bear to witness couples in love, and wherever she went, she would break apart any pair she encountered, becoming the notorious female demon of the martial world, hunted by all. However, due to her insufficient martial prowess, she was forced to hide and evade capture. On one occasion, she encountered her former sister disciple, Ling Xue, while the latter was on a mission. Their reunion was filled with both joy and sorrow. Upon learning of Sang Lanxi's plight, Ling Xue mysteriously produced a martial arts manual she had stolen from the sect's library, claiming it to be a powerful technique meant to empower Sang Lanxi and protect her from harm. Grateful, Sang Lanxi began to diligently practice the technique. Yet, inexplicably, the more she trained, the more sinister her abilities became. Her power grew exponentially, reaching the blue level in merely 2 years, but her appearance grew increasingly fearsome, and her temperament turned ever more violent, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation, thus becoming a true enemy of the martial realm. During these 2 years, a significant event transpired within the martial world. Lantian Pavilion and Qingyang sect united to annihilate Xianxia sect, resulting in Lantian Pavilion's ascendance as the foremost sect. By the time Sang Lanxi arrived, she could only witness her master taking his final breath, surrounded by the gruesome corpses of her fellow disciples, some in disarray, a sight that drove her to wail like a banshee. It was rumored that the only survivor, her second sister disciple Ling Xue, had established a small sect called Unisect and was entangled in an ambiguous relationship with her male disciple. However, there was no mention of Ling Xue seeking vengeance. On a sunlit day, while enduring the pain in her meridians, Sang Lanxi was discovered by the 6 major sects in her hiding place. Despite her desperate struggles, she fell victim to countless swords. In her final moments, she seemingly spotted Ling Xue in the crowd, who smiled sweetly at her. Finally absorbing the narrative, Lanxi took a deep breath. It was a classic tale of encountering scoundrels and scheming vixens, intertwined with a grand conspiracy. The host's wish was simple: revenge, not only for herself, but for her sect as well. It appeared that the host was indeed a person of sincere heart, Despite the sect's past transgressions against her, she remained unwavering in her purity of spirit. Rising from the cave, she stepped into the daylight, where the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Chapter 49, The Witch's Rebirth 4. Before long, Lan Xi arrived at her master's residence, the Xianxia Pavilion. With the privilege of being the chief disciple, she entered without the need for an announcement, unlike the other disciples who must first seek permission to enter. Thus, Lan Xi advanced amidst envious glances from her peers. In the main hall sat a middle-aged woman clad in palace attire, her beauty radiating an air of dignity. Though her demeanor appeared languid, a keen intelligence glimmered in her eyes, which now regarded Lan Xi with a mix of reproach and affection. This was her master, the illustrious Xianxia. For reasons unknown, upon seeing her master, Lan Xi felt a lump rise in her throat and a bittersweet ache in her nose, akin to a child's sense of grievance upon encountering their parents. Tears welled involuntarily in her eyes. She understood that this was the emotional bond shared between master and disciple, a testament to their profound connection. Lan Xi lifted her gaze and exclaimed, "Master, you already know." The news had indeed spread swiftly. How could that scoundrel, Shan Muyang, have bewitched me so? Xianxia's ire flared. Her eyes sparkled with indignation. Lan Xi thought to herself, I must not provoke my master further. I need to soothe her first, lest she confine me and impede my plans. Crying out, Lan Xi crawled towards her master. Master, I was deceived by that Shan Muyang. Hearing her beloved disciple's heart-wrenching cries, Xianxia's heart softened somewhat, her anger subsiding.
What do you mean by that?
She inquired, curiosity piqued. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lan Xi intensified her plea, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Master, here is what transpired. While journeying through the realm, I encountered a remarkably agile thief. Shan Muyang intervened to assist me. In gratitude, I invited my benefactor to share a drink. At this, Xianxia's frown began to ease. Lan Xi's voice took on an excited tone, but who would have guessed that, during the meal, Shan Muyang requested my assistance with a favor? What favor? Xianxia's interest grew. He claimed his surname was Zhang, and that his family had arranged a marriage for him. The bride was not only exceedingly unattractive, but also possessed a fiery temperament. He lamented that, as a child of the martial world, he could not live freely and was bound to wed such a shrew, which he deemed the greatest tragedy of life. His plight stirred immense sympathy within me. You are far too gullible, Xianxia exclaimed, her frustration evident. Chapter 50, The Witch's Rebirth 5. This is a scheme concocted by the two old curmudgeons of Lantian Pavilion and Xinjiang sect to ensnare me, the Xixia sect. My master, in a fit of rage, could shake the very foundations of the earth. Lan Xi deeply felt the truth of this. It seemed that her master truly cherished Sang Lan Xi, yet fate had played a cruel jest. Although much of what she recounted today bore elements of fabrication, the reality of being set up was indisputable. One could only wonder about the extent of this conspiracy and whether there were traitors within their ranks. Those who dare to devise such schemes must also possess the fortitude to face the consequences. Lan Xi bowed her head repeatedly, her forehead reddening from the force of her penance. Master, it is all due to my foolishness that you are troubled. The Xixia master, moved to tears, stepped forward to support Lan Xi and said, Lan Xi, it is the fault of your master for only teaching you martial skills and neglecting to enlighten you about the treachery of human hearts, allowing these scoundrels to ensnare you. Fear not, I shall protect you at all costs. Indeed, a strategy must be devised. These old tortoises, mistaking our Xixia sect's recent silence for weakness, believed us to be but a sickly cat. The Xixia master gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with proud defiance. As Xixia master watched Lan Xi step out of the hall, she appeared lost in thought, murmuring softly to herself, before her expression grew increasingly resolute. Upon exiting Xianxia Pavilion, she was greeted by a girl of about 15 or 16, whose eyes sparkled with vitality and whose beauty was breathtaking. Upon seeing Lan Xi, the girl first froze in surprise, then her eyes brimmed with joy. However, before unraveling the truth of the situation, one must navigate the complexities. For Rome was not built in a day, was it? Xinger, I have missed you dearly. I wonder if you have been slacking off these past few months? I will certainly be testing your skills when we find the time. Lan Shi replied with a smile, both of them adept at the art of pretense. Although Lan Shi's experience was not extensive, having completed 2 missions was no small feat. Senior sister, please do not frighten me. Xinger exclaimed. Chapter 51. The Witch's Rebirth. 6. The residence of Lan Shi is in close proximity to Xianxia Pavilion. Nestled within a quaint and independent courtyard, an exclusive privilege granted to her as the chief disciple, a special reward from the sect. Many of her fellow disciples reside in communal dormitories, which makes Lan Shi's situation the subject of envy. Though one cannot help but speculate the extent of jealousy that lingers beneath the surface. The main structure consists of 3 gray brick houses, modest yet imbued with a unique elegance. The courtyard is adorned with several cherry blossom trees, currently in full bloom, as the vibrant spring sun casts its warm glow. Delicate pink petals dance through the air, creating a picturesque ambience that elevates the beauty of the scene to new heights. However, Lan Shi finds herself disinterested in the splendid view before her, her mind consumed by a singular thought. What to do? Sitting before the dressing mirror, she has been lost in contemplation for quite some time. The reflection reveals a stunning beauty, her brows naturally defined and lips without embellishment. Yet her starry eyes brim with melancholy. Her hands fidget with an array of cosmetics on the vanity, and in a moment of distraction, she accidentally knocks over a box of rouge, staining the floor of vivid crimson, which only serves to deepen the flush on her fair skin. In that moment, a spark of inspiration flickers within her troubled mind. 001, are you there?
Yes.
I must ask, does the system possess any disguising elixirs? Lan Shi inquires with fervor. Indeed. That's splendid. How can I redeem it? Her excitement is palpable. Is the system capable of being any more shameless? The cost is exorbitant. I currently possess merely 500 points, which would only suffice for 5 doses. Perhaps it would be wise to conserve my resources. Let me redeem one. Lan Shi declares through gritted teeth. As a result, her points diminish by 100, leaving her with 400, while in her hand, she now holds a vividly colored pill, reminiscent of a Wuxia bifone pill, its appearance somewhat daunting. 001. Why does this pill resemble poison so much? Its garishness is unsettling. You're not deceiving me, are you? Lan Shi's disbelief is evident. This is the most basic form of a disguise pill. Elixirs are classified into low, medium, and high tiers. This one barely qualifies as low tier. The reason you receive this is due to your current poverty. Even a low-tier disguised pill requires 500 points. Its duration is 48 hours and is ineffective against practitioners of higher levels than yours. A medium-tier disguised pill costs 1,000 points and lasts 72 hours, but it can be easily discerned by those 2 levels above you. The highest tier, however, is a paragon of effectiveness, costing 5,000 points and lasting 10 days. As long as you remain silent, no one will see through it. Goodness, that is astonishing. Yet it seems rather unattainable. Perhaps I should learn alchemy in the future. Otherwise, a single pill could very well render me helpless. Chapter 52. The Sorceress Reborn. 7. As the sun descended in the evening sky, 2 figures conspired in a secluded chamber of Xianxia Pavilion. The venerable Xianxia master furrowed his brow and inquired, Lan Shi, are you certain that the 7-sex conference is feasible? Should they arrive and make a spectacle of themselves in front of everyone, it would tarnish your reputation, leaving our Xianxia sect in a vulnerable position. Master, consider this. Even if we feign ignorance, they would still spread their slander far and wide, would they not? It would be far better to confront them openly and clarify matters, Lan Shi urged earnestly. I am aware that those 2 old scoundrels merely wish to use this opportunity to threaten our Xianxia sect. Not only do they aim to eliminate you, a prodigy, but they also seek to extort some benefits from us. I shall not allow them to achieve their desires. Xianxia Master declared with indignation. If necessary, I shall take action against those 2 wretches. Please do not, Master. Think about it. If Shimu Yang and Lu Qingqing were to perish at this juncture, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon us, leading to even greater complications. Xianxia Master gazed gently at Lan Shi. Good child, you have matured and learned to contemplate matters. I was indeed hasty in my earlier thoughts. Concern often leads to confusion. Lan Shi pressed on. Master, we need not overthink here. They have yet to make their move, and we cannot predict the outcome. Responding to their actions as they unfold is a sound strategy. Since they instigated this situation, they will be the ones in a hurry. Well said. We shall respond to their actions. You are to issue a notice, inviting the leaders of the 7 sects to Xianxia Pavilion in 7 days to discuss the matter of alliance. Xianxia Master affirmed decisively. Lanxi felt a surge of joy. The plan was finally set in motion. The following morning, the Xianxia sect dispatched several envoys, utilizing their lightness skills to swiftly deliver invitations to the leaders of the major sections. At the Qingtian Pavilion, the leader, Shan Jinsheng, received the invitation and pondered deeply, furrowing his brow. After a prolonged silence, it was Shimu Yang who broke the stillness. Father, should we continue to spread rumors about Sang Lanxi in the martial world? Shan Jinsheng raised an eyebrow. Let us pause for now. What is Chen Nishang truly scheming? Why has she summoned us to Xianxia Pavilion? Could it be that she has discerned our intentions? Shimu Yang, filled with urgency, asked, Father, does that martial technique truly conceal the secret to a breakthrough? Do you believe Xianxia Master would share it with us? Shan Jinsheng shook his head. I do not know. I initially intended to cause her great distress, making her vulnerable. But unexpectedly, she has taken the initiative. We hold the leverage now. If she wishes to protect her precious disciple, she must pay a price. Then, does that mean we? Exactly. The father and son exchanged a knowing smile, a flicker of malice crossing their faces. At Qingyang sect, the leader, Lu Gang, remarked, How audacious of them to invite us. Chapter 53. The Witch's Rebirth. 8. As Lanxi walked along the path, she suddenly sneezed loudly and rubbed her nose, exclaiming,
Who is talking about me?
To be honest, Lanxi had been extraordinarily busy these past few days preparing for the 7 faction conference, with various sects arriving one after another. Although several sects were not interested in forming an alliance with the Xianxia sect, it was undeniable that Xianxia sect ranked as the foremost super sect, boasting 20,000 disciples and over 20 elder members at the green level. Moreover, Xianxia Jinren was renowned as the world's greatest master. Despite being women, their strength transcended gender. While walking, Lanxi heard a voice she recognized all too well, sharp and piercing. It belonged to Lu Qingqing. If you have the audacity to act, you must also have the courage to confess. What master sister? What chief disciple?
Bah!
You shameless vixen, seducing my fiancé, if you have the guts. Step forward instead of hiding in the shadows. Lu Qingqing's voice was indeed thunderous. A more familiar voice immediately retorted, What are you saying? My master sister is not that kind of person. Even if she did entice your fiancé, what of it? That merely reflects your own inadequacy.
It was Long Xinger.
Lanxi could not tolerate these 2 unscrupulous women tarnishing her reputation in front of so many witnesses. Striding towards the crowd, she smiled and inquired, Who is causing such an uproar here? Upon seeing Lanxi's arrival, the expressions of the crowd varied widely. The gossiping women of her sect swiftly stepped aside, while the members of other sects watched with keen interest, and the group behind Lu Qingqing appeared menacingly defiant. May I inquire which sect this young lady belongs to? Has my Xianxia sect inadvertently offended you? Lanxi asked. A middle-aged woman stepped forward. This is the only daughter of the Qingyang sect's leader, Lu Qingqing. You must know her, sang Lanxi. We just met half a month ago. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Lu Qingqing wore a half-smile. A sister? Did this Lu Qingqing just slander you by claiming you seduced her fiancé? Long Xinger interjected, seeking to defend her. Why is she always around? Why bring up this matter? Xinger, be quiet and stop spouting nonsense. Lanxi reprimanded in an authoritative tone. Her voice startled Long Xinger. Although Sang Lanxi was not known for her gentleness, she had never raised her voice at her before. Even the others were momentarily silenced by Lanxi's commanding presence. You, don't be so arrogant, sang Lanxi. Just wait and see. I will make you pay. Lu Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed in anger. Oh, Miss Lu, one must not speak recklessly. How can baseless accusations be aired in public? Does your father know about your indiscretion? If sect leader Lu were aware of his daughter's loose tongue, I wonder what he would think. Moreover, my Xianxia sect is not a place for just anyone to come and cause a ruckus. Lanxi stood her ground firmly. You. Chapter 54. The Sorceress's Rebirth. 9. The next morning, a grand entourage from the Blue Sky Pavilion arrived at the Xianxia gate, where they received a splendid welcome. However, Lan Shi was notably absent from the welcoming party. This was partly due to Xixia Jinren's desire to spare her beloved disciple the discomfort of encountering an adversary, and partly because the master and disciple intended to devise a plan on this final day together. Before long, matters unfolded as expected. The third junior sister, Qinglian, entered to report, "Master, the pavilion master Dan Jingsheng of the Blue Sky Pavilion requests an audience."
Oh,
So soon? Xixia Jinren glanced at Lan Shi, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, please invite Pavilion Master Dan in," Xixia Jinren instructed, and Qinglian complied. Xixia Jinren then exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Shi, who discreetly retreated to the inner hall. Xixia Jinren, it has been quite a while. How have you been?" A booming voice resonated even before the figure could be seen. Xixia Jinren promptly rose to greet him. "Pavilion Master, your presence is as commanding as ever." A middle-aged man strode into the main hall, his complexion fair, features resolute, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with golden floral patterns, exuding an extraordinary presence. It seemed that in his youth, he too had been an elegant gentleman. Yet, to Lan Shi, the man's eyes were rather unsettling, not in their appearance, but in the flickering light within them, which evoked a sense of wariness. Once seated, Xixia Jinren ordered tea to be served, then dismissed the attendants. Addressing Dan Jingsheng, "I wonder what brings you here today for a private visit." Dan Jingsheng stroked his 3-inch beard with his right hand, his eyes shifting as he smiled. "Oh, Xixia Jinren, how could I presume to offer guidance? I merely wish to discuss a matter with you." His expression was laden with significance. Xixia Jinren, well aware of the underlying intent, opted for silence, adhering to the principle of not moving unless the enemy does. Observing her silence, Dan Jingsheng cleared his throat and continued, "Well, some time ago, my son had a minor disagreement with your esteemed disciple. I wonder if you've heard anything about it?" Xixia Jinren remained composed, replying, "I have indeed heard." She waited for the old scoundrel to make his next move, deliberately refraining from further engagement. Lan Shi, hidden in the inner hall, applauded silently, thinking, "Master is truly remarkable. Experience is indeed invaluable." Dan Jingsheng, feeling the weight of the silence, became increasingly uncomfortable. It is said that you possess a manual titled 9 Transformations, which contains methods for martial practitioners to ascend to the purple level and even higher. May I inquire if this is true?" The mention of 9 transformations stirred excitement within Lan Shi, her mind racing with tumultuous thoughts and speculations. Upon hearing this, Xixia Jinren suddenly stood up and walked. Chapter 55. The Sorceress's Rebirth. 10. Upon witnessing Shan Jinqing's departure, Lan Shi hurriedly rushed out from the back hall, supporting the faltering Xixia Jinren. Master, what has happened to you?" Xixia Jinren waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. After gently pushing Lan Shi aside, she sat cross-legged on the ground and, after performing a complete cycle of her internal energy, returned to her original state. Lan Shi helped Xixia Jinren rise from the ground, her voice laced with concern. "Master, what just transpired? Please do not frighten your disciple." A mysterious smile graced Xixia Jinren's lips as she opened her palm, revealing a small yellow pill nestled within. "What is this?" Lan Shi inquired, astonished. "This is the reverse flow pill. Once consumed, it allows one's cultivation method to reverse, simulating the state of a person succumbing to demonic influence." Despite her words, Xixia Jinren's complexion appeared slightly pale. "Master." Lan Shi knelt upright, her tone urgent. "Why would you do this? I have heard that such pills inflict severe damage on the body. I am fine. If I did not take this risk, how could I lower that old rogue's guard?" The subsequent matters would be far more challenging. Xixia Jinren's expression grew profound. "Subsequent matters?" Lan Shi was puzzled. "Moreover, my concerns extend beyond you alone. The entire Xixia sect requires my intervention to avert calamity. This trial is not solely yours. It is a tribulation for our entire sect." Xixia Jinren's countenance grew increasingly solemn. "All right, follow me inside," she commanded, leading Lan Shi into her private chamber. This was not Lan Shi's first visit to her master's bedroom, so she felt somewhat familiar with it, However, the impact of memory and first-hand experience was distinctly different. The room exuded an ancient charm. Yet what was truly astonishing was that one would never guess its owner was an alluring and graceful woman, for everything within was overwhelmingly blue, from the ceiling to the walls. The floor and all furniture and decor, each hue a shade of blue, particularly aquamarine. Aside from a few ancient paintings and simple ornaments, everything was drenched in blue. It was indeed peculiar. "Child, this is not your first visit. You know I have a fondness for blue," Xianxia remarked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice.
Indeed.
Her affinity for blue was well known, even reflected in the name of her beloved disciple who had been raised by her from a young age, containing the character for blue. With a sudden click, it seemed a mechanism had been triggered, and a hidden compartment appeared in the wall before them. Within lay a solitary, thin booklet. Xianxia retrieved it, saying, "Take a look. Master this cultivation method." Chapter 56. The Witch's Rebirth, 11, for Ling Xue. Accustomed to the melodramatic narratives of modern television, the hesitations of ancient figures seemed utterly trivial. The notion of seniority held little weight. It was likely just an old flame. However, Ling Xue's confusion deepened at the apparent indifference displayed by Master Xianxia towards the matter. "Master, what is the reason for this?" she inquired. "Ling Xue, do you ponder why I staged a charade of anguish before that old fool, Dan Jingsheng?" The smile of Xianxia was enigmatic. "It was to convince Dan Jingsheng that I had no choice but to present this martial art, thus sparing us from his suspicions."
Master.
"Does this imply that the technique is a fabrication? Is it real? If it is authentic, why return it? Though the technique is genuine, who asserts that the methods documented therein are viable? Have you not heard of the elder's ultimate failure? You mean it is an impractical method? That elder endured excruciating pain akin to a ruptured meridian every 7 days since he began practicing this technique, and in the end, he never ascended to the blue level." Master Xixia's demeanor grew somber. "Alas, Master, I understand that speaking of old flames brings sorrow, but we are discussing serious matters. Can you maintain a semblance of normalcy? Your fluctuating emotions leave me quite uncomfortable." Cough, cough. "Master, you suggest that we have bestowed this flawed technique upon Dan Jingsheng, appearing to suffer a loss, while in truth, we have implanted a time bomb within him, correct?"
Huh.
"What is a time bomb?" Xianxia queried, puzzled. Ling Xue felt a wave of embarrassment. It means that every 7 days, he experiences pain, akin to having a bomb set to explode within his body." A cold sweat trickled down her brow. "Precisely." Fortunately, Xianxia was unconcerned about Ling Xue's awkward phrasing. At this juncture, Ling Xue had grasped the essence of the unfolding events. However, the schemes of the Lantian Pavilion and Xinjiang sect would not be put on hold. While circumstances may differ from the present, their objectives remained unchanged. The Ling Xue who could discuss this matter with her master was no longer present, and with the other elders harboring their own secrets. It was only natural for Xianxia to turn to her second disciple, Long Xinger, entrusting the technique to her. Little did she know that Long Xinger harbored malicious intent, secretly taking the technique to further torment Sang Ling Xue. The reasons behind Long Xinger's relentless persecution of Sang Ling Xue remained a mystery. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the ocean. Chapter 57. The Witch's Rebirth, 12. Ling Xue emerged from the inner hall, inquiring of her master, "Master, do you believe he will honor his promise?" The esteemed Xianxia sighed deeply. "Let us hope so. If it comes to it, my Xianxia sect has stood for a millennium and has never feared anyone. If a battle is to be fought, then let it be so." The master's extraordinary demeanor filled Ling Xue with admiration. That night, a shadow flitted into the Xianxia sect, arriving at the residence of Lantian Pavilion. It paused momentarily before gently rapping on the door. The door creaked open, revealing a youthful voice. "Father, is that you?" "Silence. We shall speak inside." The shadow replied in a low tone, swiftly entering the room. The door closed once more. "Father, why do you seek me at this late hour?" Dan Muyang asked anxiously. Dan Jinsheng settled himself and pondered for a moment, stroking his beard as he spoke. "Younger, I have matters to entrust to you." "Please, Father, instruct me." Dan Muyang responded with respect. The Seven Sects Conference is tomorrow, where the alliance among the seven sects will be discussed. I hope you'll refrain from exposing Sang Lanxi's disgrace during the assembly. With that, Dan Jinsheng cast a glance at Dan Muyang. Upon hearing this, Dan Muyang was taken aback. But father, just this evening you insisted that I must reveal Sang Lanxi's scandal at the conference, tarnishing the reputation of Xianxia sect, allowing our Lan Tian Pavilion to ascend as the foremost sect, perhaps even becoming the leader of the Seven Sects Alliance. I found this idea most favorable. Why the sudden change of heart? Dan Jinsheng's heart surged with anger. That old wretch has been plotting against us all along. I cannot allow him to succeed. Younger. After careful consideration, I believe now is not the opportune moment for such action, for 3 reasons. First, my cultivation is inferior to Xianxia Zhenren's, and even with Qingyang sect's support, it wouldn't suffice. Second, we are currently within Xianxia sect. Offending them too severely may lead to dire consequences. Third, I intend to wait until I achieve mastery in my skills to strike Xianxia sect when they least expect it. Regardless, these matters are not suitable for public discussion at this time, Dan Jinsheng admonished earnestly. But father, opportunities are fleeting. Dan Muyang retorted dismissively. It seems this young man is quite obstinate. Do you doubt my judgment? Dan Jinsheng's expression darkened with ire. Yet. Enough, no more arguments. We shall proceed as I have directed. Dan Jinsheng interrupted. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Dan Muyang's eyes. Very well. Father, I shall fetch you a cup of tea. Dan Jinsheng commanded. Reluctantly, Dan Muyang turned to prepare the tea, wrestling with his thoughts. Chapter 58. The Sorceress Reborn 13. On the following morning, the sky was bright and clear, and the banners of the Xianxia sect fluttered in the breeze, adorned with vibrant colors. Representatives from the 7 major sects gathered in the assembly hall of Xianxia, their presence a testament to unity, regardless of the underlying sentiments. After a round of cordial greetings, the host, Master Xianxia, took the floor to address the assembly. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our sect. I, in the spirit of hospitality, extend my deepest regards. Following a respectful bow, the guests reciprocated the gesture. The purpose of this gathering is to revisit a topic that has been discussed every 30 years among our 7 sects, the alliance of the 7 sections. Previous proposals by our esteemed predecessors have ultimately faded into obscurity, primarily because the urgency of our challenges was not yet palpable. However, as time progresses, the hope for breakthroughs diminishes, compelling us to unite our efforts. This alliance does not seek to infringe upon your authority or exploit the resources of your respective sects. Rather, it aims to foster a unified approach towards achieving breakthroughs, which would undoubtedly yield more fruitful results than our individual pursuits. Upon concluding her remarks, a profound silence enveloped the room. Master Xianxia refrained from further commentary, opting instead to observe the reactions of her peers. It was then that a robust voice pierced the stillness. I, Shan, wholeheartedly support Master Xixia's proposal. The Blue Sky Pavilion stands in favor, urged the speaker, encouraging others to reflect on the matter. At last, inspired by the Blue Sky Pavilion's endorsement, one by one, the leaders rose in agreement. With the backing of 2 prominent sects, the smaller factions felt emboldened, for Master Xixia's words resonated deeply within each of them. Who among martial practitioners does not aspire to ascend to the purple level, or even to more profound realms? Yet, for a millennium, not a single individual has attained even the blue level. Should we fail to discover a path to breakthroughs, the martial world may face an inexorable decline. As the number of disciples in our 7 sects has dwindled compared to a century ago, now that all leaders have expressed their support for the alliance, it is imperative to designate a leader to oversee our collective endeavors. Shan Jingsheng rose once more. Indeed, it would be prudent to elect a chieftain. I propose Master Shan, whose esteemed character and unparalleled capabilities make him the ideal candidate, he declared. Immediately, Lu Gang, the leader of Qingyang sect, stepped forward in support. Oh, my dear brother, you flatter me. I am but a humble individual. It would be wise to appoint another. Shan Jingsheng hastily declined the nomination. However, considering cultivation and experience, the most suitable choice would undoubtedly be Master Xianxia. The leader of the Green Sleeve sect asserted boldly. The chief of Qixin Cave remarked, ultimately, Xianxia sect is the foremost among the sects, and thus, it would be fitting to elect Master Xianxia. Yet, given the vast responsibilities of Xianxia sect, I fear she may be overwhelmed. Therefore, it is more appropriate to select Master Shan. While this sentiment appeared heartfelt and sincere, it concealed a more complex agenda. Chapter 59, The Sorceress's Rebirth 14. As soon as Lu Qingqing uttered her words, the murmurs among the crowd abruptly ceased, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the members of the Xianxia sect, some with curiosity, others with a sense of schadenfreude, while a few expressed concern. The elders and disciples of the Xianxia sect glared back with indignation. Observing their reactions, Lu Qingqing smiled triumphantly and provocatively challenged. I implore the esteemed Xianxia real person to clarify the situation for everyone, or else it seems the Xianxia sect may struggle to maintain credibility. Her words ignited a flurry of discussions below. It was unexpected that Sang Lanqi, who appeared so serious, harbored such scandalous secrets. Rumor had it that Sang Lanqi had offended Lu Qingqing, making her situation precarious. The crowd's gaze shifted eagerly toward the Xianxia real person, curious about her response. To their surprise, the Xianxia real person merely smiled, remaining silent. Yet, one could not contain themselves. The fiery-tempered second elder of the Xianxia sect, Zhang Ping, retorted, "Desist with your nonsense. Our disciples have always upheld virtue and integrity. Sang Lanqi, in particular, is our chief disciple, a favored protege of our sect leader. How dare you slander her here? Indeed. On what grounds do you make such accusations?" The disciples of the Xianxia sect chimed in, enraged. Lu Qingqing remained unfazed, countering, "Evidence? Sang Lanqi herself is the evidence. Where is she? Is she brave enough to confront me face to face?" The assembly began to search for Sang Lanqi, but to no avail. The peculiar glances directed at the Xianxia sect intensified, being bullied, and yet their champion did not dare to appear. Surely, one could not dismiss the notion of guilt. Even the abbot of Huanggong Temple, who had always maintained a friendly rapport with the Xianxia sect, subtly shook his head. Although the Xianxia real person maintained a smile, her heart was filled with trepidation, for Lanqi's whereabouts were unknown. Was this not providing them with a solid excuse? Alas! She hoped that Shan Jinsheng would not go back on his word. Indeed, Lanqi was dispatched on a mission early this morning, the Xianxia real person explained. What mission? Surely, you are not using this as an excuse to evade responsibility. Lu Qingqing pressed. Elder Zhang, your words are misguided. Are we not gathered here today for the purpose of establishing an alliance? How can you claim that the young lady is an outsider? Moreover, the Xianxia sect has long been esteemed for its virtue and is poised to become the leader of this alliance. The conduct of your sect and the personal integrity of your chief disciple are of utmost importance. Otherwise, how can we continue our discussions? Remarked Lu Gang, the leader of Qingyang sect, with a smile. Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by the Xianxia real person's inquiry, but soon broke into a delighted laugh. Very well. My fiancé is none other than Shan Muyang, the only son of the master of Lantian Pavilion. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Shan Muyang. The sentiment unspoken yet palpable. The Xianxia real person turned her gaze to Shan Jinsheng, her eyes glistening with intensity as she asked, "Might I request that Master Shan allow his son to step forward and clarify this matter, thus restoring the honor of the Xianxia sect?" Shan Jinsheng nodded in acknowledgement, his expression revealing understanding, before he gestured toward Shan Muyang, casting him a glance filled with significance. Upon catching his father's eye, Shan Muyang discreetly smiled and nodded. Stepping forward from the crowd, he first bowed deeply to the assembly before addressing them. "Esteemed elders, respected seniors, I, Muyang, present my greetings." The assembly beheld a young man clad in blue, standing tall and proud like a resilient pine, his stature commanding attention, his features noble and refined, exuding grace and courtesy. Many nodded in approval, recognizing him as the scion of a prominent lineage, the son of the esteemed master. Several female disciples from various sects blushed secretly. Even the many female disciples of the Xianxia sect couldn't help but steal glances. Noticing the crowd's reaction, especially the overt attention from the female disciples, Shan Muyang couldn't suppress a slight twitch of his lips. The Xianxia real person kindly inquired, "Young Master Shan, are you acquainted with my disciple Sang Lanqi?" The audience's ears perked up in anticipation. Murmurs erupted once more, and Shan Jinxing's smile deepened. How did you come to know her? The Xianxia real person asked with an awkward chuckle. The flames of gossip ignited in the hearts of the spectators, eager to burst forth. Lu Qingqing let out a cold huff. Unexpectedly, Shan Muyang paused, casting a glance at Shan Jinxing, who nodded in encouragement. The tension in the air thickened. Even the abbot, Hui Gong, hurriedly closed his eyes, reciting scriptures. Surprisingly, my junior sister, Sang, insisted on treating me to a meal as a token of gratitude, and I could not refuse. Shan Muyang confessed, his cheeks tinged with a hint of red. Many female disciples internally lamented how they wished to encounter such fortune themselves. During the banquet, I learned that my junior sister Sang was the chief disciple of the Xianxia sect, which filled me with admiration, and I expressed a desire to spar with her. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Qingqing, who, caught off guard, lowered her head in bashful embarrassment, oblivious to the subtle implications woven within Shan Muyang's words. Chapter 61. The Witch's Rebirth. 16. I have a question that I would like to ask you, dear cousin Shan, for clarification. Upon noticing the unfolding situation, Lu stood up to inquire. What counsel do you seek, Uncle Lu? Shan Muyang responded, with the utmost respect. If this is to be a sparring match, why must we wait another 5 months? That is because Sister Sang mentioned she is currently at a critical juncture in her training, and she anticipates achieving some progress in approximately 5 months. As for the nature of her training, I cannot pry into such matters and must defer to her words. Shan Muyang replied. Upon hearing this, Lu, feeling vexed, shot a glare at Shan Muyang before retreating. On the day that I had arranged to meet Sister Sang, I arrived at the small cabin only to find Lu, accompanied by a group, vehemently berating Sister Sang, even striking her across the face. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding regarding my relationship with Sister Sang. I swear by heaven and earth, we have only met twice. Just as Sister Sang noticed my arrival, she became particularly incensed, leaving without allowing me the chance to explain. I surmised that Sister Sang, wishing to preserve the harmony among our 7 factions, chose to endure the unjust treatment. Master Xianxia, I sincerely apologize to Sister Sang for the unwarranted distress caused by my personal matters. I feel truly ashamed. After speaking, Shan Muyang repeatedly bowed to Master Xianxia. With a warm smile, Master Xianxia gently assisted Shan Muyang to his feet and kindly remarked, Oh, dear cousin Shan, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. This is merely a trivial misunderstanding among the younger generation. Let's put this matter behind us. I believe that Lan Shi, being of a generous nature, will not hold any grudges. You see, I was unaware of this situation simply because Lan Shi is magnanimous and does not dwell on such minor issues. Upon hearing their exchange, Shan Jinxing felt awkward, unable to undermine his son's standing, and could only manage an embarrassed smile. The audience began to comprehend that this was merely a petty misunderstanding rooted in jealousy. Lu Qingqing's behavior seemed rather childish, and indeed, it was not worth discussing. The elders of the Xianxia sect also wore smiles on their faces. Only Long Xinger, standing in a corner, wore a countenance of uncertainty, lost in her thoughts. Brother Shan, how can you act this way? Just the other day, you claimed that Sang Lanshi had been persistently pursuing you, insisting that you annul your engagement with me to marry her. How is it that your stance has changed today? Lu Qingqing exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Hearing Lu Qingqing's relentless complaints, the crowd expressed their disapproval. It seemed unbecoming for a young lady to persist on such trivial matters. Sister Lu, this is a private affair between us. It would be best not to discuss it in public, lest we become a source of ridicule, Shan Muyang admonished, his tone laced with tender affection. Lu Qingqing found herself at a loss, her cheeks flushing as she huffed. Shan Muyang, I shall await your explanation. Chapter 62. The Sorceress Reborn. 17. Father, I suddenly feel a bit unwell and wish to take my leave, said Shan Muyang, feigning discomfort. Shan Jinxing, already displeased with his son, wore a stern expression and commanded, Very well, go to your quarters and await my summons for further questioning. Though his words were simple, Lan Shi could discern the underlying irritation in his tone, suggesting that the old man was quite vexed. After apologizing to the assembled guests, Shan Muyang departed. As he passed by Lu Gang, he overheard the old man huffing with annoyance. However, this was of little concern to Lan Shi, who preferred to see them at odds with each other. Watching Shan Muyang's retreating figure, Zixia Zhenren felt utterly satisfied and cheerfully remarked to Shan Jinxing, Master Shan, you truly excel in parenting. Your son is not only handsome but also possesses commendable character. He is bound to achieve great success. You must nurture him well. Shan Jinxing found himself at a loss for how to respond, caught between laughter and tears, and could only awkwardly express his gratitude. At that moment, Master Huigong rose, hands clasped in prayer, and chanted a Buddhist invocation. Esteemed guests, since our earlier misunderstanding was trivial, let us resume our discussion on the matter at hand. I still support Zixia Zhenren as the leader of our 7-faction alliance. What do you all think? Following the recent commotion, the attendees were still recovering, and Huigong's words left them momentarily uncertain of how to respond. This was particularly true for those with ulterior motives, as many eyes were involuntarily drawn to the group from the blue sky pavilion. Finally, Shan Jinxing rose to the occasion. Everyone, we have gathered here today to discuss the 7-faction alliance, which we formed for the future development of the martial world and to seek common breakthroughs. Have I erred in my assessment? Observing the approving expressions of the crowd, he continued, however, we currently lack any leads on how to achieve such breakthroughs. Therefore, I believe it would be more prudent to postpone the discussion of the alliance for another time. The assembly exchanged glances, astonished that Shan Jinxing dared to directly challenge Zixia Sect's authority. Given that this conference was initiated by Zixia Sect, one might wonder if he feared damaging their relationship. Zixia Zhenren, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, stood and expressed, I find Master Shan's perspective quite reasonable. The purpose of inviting you all here today was merely to pool our collective wisdom. Frankly, whether or not we establish this alliance or who leads it is of little concern to me. Nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to those who supported me earlier. Ironically, this gathering was fundamentally aimed at resolving the crisis initiated by Lan Shi, and Zixia Zhenren truly did not covet the title of leader. The attendees were taken aback. They had not anticipated that even Zixia Zhenren shared such sentiments. With her stance now revealed, what more was there to contest? Chapter 63. The Witch's Rebirth. The esteemed Zixia Zhenren was acutely aware of the underlying currents at play, yet she brimmed with confidence. Did not Dan Jingxing believe that by acquiring the 9 transformations, he would inevitably triumph over her? Since he was intent on courting humiliation, why not facilitate his demise, albeit without arousing his suspicions? After all, such conduct had never been the norm, and it would indeed be unbecoming for a cadre of elder statesmen to engage in brawls. I implore you, Master Dan, to reconsider. Zixia Zhenren expressed her ambivalence. Dan Jingxing shot a glance at Lu Gang, who, albeit reluctantly, rose to his feet. Zixia Zhenren, we find ourselves in extraordinary circumstances. The current challenges and breakthroughs have dampened the enthusiasm of many younger practitioners, and that, indeed, is the true cause for concern. Our dignity pales in comparison. The two were evidently in league with one another. Nevertheless, Lu Gang's argument held considerable weight, earning the approval of even Master Huigong. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zixia Zhenren, albeit with great reluctance, acquiesced, casting a reproachful glare at Dan Jingxing, who felt a surge of triumph within. Meanwhile, at another location within Zixia Gate, a far more peculiar event was unfolding. Outside the gate, a figure darted swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of Zixia Gate. Senior Sister greeted the gatekeeper disciples with respect. It was none other than Lan Shi. She bore a burlap sack upon her shoulder and addressed the disciples. Sister, you have worked hard. Master has instructed me to attend to some matters outside. Kindly open the gate. Yes. Senior Sister, please. As she observed her junior sisters, Lan Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. 2 small vials of medicine were bestowed upon the disciples, and Lan Shi encouraged, here are 2 bottles of excellent healing ointment. Your duty at the gate is of great importance. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Do not find it lacking. The 2 disciples were overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, Senior Sister. Lan Shi then rose on her toes, employing her lightness of foot, and with a swift motion departed from Zixia Gate, leaving behind 2 envious gazes. After a brief interlude, Lan Shi arrived at a cave, dragging the burlap sack inside and promptly untying it. I hope you don't suffocate in there. That would be most unfortunate. It was none other than Shan Muyang, restrained by Lan Shi. She plopped down onto the ground, panting, "Curse be this. I shall have to expend points to procure a disguised pill. How utterly vexing. Why is everything so arduous in this mundane world? Alas, I am down to a mere 300 points. Lan Shi, there is something I wish to discuss with you." The voice of 001 hesitated slightly. "Speak quickly. If you have something to say, I am in no mood for dilly-dallying." Lan Shi retorted impatiently. "The disguise pill is effective for 24 hours, meaning that you can recite the incantation anew to alter your appearance as long as the duration has not lapsed." 001's voice trailed off, sensing her agitation. Chapter 64, The Sorceress's Rebirth, 19. As they spoke, they arrived at the mountain gate of the Xianxia sect. The gatekeepers naturally recognized this charming and dashing young man, who seemed to have stirred up some rumors with their esteemed senior sister. "Young Master Dan, may I inquire where you are headed?" one of the disciples respectfully asked. Dan Muyang bowed once more to the two gatekeepers, flashing a smile that could captivate even the most stoic heart, leaving the disciples utterly smitten, their expressions betraying infatuation. Lan Shi couldn't help but think, it appears that stricter management of the gatekeepers is in order. A mere handsome face has ensnared them, and the safety of the Xianxia sect is indeed concerning. Internally, 001 muttered, "You're one to talk. The one employing charm is none other than yourself. Why do you smile so often?" Before long, Lan Shi arrived at the cave once more, transforming into a burly man with a thick beard. He hoisted a large sack containing Dan Muyang and strode out. Meanwhile, within the Xianxia sect, chaos reigned as the young master of the Lantian Pavilion, Dan Muyang, was missing. The entire Lantian Pavilion was frantically searching within the Xianxia sect, yet to no avail. "Xianxia Master, my son is missing within your sect. You must provide me with an explanation," Dan Jin exclaimed, brimming with fury. "Xianxia Master," equally perplexed, replied, "Pavilion Master Dan, please remain calm. As long as your son is still within our Xianxia sect, we will surely find him. Perhaps he has gone out for some fresh air? Impossible. I instructed my son to remain at his residence. He would not wander off carelessly," Dan Jin insisted obstinately. Moments later, Dan Muyang's servant was found. It turned out he had taken a nap in a corner behind the house, believing there was nothing for him to attend to. "Where is the young master?" Dan Jin demanded, grasping the servant's collar. "Is it true?" Dan Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. "It is indeed true," the servant confirmed. Yes. We also saw him," he said precisely that when we greeted him. Several disciples from other sects corroborated. Before long, the two gatekeepers were summoned, and their accounts aligned with those of the others. Dan Jin was left speechless, his anger dissipating. He could only clasp his hands towards Xianxia Master, saying, "Master, I apologize for my earlier haste. Please forgive me." A blush adorned his cheeks. Chapter 65, The Witch's Rebirth, 20. Within the Xianxia Pavilion of the Xianxia sect, Master Xianxia furrowed her brow and inquired, "Lan Shi, where have you been these past few days?" Lan Shi, feigning sorrow, replied, "Master, you are aware that I wish to avoid those individuals, so I ventured out to seek solace." Sighing, Master Xianxia responded, "I understand your predicament, but you must inform me before you leave. You have truly become quite disobedient with age." Deeply touched by her words, Lan Shi reflected that her master sounded less like a mentor and more like a mother. Let bygones be bygones. You need not dwell on it. I summoned you today for the sect's ranking competition in half a year. As the senior disciple, you must participate, Master Xianxia stated earnestly, gazing intently at Lan Shi. "The ranking competition? But Master, my current cultivation level might bring you shame. I cannot even defeat Muyang, let alone secure first place." Lan Shi expressed her concerns. With a mysterious smile, Master Xianxia produced a book from her robes, revealing the bold characters inscribed upon it. Jade Maiden Divine Sword. What a formidable title. Upon opening it, Lan Shi discovered it was a sword manual filled with exquisite techniques that captivated her utterly. Observing her reaction, Master Xianxia smiled in silence. In a trance, Lan Shi felt herself transported to an unfamiliar realm, enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, the sound of a sword's cry resonated, and a radiant figure emerged, a celestial maiden clad in flowing garments, wielding a translucent long sword. As she danced, she conjured a flurry of sword blossoms, rendering her form even more ethereal. Lan Shi counted as the maiden executed 108 sword techniques, each possessing multiple variations, astonishingly intricate. Although there appeared to be 108 techniques, the actual number, when accounting for the variations, was exponentially greater. Lan Shi found herself utterly dazzled. Abruptly, the maiden redirected her sword, unleashing a beam of light toward Lan Shi, startling her into a cold sweat. She instinctively dodged, and in that moment, she exited the enchanting space, filled with regret. Upon opening her eyes, she felt dizzy. Focusing her gaze, she found her master still smiling at her. Embarrassed, Lan Shi stammered, "Master, I apologize. I was so engrossed in the sword manual." Yet Master Xianxia posed a peculiar question. "Lan Shi, do you have any idea how long you were engrossed?"
How long?
"It was but a moment, wasn't it?" Lan Shi questioned, perplexed. 3 days, an entire 3 days.
What?
3 days? At that moment, Lan Shi's stomach grumbled audibly several times, leaving her famished. Meanwhile, Master Xianxia appeared exhilarated. "Lan Shi, do you realize? This is our Xianxia sect's secret divine skill, meant only for the next successor of the sect leader." Chapter 66. The Witch's Rebirth. 21. Lan Shi felt as though her very being was about to be shaken apart by her master. Hastily, she supported her master, exclaiming, "Master, please remain calm. If you continue to shake me, I fear I shall perish. The future of the purple-grade warriors will be lost. You little brat." Master Xianxia chided with a laugh. Although she was unsure of the meaning behind Lan Shi's words, she could infer that it was not a pleasant expression.
Then,
Master Xianxia divulged to Lan Shi the reason for her excitement. It turned out that this manual, Jade Maiden Sword technique, was acquired by the first patriarch from a mysterious figure and was treasured dearly thereafter. In addition to its immense power, the unique trait of this sword technique was that the moves one perceives during their initial comprehension would be the entirety of what they could learn. Subsequent attempts at understanding would prove futile. Hence, the patriarch speculated that this phenomenon was closely related to an individual's innate talent. The patriarch conjectured that if this technique were ultimately mastered, it could potentially elevate a warrior to the pinnacle of martial prowess, or even beyond. This was the source of Master Xianxia's fervor. "Now I understand," Lan Shi replied.
Master.
"Once I have mastered it, I can impart my learned sword techniques back to you, and thus, both of us can achieve breakthroughs." Master Xianxia gently caressed Lan Shi's head and said, "Silly child, it is not as simple as that. The peculiarity of this technique lies in the fact that the moves you first grasp are all that you can learn. Do you think the past patriarchs did not attempt what you propose? They all ultimately failed. Alas, if you choose not to pursue it, so be it. As long as my Lan Shi learns, I shall rejoice in all your accomplishments." The tenderness in her master's words once again captured Lan Shi's heart, enveloping her in warmth and affection. Lan Shi thought to herself how wonderful it would be if her master were her mother. Then, a growl from Lan Shi's stomach shattered the serene moment between master and disciple. "I must first appease my hunger," she declared. Upon arriving at the dining hall, she found that mealtime had long passed, yet there were still a few stragglers coming and going. Typically, no food would be available after service hours, and the head chef would not prepare meals for anyone. However, who could deny Lan Shi, the chief disciple, especially with the master's special permission?
Ah.
How envious and resentful those around her must be, drooling at the sight. Thus unfolded a scene in the dining hall. A young maiden, with her cheeks puffed out, wielded her chopsticks with incredible speed. In no time at all, the plate of dishes and bowl of rice were cleared. Before long, her vicinity was surrounded by empty bowls and plates. As for the young maiden, Chapter 67. The Sorceress Reborn. 22. In a courtyard adorned with a cascade of fallen blossoms beneath a fiery cherry blossom tree, Lan Shi sat cross-legged in a delicate lavender robe. From this day forth, she embarked on her training of the Jade Maiden Sword technique. Once again, Lan Shi entered the enigmatic dark space, yet this time it was shrouded in an impenetrable blackness for an extended period. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged, and the ethereal figure clad in flowing garments reappeared, mirroring Lan Shi's seated posture. With her hands resting gently upon her knees in a gesture of flower-picking, a golden thread began to weave its way upward from her dantian. Initially perplexed by the unfolding scene, Lan Shi scrutinized the trajectory of the thread twice before discerning that it represented the energy circulation route of the Jade Maiden Divine Sword. Astonishingly, a total of 60 meridians awaited her to unlock. With no alternative, Lan Shi commenced the arduous task of clearing the meridians, which proved to be exceedingly challenging. After relentless effort, she succeeded in unblocking the first meridian, yet the second remained obstinately closed. Frustration overwhelmed her, and she cried out in despair. Contemplating whether she would achieve anything by the time the ranking competition arrived, and how she would face her master's fervent expectations, let alone vanquish her adversaries. At that moment, a faint cracking sound resonated within her body, causing Lan Shi to pause and promptly check herself. The sight before her left her utterly astonished. The long-impeded second meridian had miraculously opened on its own. As she allowed her vital energy to flow through the two meridians, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over her, akin to the satisfaction derived from practicing the complete restoration fist. After a period of contemplation, Lan Shi arrived at an audacious hypothesis. The mysterious complete restoration fist could indeed facilitate her training of the chaotic primordial energy. This suggested that techniques from the mortal realm might yield similar benefits. To put this theory to the test, she resolved to begin her practice with the complete restoration fist. In less than 3 days, Lan Shi successfully opened all 48 meridians documented in the technique and even completed 3 major circulations. She discovered that each time she practiced this method, the time required to unblock the meridians significantly diminished, an extraordinary convenience. On the 3rd day, Lan Shi resumed her endeavor to unblock the remaining 58 meridians of the Jade Maiden Divine Sword. Unbeknownst to her, 4 hours had elapsed when she finally opened her eyes. Had it not been for the growling protest of her stomach, she would have remained in the state of cultivation. As this session had yielded remarkable results, she had unblocked 4 meridians in just 4 hours, far surpassing the speed of her initial attempt. By strictly adhering to the techniques she had employed while practicing the chaotic primordial energy, beginning with the comprehensive circulation of the 48 meridians before attempting to unblock them, she achieved unexpectedly excellent outcomes. Putting aside her thoughts, she decided it was time to dine. Upon receiving this news, Master Xianxia was moved to tears. For such an occurrence was exceedingly rare in the annals of the Xianxia sect's cultivation history, or indeed in the entire realm of martial arts. However, Master Xianxia cautioned Lan Shi that this matter must remain a closely guarded secret. Lan Shi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Chapter 68. The Witch's Rebirth. 23. What followed was a period of swordsmanship training. Lan Shi, seated in meditation, entered a realm of darkness. In this space, the celestial being demonstrated the first move and its corresponding 9 variations. Lan Shi observed intently, pondering deeply, and after approximately an hour, she emerged from her trance. The sword she wielded was a magnificent blade emanating a violet glow, originally the treasured weapon of the esteemed Zihua Zhenren, who had gifted it to Lan Shi just 2 days prior. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she accepted it, determined to honor the cultivation bestowed upon her by her master. Standing in the courtyard, she let the gentle breeze tousle her hair. Suddenly, Lan Shi sprang into action, her sword dancing with the wind. Her steps precise and her movements following a predetermined trajectory as she executed the first move. Initially, the flow of her vital energy felt clumsy within her meridians, and her swordplay appeared rigid and lacking force. However, as she practiced repeatedly, she became increasingly familiar with the techniques and the means of channeling her vital energy. Streams of verdant energy began to course along the shimmering violet blade, creating an exquisite and mystical beauty. Gradually, Lan Shi's form became indistinct, resembling a delicate lavender silhouette. As she soared gracefully, crafting ethereal afterimages with her sword's luminous edge, accompanied by substantial green currents dancing around the violet light. Thus, over the course of 3 months, Lan Shi perfected her swordplay, mastering 60 techniques and their 9 variations, culminating in a total of 540 distinct forms. Yet, uncertain of her true strength, she resolved to venture out. After seeking her master's approval, Lan Xi assured him she would arrive at Songlin Mountain for the competition in 1 month, setting out only after his numerous warnings and advice. 2 days later, at an underground arena 100 miles from Songlin Mountain, a young man clad in blue robes and wearing a mask made his appearance. The arena was buzzing with a match in progress. One contender was a burly giant, imposing with a muscular frame and fierce eyes, while the other was a lean, middle-aged man with dark skin and well-defined muscles, exuding explosive power. Both had their supporters, with the lean man being the reigning champion, having successfully defended his title for 3 consecutive days against any challenger, none able to withstand even 3 of his strikes. As a result, most bets favored him, and he had not disappointed his followers, causing their support to swell. However, the unexpected arrival of the hulking man ignited doubts among the spectators, prompting some to hesitantly place their bets on the giant, while the lean man's support began to wane. As the match commenced, neither combatant wielded weapons. They engaged in unarmed combat. The giant launched the first attack, his massive fist resembling a mortar, promising devastation. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the crowd held its breath for the lean man. To their astonishment, he nimbly dodged, eliciting cheers from the audience. Those who had wagered on the giant began to regret their choices, while some clung to the hope that he could deliver a decisive blow in the next round. Yet, wishes are often blissful, while reality remains harsh. The giant would not receive another opportunity, as the lean man, in a swift motion, countered with a palm strike that sent the giant hurtling away, crashing heavily outside the ring. The crowd erupted in applause, while the giant lay unconscious, being carried away by his companions. The lean man, bowing towards the audience, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else who dares to challenge me, Li?" His pride was unmistakable as he surveyed the silent crowd. Suddenly, a cool voice broke the stillness. "I shall take up the challenge. I bet on my own victory." The spectators turned to see a masked figure, diminutive in stature, eliciting expressions of surprise among the onlookers. Chapter 69. The Witch's Rebirth. 24. After a moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted into laughter. What kind of child was this? Barely an adult in stature. How audacious to bet on oneself. Without hesitation, the onlookers placed their wagers on the slender man. However, Lan Xi placed a silver ingot on another plate. The vulgarities were unbearable, yet Lan Xi paid them no mind. Leaping onto the stage and casting aside the jeers from below, the slender man, with an arrogant demeanor and a scornful look in his eyes, declared, "Friend, once you step onto the stage, life and death are inconsequential. Be sure to think it through." Lan Xi, unfazed, replied simply, "Please," and took her stance. Seeing her decisiveness, the slender man ceased his prattling and mirrored her gesture, preparing for battle. Suddenly, he launched an attack with a palm strike. Lan Xi swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow. The slender man was taken aback, astonished that this petite figure possessed such remarkable skill, able to counter his attack and catch him off guard. He hastily evaded, almost struck by Lan Xi's fist, his expression now tinged with seriousness. Before Lan Xi could launch another strike, the slender man unleashed another palm attack, this time accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The force was evidently greater than before, compelling Lan Xi to react with caution. She sidestepped, lowering her stance, and executed a left hook aimed at his left side. The slender man failed to dodge in time, and the force of her punch grazed him, causing him to stumble back several paces. Once he regained his footing, the slender man touched his waist and said to Lan Xi, "You deserve my full attention. Prepare yourself." With that, he drew his hands together, summoning a massive surge of green energy between his palms. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Good heavens! He is at the green level. This is it. That little fellow is finished. Realizing she could no longer conceal her true abilities, Lan Xi drew her sword from her waist. An ethereal lavender light radiated from the blade, igniting envy in the hearts of the spectators, who thought the slender man exceedingly fortunate. Not only would he gain a handsome wager, but also a magnificent sword, as if Lan Xi were doomed. "I take a liking to your sword. Prepare to receive my strike. With that, the green energy surged forth from his palms, hurtling toward Lan Shi. Just as she seemed poised to be struck, Lan Shi swung her sword, releasing a green beam of light that cleaved through the energy. Good heavens! This child is also at the green level. Even a mere youth possesses such power? Is there no justice in the world? One exclaimed. Do not be foolish. Perhaps beneath that mask lies an ancient master. Have you not noticed the trend among the elderly to dye their hair? In a flash, the green energy was bisected by the sword's luminous arc, sending the slender man reeling, blood spurting forth from his mouth. Shall we continue? Lan Shi inquired. The slender man remained silent, merely wiping the blood from his lips before launching himself forward, his body and a fierce gust of wind barreling toward her. Lan Shi swiftly danced aside, her form twisting as she struck like a comet toward the slender man. With a resounding crash, the thud of a heavy fall echoed throughout the hall, plunging the room into an eerie silence. The crowd turned to witness the slender man cleaved in two, blood pooling around him. In truth, Lan Shi herself was astonished by the outcome. She had not anticipated the sword technique to wield such power. She wished to voice that it had been unintentional, but she wondered if anyone would believe her. Chapter 70. The Sorceress's Rebirth. 25. Lan Shi felt an awkward urge to touch the tip of her nose, only to find it icy cold. Is anyone else coming up? She inquired. The crowd below the arena instinctively retreated several steps, eager to distance themselves from this fearsome being. It was well known that those who came to the arena were prepared for life and death encounters, where fatalities were not uncommon. However, it was an unusual occurrence for green-tiered masters to participate in such contests, and now two had appeared, one of whom could cleave the other in two with a single stroke of his sword. This revelation sent shivers down even the spines of those hardened men accustomed to the specter of death. Left with no choice, Lan Shi decided to leave, as she could not find anyone to spar with. Just as she was about to walk away, a voice called out from behind, "Brother in front, please wait." Since it was Lan Shi's first time disguising herself as a man, she was oblivious to the address and continued walking forward. Turning around, she saw a young man clad in a pale moon-white robe with a cherubic face rushing toward her. Once he reached her, he bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, and Lan Shi watched him for a considerable time as he recovered. When he finally seemed able to speak, Lan Shi asked, "Were you calling for me?" Upon realizing he was trying to strike up a conversation, Lan Shi coldly replied, "I have no time," and turned to leave. To her surprise, the young man displayed no signs of defeat and quickly followed her, introducing himself. "My name is Feng Qingyang." Feng as in square, and Qingyang as in the gentle breeze. What an overly familiar fellow. Lan Shi, unwilling to entertain him, quickened her pace, determined to shake off this clingy nuisance. Yet, despite his annoying chatter, Feng Qingyang matched her speed, no matter how fast she walked. Eventually, Lan Shi resorted to employing her lightness skill, believing this would finally allow her to escape. However, to her astonishment, Feng Qingyang kept pace, conversing all the while. "Brother, are you in a hurry? Why are you walking so quickly?" Frustrated, Lan Shi halted and coldly glared at him. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" With a smile, Feng Qingyang replied, "Brother, I've already told you. My name is Feng Qingyang. I merely admire your martial prowess and wish to follow you. I do not require your company. I have my own matters to attend to." Lan Shi firmly rejected him. Feng Qingyang patted his chest in assurance, which only served to irritate Lan Shi further. She had never encountered someone so shameless. With a victorious smile, Feng Qingyang trailed her once more, occasionally attempting to engage her in conversation, but Lan Shi remained unresponsive. Thus, for over 20 days, the two visited a multitude of underground arenas. During these numerous contests, Lan Shi's complete restoration fist saw substantial improvement, allowing her to triumph over yellow-tier opponents and remain undefeated against green-tier foes. However, each time she sought to defeat an opponent, she had to resort to the Jade Maiden Divine Sword, as those faced with its might could seldom withstand even a couple of strikes.
Consequently,
Lan Shi could only partake in one match per arena, for once her sword was drawn, no one dared to step forth. This left her feeling quite vexed. Gradually, a title began to circulate in the underground arena realm, the Masked Swordsman. Chapter 71. The Witch's Rebirth. 26. In truth, beyond her gloom, Lanxi had garnered some unexpected gains. Through these days of combat, her mastery of both boxing and swordplay had reached an exquisite level. Even more gratifying was that during the past 20 days, she had successfully opened an additional 20 meridians, bringing her total to 40.
Consequently,
Lanxi's strength had ascended to the blue level, now on par with her master. This method of combat proved far superior to mere meditation within the confines of her sect. Thus Lanxi resolved to seize every opportunity for sparring. However, as her skills improved, the pool of suitable opponents dwindled, rendering her situation rather lamentable. It would have been even better had she not been constantly shadowed by a certain individual whose incessant cheerfulness was irksome, especially considering Lanxi had offered him neither a pleasant expression nor a word in over 20 days. Soon, the day of the ranking competition arrived, prompting Lanxi to conclude her journey of challenges and set forth on her way. Atop the Songlin Mountain, the 7 major sects stood arrayed in perfect formation, with the respective sect leaders seated before their factions. Shan Jingsheng addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, the hour grows late. Let us commence. Zixia Zhenren, anxious, cast a glance down the mountain and hesitantly suggested, perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Lanxi should be arriving shortly. Qixin Dongzhu expressed discontent. Zhenren, this may not be appropriate. So many await her arrival. Indeed, it was rather presumptuous for one individual to keep so many in suspense, raising the question of whether her importance surpassed that of the gathered leaders. This remark, made by Lu Qingqing, though harsh, sparked a flurry of murmurs among the disciples present. The others nodded in agreement, leaving Zixia Zhenren with no choice but to acquiesce. Before long, the first day's drawing and grouping matches concluded, though Zixia's sect suffered grievously in the absence of their senior sister, with hopes now resting on a few other sisters, several of whom sustained severe injuries. Lu Qingqing, seizing the moment, scoffed, with such talent, they dare call themselves the greatest sect in the world? More like the greatest fraud. Her jibe elicited laughter from the disciples of other sects, while the sisters gritted their teeth in frustration, knowing they were at a distinct disadvantage. Most astonishing was the transformation of Shan Muyang from the Blue Sky Pavilion, whose appearance had significantly deteriorated since 6 months prior. His once refined visage had become gaunt, his skin rough, and his once beautiful face marred by several faint scars, all elegance replaced by a menacing aura. The following day ushered in the challenge matches. Based on the scores from the first day's group competition, 7 outstanding contenders emerged, with Shan Muyang claiming the top position. All disciples present were permitted to challenge these 7, aiming to replace them in the rankings. The first to step forward was a disciple of the Buddha sect, armed with a staff, who proclaimed Amitabha, Master Shan, I wish to challenge you. Shan Muyang cast a disdainful glance, replying, Let us begin. The monk, visibly incensed by the contempt, brandished his staff and charged at Shan Muyang with great fervor. The spectators gasped, yet Shan Jingsheng merely smiled in silence. As anticipated, Shan Muyang effortlessly raised a hand, deflecting the strike and seizing the staff firmly. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the monk as one might a lifeless dog, sending him crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Chapter 72. The Witch's Rebirth. 27. Who else dares to challenge? Step forward. The chilling words of Dan Muyang resonated like the biting frost of winter. From the ranks of the Zixia sect emerged a young maiden clad in white, her ethereal beauty reminiscent of jade, Qing Lian, the 3rd disciple of Lanxi. With a graceful bow, she declared, Qing Lian from Zixia sect is eager to learn. In the next moment, she leapt onto the competition stage. Please, Miss Qing Lian, Dan Muyang began, but before he could finish, he unleashed a powerful strike. Qing Lian narrowly evaded the blow. Undeterred, she retaliated with a swift sword strike, sending a beam of yellow light hurtling toward Dan Muyang. Unfazed, he pushed forward with both palms, releasing a torrent of green energy. Gasps erupted from the audience. Goodness, Dan Muyang has already reached the green level. This is astonishing. Miss Qing Lian is doomed. The expressions of the Zixia sect members reflected their anxiousness. Among the crowd, a masked figure and a person in white stood observing the spectacle. The man in white spoke, Brother, why do we mingle in this affair? Are you here to challenge? I advise you to reconsider. Before he could finish, the masked figure leapt forth, catching Qing Lian, who had been sent flying by Dan Mu Yang's strike. The man in white smirked. Quite the gallant rescue. The unexpected appearance of the masked figure left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Someone shouted, "Hey, this is our 7-sect tournament. Unrelated persons, please depart immediately." Lan Shi handed the unconscious Qing Lian to the Xianxia sect members and removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage that left the crowd breathless. The head of Xianxia sect beamed, not merely at her beauty, but at the timely arrival of their senior sister. The youthful face in white was equally astonished, realizing after nearly a month that the person before them was not only female but an extraordinary beauty. "I should have known better. Senior sister, senior sister." The younger disciples called out in unison, their faces brimming with joy. Long Xing approached with a forced smile. "Senior sister, what brings you here? Shouldn't I be here? If I didn't come, certain individuals would have gotten their way." Lan Shi's words hinted at deeper implications. Long Xing hurriedly defended, "Senior sister, that's not what I meant." "What did you mean then? You even conceded to that Lu Qingqing on the stage, bringing shame to our Xianxia sect." The other disciples voiced their discontent. Turning her attention back to Dan Mu Yang, Lan Shi asked, "May I challenge you, young Master Dan?" "Senior sister." Lan Shi. Dan Mu Yang glared at Lan Shi with resentment. "Of course, it's been half a year, and you remain as radiant as ever." Lan Shi drew her long sword first, prompting the audience to murmur in sympathy. "What a splendid young lady. She'll likely be left searching for her teeth shortly." Dan Mu Yang wore a look of disdain. Suddenly, both combatants sprang into action, their movements a blur as a green energy stream and a blue sword ray intertwined in a dazzling display. A sharp clang echoed, and one figure plummeted from the heights, Dan Mu Yang, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. This is a decisive victory. But wait, was that a glimpse of a blue sword ray? Could it be that Qing Lian of the Xianxia sect has ascended to the blue level? This notion was simply too incredible, leaving the audience agape, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. The youthful face murmured, "Another promotion? Quite rapid indeed." Chapter 73. The Witch's Rebirth. 28. The venerable Xianxia Jinren wore a modest smile, expressing gratitude as she replied, "Thank you for your kind words, sect leader. My disciple is indeed exceptional." In stark contrast, Shan Jinxing's aged visage turned an alarming shade of liver red with indignation. However, Lan Shi remained unfazed by the old man's fury, for this was merely the beginning. Far more intolerable events lay ahead. The challenge tournament concluded the following day, with Lan Shi's flamboyant entrance and equally ostentatious departure. On the third day, the competition for sect leadership commenced. Traditionally, the rankings were determined by the disciples' victories, but this time, it was the esteemed leaders who would contend for positioning. The initial draw revealed that Xianxia Jinren was to face the lord of Qixin Cave, while Lu Gang drew the abbot of Huanggong Temple. And Shan Jinsheng was matched against the leader of Wuxia sect, who received a bye. It was no surprise that Xianxia Jinren, Shan Jinsheng, and Lu Gang all advanced to the second round. However, much to the astonishment of all present, the leader of Lantian Pavilion, Shan Jinsheng, had astonishingly ascended to the green level. Such a revelation was truly bewildering, leaving the ultimate fate of the number 1 sect in suspense. As the draw continued, Xianxia Jinren faced Lu Gang, while Shan Jinsheng confronted the Wuxia sect leader. Once again, Xianxia Jinren and Shan Jinsheng emerged victorious. The final showdown approached. Xianxia Jinren frowned, appearing uncertain about the outcome of the battle, in stark contrast to Shan Jinsheng, who wore a grin and urged her to commence without delay. Lan Shi gazed skyward, citing her master's ill health as a reason to postpone the match by an hour. Shan Jinsheng, having no alternative, found himself met with a chorus of discontent from the audience, causing the Xianxia sect to lose face. Fang Qingyan leaned closer and also looked up at the sky, scratching his head as he asked, "Lan Shi, what are you looking at?" Lan Shi shot him an exasperated glance. "Master, I am aware of your good intentions, but I cannot discern Shan Jinsheng's current cultivation level. I suspect he may be concealing his true abilities." Xianxia Jinren expressed her concerns. Concealing one's cultivation? Lan Shi and her fellow disciples exchanged puzzled glances. Fang Qingyang cleared his throat and interjected, concealing cultivation refers to the practice of suppressing one's own abilities, which, while causing minor harm to the body, can be remedied with a few days of rest. It is highly likely that Shan Jinsheng is employing such a tactic. Does that mean he may have broken through to the blue level? Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. What were they to do? All eyes turned to Fang Qingyang, who shrugged. I regret to inform you that I have no means to defeat a blue-level expert. Perhaps it would be prudent for Xianxia to concede. After all, what does it matter? If he desires the title of the foremost sect, let him have it. The group collectively glared at Fang Qingyang, while Lan Shi delivered a swift kick in his direction, causing him to retract his neck in fright and hastily dodge. Lan Shi, with a mysterious smile directed at the assembly, approached Zixia Jinren and whispered in her ear, Master. Zixia Jinren raised an eyebrow, her expression one of skepticism. Are you certain? With unwavering confidence, Lan Shi patted her chest and declared, Rest assured, it will be fine. In no time, the appointed hour arrived. Zixia Jinren ascended to the stage, sword in hand, her demeanor grave. Shan Jinsheng followed suit, wielding a peculiar short staff, which immediately drew significant attention from the audience, who were puzzled as to when the leader had opted for such a weapon. Yet, upon seeing the object in Shan Jinsheng's grasp, Lan Shi's heart sank, and she cast a wide smile towards her master. Bolstered by this gesture, Zixia Jinren's resolve grew ever stronger. Chapter 74. The Witch's Rebirth. 29. The duel commenced, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. On the elevated platform, figures intertwined, and the sound of clashing weapons echoed incessantly. Before long, one figure began to slow down, subsequently becoming disentangled from the swirling lights. The revered Zixia master knelt upon the ground, expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. Yet, she did not falter. Wiping the blood from her lips, she grasped her sword and resumed the battle. The onlookers exhibited a mixture of excitement and concern. Lan Shi and her companions were tense to the utmost, with Lan Shi repeatedly whispering, Master, you must endure. The moment is nearly upon us. Observing Zixia master grow increasingly formidable, Dan Jingsheng revealed a cruel smile after a moment of contemplation. With a sudden surge, a wave of energy erupted from him, and his entire form began to radiate a blinding blue luminescence. Blue level. Blue level. The crowd below gasped in astonishment, many turning pale, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Qingyang leaned closer to Lan Shi with a smile. Ah, this fellow has indeed concealed his true strength. Lan Shi, in disdain, took a step back. Without regard for her own safety, Zixia master charged forward, startling Dan Jingsheng. He then chuckled. Why such recklessness, master? A wise person knows when to yield. Talents emerge in every generation, so why cling to the moment? Zixia master ignored him, relentlessly attacking with her sword. Dan Jingsheng's expression darkened. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he swung his club to intercept Zixia master's verdant radiance. The blue and green lights clashed, causing the green to shrink as if it were melting, and ultimately, the blue light struck Zixia master squarely. She was sent sprawling to a corner of the platform, resembling a discarded rag doll, seemingly lifeless. Master, sect leader, senior sister. The disciples of Zixia's sect rushed forward, but Zixia master gently raised her hand, signaling them to halt. Witnessing her resilience, Dan Jingsheng, despite his excruciating pain, stumbled towards her, using his wooden staff for support, trembling as he declared, Then do not blame me for being impolite. However, he was overwhelmed by pain and collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. The spectators were bewildered. What on earth was happening? Only Lan Shi remained silent, smiling, while Fang Qingyang gazed at her with curiosity. Upon being noticed, he playfully pinched her. But Fang Qingyang merely laughed and evaded. At that moment, Zixia master, trembling, approached the severely injured Dan Jingsheng and began to kick him, one after another. He rolled away with each kick, offering no resistance until he finally tumbled to the edge of the platform, pleading not to be kicked off. Exhausted, Zixia master sat down on the platform. Hooray! The Zixia sect erupted in a thunderous cheer, rushing up to lift Zixia master down with great enthusiasm. The other sects were left in shock, Was this truly possible? The Xianxia sect had triumphed, remaining the foremost sect in the land. As for whether Dan Jingsheng, now suspected of having suffered a stroke, would recover, that was no longer the focus of concern. Henceforth, the martial world had gained yet another topic for idle chatter. Chapter 75. The Witch's Rebirth, 30. In truth, everyone had come to understand that the reason Lan Xue was so confident was due to her profound comprehension of the 9 turns great method. Observing the rapid cultivation advancements of the father-son duo, Shan Jingsheng and Shan Muyang, along with their noticeable physical transformations, Lan Xue, possessing memories from her past life, was certain they had indeed practiced the 9 turns great method. The greatest flaw of this technique was the unbearable pain in the meridians that began at the hour of the rat each day. In her previous life, Sang Lan Xue had met her demise at the hands of several sects due to this very affliction. Thus, in order to conquer the old rascal Shan Jingsheng, it was imperative to seize the opportune moment. Fortunately, Lan Xue's predictions proved to be entirely accurate. Could this be considered a fortuitous sign? Naturally. These thoughts were private reflections that Lan Xue could not divulge to her master. When her master later inquired, Lan Xue merely stated that during her travels, she had occasionally overheard discussions about certain flawed techniques that would manifest chaotic symptoms at specific times. Coupled with her master's explanations of the 9 turns great method and the recent rumors surrounding the Blue Sky Pavilion, where eerie wails echoed around the hour of the rat, she had ventured to make such a bold conjecture. Realizing this, the esteemed Zixia Jinren jestingly chided her. Can such matters truly be deduced through mere speculation? Lan Xue hastily smiled in response. This merely proves my exceptional logical reasoning skills. With that, the ranking competition of the 7 sects came to an end, and the disciples began preparations to descend the mountain at dawn. That evening, while Lan Xue was diligently cultivating in her chamber, boredom overtook her, prompting her to activate the long-dormant heavenly eye to monitor any suspicious activities from Long Xinger. Her curiosity was rewarded when she discovered that Long Xinger was stealthily leaving her quarters alone. Intrigued, Lan Xue employed her lightness skill to follow her. Confident that amidst the vast Songlin mountain, none could detect her presence. Before long, she observed Long Xinger arriving at a secluded grove, glancing around before imitating the call of a cuckoo to send a signal. Lan Xue was momentarily at a loss for words. What a clumsy method! She nearly burst into laughter. Just as she was stifling her amusement, a strange figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Lu Qingqing. Why did you arrive so late? Lu Qingqing scolded. Long Xinga's face momentarily reflected reluctance, but she quickly plastered on a smile. I had to wait until they were all asleep before I could come out. Did you bring the items? Sang Lan Xue, cautious, wondered what they intended to take from her. Just then, she sensed another presence nearby. Turning her head, she saw a youthful visage. You went out to watch the show without inviting me? How ungrateful. Fang Qingyang pouted, and Lan, she felt utterly defeated. And us. A familiar female voice chimed in. Master? Elder Zhang Ping? Junior Sister Qinglian? Upon seeing the impressive entourage behind her, Lan Xue was utterly astonished. How did you know I was here? It was Fang who discovered your trail and called us here, claiming there was a spectacle to behold. After speaking, Zixia Jinren cast a meaningful glance at Fang Qingyang. Lan Xue suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Long Xing. You can't even carry out a simple task properly. Lu Qingqing continued her reprimand. I, too, am eager to cultivate that jade maiden divine sword, but that master and disciple pair has been overly vigilant, leaving me no opportunity. Long Xinger defended herself. The members of the Zixia sect exchanged knowing glances. I don't care. I will give you 3 more days. If you still cannot procure it, do not blame us for being ruthless. You will then experience the taste of betrayal. By the way, why didn't you report Sang Lan Xue's sudden advancement to the blue level? Is this your way of showing loyalty to us? You have shown no sincerity. This has caused Brother Shan to suffer such grave injuries. However, Sang Lan Xue only appeared yesterday, and I was caught off guard. Enough. I have no patience for your excuses. 3 days, if you cannot meet my demands by then. With that, Lu Qingqing strode away, leaving behind a despondent Long Xinger. Chapter 76. The Witch's Rebirth, 31. I still wish to inquire why Xinger is here. Master Zixia scrutinized her. Disciple, I came here for a stroll, Long Xing'er replied obediently. Is that so? Master Xianxia questioned sternly. Long Xing'er, with a quick glance, retorted, how could I dare deceive my master? Elder Zhongping's voice was sharp and menacing, leaving Long Xing'er pale and trembling, unable to utter a word. You are indulged too much. When you finally act, it will be too late. Lan Shi stepped forward to denounce her. Upon hearing this, Master Xianxia kicked Long Xing'er aside, exclaiming, silence. As Long Xing'er fell to the ground, she gazed up at the figures looming over her, suddenly bursting into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Haha, Master, I understand now. Only she, sang Lan Shi, is your treasured one. All good things are bestowed upon her. All fine techniques are given to her, and even the shameful deeds she commits are smoothed over by you. So, Master, what merit does Long Xing'er possess that is less than hers? Just because she is the senior sister?
Why?
Long Xing'er appeared almost deranged. And you, Elder Zhongping, who seems so impartial, are nothing but a sycophant. You heed every word of Qin Nikang. Have you never pondered why it must be this way? Is it merely because she is your senior sister? Senior sister, my downfall, Long Xing'er, is because I am not your cherished Qin Nichang's disciple. Elder Zhongping trembled with fury. Lan Shi stepped forward and slapped Long Xing'er across the face, admonishing, you dare call yourself a disciple of the master. You only lament what you have not received, yet do you remember the nurturing grace of these past years? Apart from not being the senior sister, how have you fared worse in terms of treatment, techniques, Master-S teachings, or the respect of your fellow disciples compared to Sang Lan Shi? The Master-S decision not to impart the Jade Maiden Divine Sword to you was her own judgment. As disciples, we have no right to demand. Long Xing'er lay on the ground, silent, her hands clutching the dry grass as if she wished to grind it to dust. The onlookers felt a profound disappointment in her obstinacy. As the news spread, there was an uproar, with many speculating what remarkable offense Long Xing'er had committed, for she was the first disciple to be abandoned by the Xianxia sect in centuries. Watching the grand procession of the 7 sects descending the mountain, Long Xing'er clenched her teeth in fury, sang Lan Shi, Qin Nikhang, Xianxia sect, await my revenge. Lan Shi gazed at the figure standing atop the mountain, a smirk gracing her lips. Long Xing'er, I await your futile attempts at self-destruction. Rest assured, I shall not let you escape. Chapter 77. The Witch's Rebirth. 32. Upon returning to the Xianxia sect, life unfolded in serene tranquility. Yet Lan Shi felt compelled to remain vigilant, acutely aware that numerous challenges loomed ahead. Her current prowess was insufficient to vanquish the Qingyang sect and the Lantian Pavilion, not to mention the lurking presence of Long Xing'er. Thus, Lan Shi diligently engaged in arduous training each day, despite her Master-S repeated attempts to dissuade her, which she met with a gentle smile of refusal. Were it not for the incessantly prattling visage of Fang Qingyang, she would certainly find these days exceedingly pleasant. Hey, Lan Shi, you've already attained the blue level in your training. Why not take a rest? Who in the world could possibly rival you now? The cherubic face pouted. There is one, it's you. Lan Shi retorted sharply, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of scorching a hole through his countenance. Ever since their encounter at Songlin Mountain, Lan Shi had sensed something amiss. How could Fang Qingyang follow her and summon her master without her awareness? This conundrum had been the subject of deep discussion between the master and disciple, leading them to the conclusion that Fang Qingyang was an enigma not to be trifled with. Yet one should also maintain a prudent distance to avert unforeseen complications. Only my master knows of my advancement to the blue level, as I personally disclosed this to him. How did you come by this knowledge? Lan Shi pressed, advancing menacingly. Well, let's just say, guess. Fang Qingyang's eyes twinkled mischievously. I knew you wouldn't tell me the truth. I shan't press you nor indulge in wild conjectures. As long as you harbor no ill will toward me or the Xianxia sect, and do not impede my endeavors. Otherwise, Lan Shi's voice bore a warning. Even if my strength pales in comparison to yours, I will fight you to the bitter end. Fang Qingyang smirked. Lan Shi, how could I harbor malice towards you? I adore you too much for that. Rest assured, I will not only refrain from obstructing you, but will also assist you. Really? Lan Shi chose to overlook some of the more unwelcome implications of his words. Remember what you said. She waved her fist at him in a show of defiance. Unbeknownst to her, Fan Qingyang seized her hand and brought it tenderly to his chest, whispering, "Feel that? My heart beats for you. 001, please. Get this scoundrel away from me. I can barely endure it." Lan Shi silently implored. "Lan Shi, you must seize an opportunity to compel him to vow to protect you with all his might. That way, you can claim him as your guardian." 001's voice startled her. Lan Shi took mental note of this advice and glanced at Fan Qingyang, whose sudden tension suggested he felt an inexplicable sense of being appraised. Yet, he quickly dismissed it, thinking to himself that being on Lan Shi's radar was a privilege he welcomed. Suddenly, the alarm bells of the Xianxia sect rang out, and Lan Shi, forgetting to manage Fan Qingyang, swiftly flew to the assembly hall, with him closely trailing behind. Upon their arrival, they found the hall teeming with disciples. Nearly every member of the sect present. Xia Zhenren gestured for silence, scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on Lan Shi before addressing everyone. "Disciples, we have received word that a tomb has surfaced on the Taiying Mountain, 100 kilometers to the northeast. Reliable sources suggest that this ancient burial site may belong to a blue-level master, or perhaps even one of a higher caliber." At the mention of an ancient tomb, the disciples erupted in a clamor.
What?
An ancient tomb? A blue-level master? Could it be a purple level? Good heavens. It was Lan Shi's first experience witnessing a throng of women chattering excitedly in unison, and truth be told, it was quite terrifying. Hadn't Fan Qingyang's complexion turned a shade of green? Xia Zhenren, accustomed to such scenes, merely frowned before continuing in a commanding tone, "Silence." As the foremost sect, their discipline was commendable. With a single decree from Xia Zhenren, the hall fell into absolute quietude. Lan Shi silently praised her master for his authority. Chapter 78. The Witch's Rebirth. 33. The other sects must have received the news as well. Thus our Xia sect is also preparing to dispatch personnel to partake in this expedition to the ancient tomb. Turning her face towards Lan Shi, she proclaimed, "Lan Shi, as the eldest senior sister, you shall lead the team. The rest of us, including your esteemed uncles, will remain here. Should any urgent matters arise, send a message back to the sect via carrier pigeon." Although Lan Shi was somewhat taken aback, she quickly accepted the command. Understood. On the following day, Lan Shi set forth with 200 elite disciples, accompanied by a persistent shadow, Fan Qingyang. 3 days later, the group arrived at the foot of Taiying Mountain. The area had transformed into a bustling scene, a far cry from its previous desolate state. Initially, several major sects aspired to take the initiative, but due to mutual reluctance, they decided to wait until all the prominent factions had gathered before entering the ancient tomb together. Amidst the throng, Lan Shi spotted Shan Muyang and Lu Qingqing, who were evidently leading their own group, their expressions radiating arrogance as they regarded the other sections. Upon noticing Lan Shi and her Xia sect disciples approach, their faces paled simultaneously, revealing a profound wariness, soon replaced by an inscrutable emotion. "Very well, it is sufficient that you recognize your fear. This time, I shall ensure you do not leave without consequence." Lan Shi mused inwardly, her heart brimming with vigilance. For she knew these two would not easily forget the humiliations of the past. After a round of pleasantries, the major sects agreed that, as night was falling, they would enter the ancient tomb together at dawn. The night passed without incident. The following day dawned clear and bright, a splendid day indeed. As members from various sects began to file into the tomb, starting with the Xia sect, the ancient tomb, delving deep into the earth, had long been breached by treasure hunters, who had expanded the initial hole, now ample enough for 5 or 6 individuals to traverse side by side. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the tomb, a grand doorway standing over 5 meters high and more than 3 meters wide, its surface coated in dust, obscuring its details. After a flurry of hand gestures, the dust was finally cleared, revealing an ethereal figure, a celestial maiden clad in flowing garments, sword in hand, pointed skyward, exuding an air of superiority. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Lan Shi's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Was this not the very celestial being she had encountered within the realm of the Jade Maiden Sword? How could she possibly be here? As astonishment washed over her, She turned to glance at Fang Qingyang, who bore a solemn expression, not of shock but of reverence. Could it be that Fang Qingyang held some connection to this place? The gathering quickly recovered from their initial shock, beginning to search for the mechanism to open the tomb door. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Look, there are words on the wall." The crowd shifted their gaze to the wall, where a poem was inscribed, "With the spring breeze I wander, the summer lotus sways with grace. Uncontainable emotions stir, words of longing weave a trace. A heart sways with silent grief, voices call, a soft relief. In the bitter cold of winter's rain, each word is etched within my brain." Upon reading the poem, confusion enveloped them. What could it possibly mean? It made no sense at all. However, as Lanshi pondered, a flood of exasperation surged within her. This tomb's master must be quite the jester, crafting such a tedious acrostic. Was it not merely a matter of pressing a few numbers? Why complicate it so? Realization dawned not solely on Lanshi, as the others soon followed suit, their faces reflecting a mix of frustration and bewilderment. Their minds troubled, yet their hands did not cease, tirelessly searching the tomb door for clues. Before long, they discovered some concealed numbers amidst the ornate patterns. Lanshi spotted the numeral 9 in the maiden's hand. Without hesitation, she pressed it. In an instant, a wave of dizziness enveloped her, and when her vision cleared, she found herself in an unfamiliar location. It was a bedroom, imbued with an ancient charm, unmistakably a woman's chamber, adorned in a warm and elegant manner. This defied logic. How could she have suddenly arrived in such a place? Was the figure at the tomb door truly a celestial being? Chapter 79. The Witch's Rebirth. 34. Shaking her head, Lanshi began to cautiously survey the bedroom. A four-poster bed adorned with pink curtains was quite in line with her aesthetic, presenting a pleasing sight. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a sword hanging on the wall. The sword shimmered with radiant colors, compelling Lanshi to reach out and take it down. With a swift motion, she drew the sword, becoming utterly captivated. This blade, fashioned from an unknown material, was pure white and occasionally sparkled with iridescence, truly enchanting. It bore a resemblance to another sword she had seen in the space, though it lacked the translucent quality. Yet, even so, it delighted Lanshi immensely, as it was the most beautiful sword she had ever possessed. Indeed, she had already deemed it her own. Uncertain of the whereabouts of others, Lanshi meticulously inspected the bedroom once more before making her way to the door. Pushing it open, it creaked slightly, indicating that this was not a sealed chamber. Upon exiting the room, she found herself in a dim corridor, roughly a meter wide. Lanshi promptly activated her heavenly eye to monitor her surroundings. Suddenly, her heavenly eye detected a room 3 meters ahead, within which was a familiar figure, Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing looked at Lanshi with a smug expression and taunted. "Aren't you the expert? How did you end up defeated by me? A mere yellow level. You know, this soft muscle powder was specially prepared for you," sang Lanshi. "Who would have thought you possessed such high martial arts skills yet remained such a fool? Ha ha ha." A wave of regret washed over Lanshi. She should have swiftly dealt with her opponent rather than indulging in a game of cat and mouse. "What do you want?" Lanshi asked warily. "What do I want?" "Of course, to commit mischief. Aren't you the esteemed senior sister of the Xianxia sect, pure and elegant? Today, I shall reveal to the world what kind of person you," sang Lanshi, "truly are." Lu Qingqing spat, her teeth clenched. Such a venomous heart, Lanshi thought, momentarily forgetting that she too was a woman. "Are you not afraid of the Xianxia sect's retaliation?" She glared at her. "The Xianxia sect? Who knows if they will even exist in a few days?" Lu Qingqing responded with growing arrogance.
What do you mean by that?
Lanshi inquired, her vigilance heightened. Lu Qingqing stepped closer, mocking. "Don't you want to know where Ling Xue has been these past few months? I'll tell you the truth, they've all been with me. As for what we did, I'm afraid I simply refuse to tell you. I want you to remain a fool until your last breath." Lanshi felt an overwhelming urge to bite her. "Enough of your prattle. You look so soft and helpless. It truly evokes my pity. Don't be anxious. I'll soon find you a lover," Lu Qingqing said, grinning as she approached to seal Lanshi's acupoint. At that moment, Lanshi swiftly retaliated. throwing a piece of paper that ignited in the wind and flew toward Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, but it was too late. With a deafening explosion, she was reduced to nothingness. Indeed, it was a fireball talisman, unexpectedly saving Lan Shi's life today. Learning from this experience, Lan Shi resolved to be merciless toward her adversaries. Otherwise, it could very well be her own demise. Staggering, she fell to the ground, feeling the potent effects of the soft muscle powder. Fortunately, she had advanced to the blue level a few days prior. Had she not, countering the effects would have demanded considerable effort. If she encountered another foe at this moment, the outcome would have been dire. Realizing the commotion had been far too loud, Lan Shi admonished herself to leave this place post-haste. Chapter 80. The Witch's Rebirth. 35. As Lan Shi swayed while contemplating a change of scenery, the sudden sound of a door creaking startled her, causing her to shudder. It seemed fate had conspired against her once again. Positioned on the floor and unable to see who had entered, Lan Shi resolved that, regardless of the intruder's identity, a single fireball talisman would suffice to eliminate them, although it might attract more attention. Suddenly, she felt herself being embraced. Damn it, another lecher, Lan Shi thought, ready to retaliate. Just as she reached for her talisman, a low voice from behind whispered, "Don't move, it's me, Feng Qingyang." At that moment, Lan Shi felt an unexpected warmth in the voice, nearly moved to tears. With a few agile leaps, Feng Qingyang carried Lan Shi to an unfamiliar location, gently placing her on the ground.
Can you move?
He inquired. Lan Shi's response was a faint whisper, "No. Obviously, if I could move, I wouldn't need you to carry me." Unexpectedly, Feng Qingyang sat beside her and lifted her once more. A tremor coursed through Lan Shi. What was he intending? My virtue, she thought. She felt Feng Qingyang adjusting her limbs into a meditative posture, but with no strength left, she leaned against him. The potent scent of masculine vigor emanating from Feng Qingyang enveloped her, igniting a heat that threatened to consume her. Thankfully, she was facing away from him, otherwise, her flushed cheeks would have been too embarrassing to bear. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Qingyang was also enduring a silent struggle. Lan Shi suddenly felt large hands pressing against her back, their warmth akin to a scorching iron. Soon after, a refreshing current flowed through those hands into her body, meandering through her meridians, almost eliciting a moan of pleasure. Just in time, she bit down on her lip to suppress any sound, avoiding a most embarrassing moment. Once she regained her composure, the hands withdrew, leaving her back feeling cold and empty.
How are you?
Feng Qingyang's voice was hoarse. Lan Shi nodded slightly. He was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. What were you doing earlier? Making such a commotion. If I hadn't acted swiftly, you might not be here staring at me now. Feng Qingyang's gaze flickered, and Lan Shi, feeling the distance between them reemerge, adopted a frostier demeanor, leaving him puzzled about the earlier bashful girl. Finally, steeling himself, he declared, "All right, I will tell you." Lan Shi's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. It turned out that Feng Qingyang had lived here since childhood. As a boy, he had been a destitute beggar, enduring humiliation. One day, a scruffy man rescued him from a group of ruffians. With nowhere to go, they wandered together until they stumbled upon this ancient tomb, where they made their home. However, the scruffy man eventually succumbed to illness due to lack of funds for treatment, leaving Feng Qingyang to roam the tomb alone, contemplating his own fate. One day, he inadvertently triggered a hidden mechanism, revealing the ethereal image of a celestial being. She imparted to him a cultivation technique and promised that with diligent practice, he could attain a rank above purple and become a guardian of this realm. The price for this gift was to wait for and protect a fated individual who would emerge from the Xianxia sect. This destined person, upon entering the tomb, would find a sword in the bedroom. Whoever wielded that sword would be the one he was meant to safeguard. Chapter 81. The Witch's Rebirth. 36. Thus, he began to pay attention to the members of the Xianxia sect. Initially, he was drawn to Lan Shi due to her intriguing personality, but to his surprise, her cultivation level continued to rise. Just moments ago, Feng Qingyang finally confirmed that Lan Shi was indeed the fated one, owing to that sword. At this revelation, Lan Shi was left in a state of shock, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. And she was so astonished that she did not even notice the drool escaping her lips. Feng Qingyang, ever consider it, kindly wiped it away for her. Are you saying that I am the fated one? Lan Shi pointed at herself, her expression one of disbelief. She then drew the sword from her waist and held it up before Feng Qingyang, asking, "Is this the one?" Feng Qingyang nodded foolishly in affirmation. Suddenly, Lan Shi leaped from the ground, exclaiming, "I've struck gold. I am the fated one, ha 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 ha." After reveling in her excitement, she paused to inquire, "By the way, what benefits come with being the fated one?" Her expression was one of avarice. Feng Qingyang appeared taken aback by Lan Shi's exuberance, wondering where the poised beauty he had envisioned had gone. "Oh, is that how it is?" Lan Shi's elation deflated like a punctured balloon. Then she looked up again, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Are you saying that you are my guardian? Will you devote your life to protect me?" Feng Qingyang blushed, nodding earnestly. "Yes, Lan Shi. I will guard you with my life. I swear." "Yes, it's settled." Lan Shi shouted in exhilaration, and Feng Qingyang joined in her joy, though he had evidently misunderstood the entire situation. "However, Qingyang, I just received some troubling news. It seems that the Lantian Pavilion and the Qingyang sect are plotting against the Xianxia sect. I am quite worried, and they may very well target Long Xinger. I feel uneasy. So could you please run an errand for me?" Lan Shi pleaded with an earnest expression. Just as progress was being made, she had him dispatched on an errand, and Feng Qingyang was clearly reluctant. Yet, how could he refuse the requests of such a captivating lady? "Can you manage to stay here alone?" Feng Qingyang asked, his concern evident. "Do not worry. With my current cultivation, who could possibly harm me?" Lan Shi seemed to have forgotten her earlier fears. "Next, Sun Muyang, prepare to face my wrath." Within a chamber, Sun Muyang rummaged through every corner. Yet despite his relentless efforts, he found nothing of value. Was this merely an ordinary ancient tomb, or had it already been plundered by others? The individuals surrounding him were equally engrossed in their search, but alas, they uncovered nothing. "Young master, shall we move to another location? There is truly nothing here." Sun Muyang conceded, just as he led everyone to depart, when the door was suddenly pushed open, prompting them to adopt defensive stances. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Muyang's anxiety heightened, and he secretly positioned his hand over his chest, as if to retrieve something. Yet Lan Shi would not grant him such an opportunity. Like a shadow, she darted through the room, and when she glanced back at the others, they remained in their previous stances, yet they would no longer move, for she had rendered them immobile with a precise strike. Admiring her handiwork, Lan Shi beamed with satisfaction, brushing off non-existent dust from her hands, and smiled at Sun Muyang, saying, "Brother Sun, what do you think? Isn't this little trick of mine quite impressive?" Sun Muyang merely shifted his gaze.
Oh.
"So you were hoping for someone to rescue you?" she teased, drawing her sword from her waist. With a swift motion, several figures fell to the ground, lifeless. "Alas, I was careless, and ended up slaying Brother Sun's bodyguards. What shall I do now? You won't hold it against me, will you?" Lan Shi feigned innocence. Chapter 82. The Witch's Rebirth. 37. Shan Muyang's eyes brimmed with rage, yet it was of no avail. "Do you know who Shan Muyang was during the Seven Factions Conference?" Shan Muyang was taken aback upon hearing this. "Yes, it was indeed me." Lan Shi continued with a smile. "Do you know who cast you into that vast forest?" Shan Muyang's eyes nearly bulged with fury. "Yes, it was also me." Lan Shi's laughter grew sweeter. "What a pure and kind-hearted girl saying Lan Shi is, ruined by you heartless scoundrels, her reputation tarnished, her future destroyed, and ultimately paying with her life. You even plotted the downfall of the Xianxia sect, driven by your selfish desires without a thought for the lives of others. You wretched scum." Lan Shi's indignation ran deep, feeling profound pity for Sang Lan Shi. Shan Muyang was engulfed in confusion. No need for wild guesses. The naive and unfortunate Sang Lan Shi has perished. The one standing before you now is a vengeful spirit from hell. Therefore, do not blame my ruthlessness, for this is what you deserve. Lan Shi pronounced each word with conviction. With that, she swung her sword, and Shan Muyang's head fell with a thud. A few fireball talismans ignited, leaving no trace of the corpses on the ground. Upon arriving at the Xianxia sect, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped her. Despite the late hour, The silence was eerily unnatural. The assembly hall of the Xianxia sect was brightly lit. Inside, a multitude of sisters lay on the floor, while several elders and the Xianxia master slumped in their chairs, rendered motionless. Although they could not move, their eyes were fixated on a particular spot. Following their gaze, a young maiden in a delicate goose-yellow dress stood gracefully, accompanied by a remarkably handsome youth of about 13 or 14 years of age. "Aunt, what do you plan to do with these people?" "I say kill them all for simplicity's sake." The youth spoke with a harsh tone. The maiden shook her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Wrong. My dear, why are you so violent? I have told you countless times about your penchant for violence." She gently ruffled the boy's hair, causing a blush to flicker across his face. "Moreover, these individuals are my master and fellow disciples. How could I allow them to perish so easily?" The maiden's gaze grew increasingly sinister. Hidden in the shadows, Lan Shi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Long Xinger might cause trouble. Just as she was about to rise, she was restrained by the suddenly appearing Fang Qingyang. "Stay still. Do you still not trust me? Everything has been planned." He offered Lan Shi a reassuring smile. Lan Shi had no choice but to await the unfolding events. Long Xinger approached the Xianxia master, grasping her collar. "Master, did you not look down upon me? Then I shall obliterate everything and everyone you hold dear. Where shall I start? Perhaps with your disciples." As soon as Long Xinger uttered her words, the Xianxia master erupted with fury. "Beast, we have raised you, a treacherous wolf." Long Xinger paid no heed to the Xianxia master's words, continuing her monologue. "I will kill them one by one, then strip them bare and display their corpses outside the Xianxia sect's gate." Wouldn't that cause quite a stir? Lan Shi felt her body tremble. "And then I shall sever the tendons of your hands and feet, subjecting you to a fate worse than death, enduring the scorn of the world." Veins throbbed in the Xianxia master's temples. "Oh, and your precious disciple," sang Lan Shi. "I believe she has already fallen into the hands of Lu Qingqing and Shan Muyang, just like you, infected with the soft tendon powder. Let me think. How should I treat my beloved senior sister?" This time, Fang Qingyang beside her could no longer contain himself, but Lan Shi grasped him tightly, urging him to remain calm. "Of course, as long as you hand over the Jade Maiden sword, I will spare you a complete corpse out of respect for our shared bond." With that, she signaled to the youth beside her. The youth approached a disciple, drawing a gleaming dagger and pressing it against the disciple's neck, causing tears to flow from the terrified disciple's eyes. Chapter 83. The Witch's Rebirth. 38. "Master, do speak up. Where is the Jade Maiden Divine Sword?" Long Xinger's voice rose in an uncharacteristic shrillness. "Haha, Long Xinger, I never expected you to be so ruthless, even turning against your own master and fellow disciples." The boisterous voice of Dan Jingsheng echoed from outside the Grand Hall, followed by the entrance of Dan Jingsheng, Lu Gang, and the leader of Qi Xian Cave. Dan Jingsheng. "Lu Gang, how could you, as esteemed leaders of your sect, stoop to such despicable acts? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the heroes of the world?" Xia Zhenren exclaimed indignantly. "Ridiculed? Chen Nisheng, have you lost your wits? This world has always revered power. If you lack skill, you must be willing to accept defeat." Lu Gang responded disdainfully. "You old dog, even if we become spirits, we shall not spare your wretched kind." The fiery Zhang Ping spat angrily. "Chen Nisheng, how dare you scold us? The 9 transformations technique you provided was nothing but a deception. Although it allowed me some advancement, I have endured constant pain in my meridians. Your heart is more venomous than a viper." Dan Jingsheng seethed at the recollection of his suffering. Xia Zhenren merely smiled contemptuously. "If it were not for your greed, would I have had the opportunity to give it to you?" "You." Dan Jingsheng was momentarily speechless. "Enough of your prattle. You are all doomed anyway," Lu Gang said impatiently. Long Xinger interjected. "Wait, did you not promise I could take the Jade Maiden Divine Sword? I have yet to extract it from her." "What a nuisance," Dan Jingsheng grumbled. "Hurry up." Long Xinger signaled the young man, who, obeying the command, brandished a dagger to threaten a disciple of the Xianxia sect, attempting to coerce Xia Zhenren. However, the disciple stood resolutely. "Master, do not give it to her. A traitor like her does not deserve to wield our sect's ultimate technique." Even if you did, she would not spare us. Why should we comply? Upon hearing such insolence from the female disciple, the young man raised his dagger to strike. With a clang, the dagger fell from the young man's grasp, startling everyone in the hall, who instinctively turned to scan their surroundings. Who goes there? Dan Jingxing shouted, challenging the unseen presence.
Me.
A melodious female voice resonated within the hall, causing Long Xue and the others to widen their eyes in shock, while Zixia Zhenren and her comrades remained unfazed. Two figures gracefully descended from above, having evidently concealed themselves among the rafters. The proximity of their presence had gone unnoticed, and the reason was now evident. Instantly, Dan Jingsheng and the others were on high alert. What? Surprised to see me here? How is it that you haven't had your offspring dismember me? Lan Shi said with a teasing smile. Dan Jingsheng and Lu Gang exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting dramatically.
You.
What have you done? They exclaimed in unison.
Why?
I have merely done what was necessary. With that, Lan Shi tossed a cloth bundle to the ground, revealing a gruesome sight within. A bloodied head lay before them. Dan Jingsheng was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock, veins bulging, as he lost his sanity and lunged at Lan Shi, shouting, I will kill you. Yet before he could reach her, a surge of blue sword energy intercepted him, halting him in his tracks. The madness in his eyes was gradually replaced with disbelief as he exclaimed, You have broken through to the blue level? Gazing at the wound on his abdomen, blood began to seep out. The frenzy in Dan Jingsheng's eyes intensified. What of it? I, too, am at the blue level. The outcome remains uncertain. With that, he raised his short wooden staff and charged at Lan Shi, but before he could take a step, a violet sword light shot towards him. He had no way to evade it and was cleaved in half, staring in disbelief at the youthful face of Fang Qingyang, muttering, Purple level, purple level. Before he could finish, he was forever engulfed in darkness. Chapter 84. The Witch's Rebirth. 39. From the moment Lan Shi and Fang Qingyang made their entrance, the others on the scene were rendered utterly speechless. Except for the irrationally enraged Dan Jingsheng, who was provoked by the sight of his son's severed head. The remaining individuals were struck by fear at the display of power from the two. Blue level, purple level? Why did you not disclose such formidable capabilities of the Xixia sect sooner? Had you done so, would we have sought trouble with you? Lu Gang, unable to catch his breath, rolled his eyes back and fainted from the overwhelming anxiety. Meanwhile, the terrified lord of Qixin Cave fell to his knees with a loud thud, exclaiming, Miss Sang, you are magnanimous. I was merely brought here as a numbers game. I truly have no part in this.
Oh, what?
You genuinely have no involvement? Lan Shi retorted. Indeed, indeed. If I were to deceive you, may I be cursed to an untimely demise. The lord of Qixin swore fervently. If I had not come today, would you not have joined Dan Jingsheng in a bloody rampage? Lan Shi's words were laced with an impending storm. The other party found themselves at a loss for words. A true man must accept the consequences of his actions. If one engages in the act of murder, one must be prepared to face death in return. Is that not so? As soon as the words left her lips, Lan Shi offered no room for resistance, swiftly delivering a lethal strike that cleaved him in two, inadvertently taking down the unconscious Lu Gang in the process, a deliberate act on Lan Shi's part. With another resounding clang of her sword, it was thrust into a pillar, blocking the escape route for Long Xue and her disciple, who were attempting to flee. The pair froze, trembling as they turned to face Lan Shi with terror etched upon their faces. Where do you think you are going? Lan Shi inquired. Long Xue remained silent, but her disciple, a youth named Quoer, mustered his courage to speak. What do you intend to do? I seek only to put your earlier intentions into action, Lan Shi replied coolly. What intentions? Long Xue shouted in fear. Sang Lan Shi, you vile woman. I shall not spare you even in death. Her piercing cry suggested she perceived herself as the victim in this unfolding drama. Do not think yourself wronged. The moment you plotted to murder your fellow sect members, you had already sealed your fate. To think you would even attempt to sever your master's tendons. Once a disciple, forever a child in the heart. Long Xue, you have lost your conscience, and I have no mercy for those who are devoid of humanity. With that, Lan Shi raised her sword, ready to strike. Wait, Lan Shi. A gentle voice interjected, It was Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia now able to move freely, along with her seated master and fellow disciples, Ling Xue felt as though the reality before her was surreal. Why you all conspired against me? You were never affected by the soft tendon powder? Ling Xue gasped, realization dawning upon her as she screamed in hysteria. Xianxia patted Lan Shi's back reassuringly and approached Ling Xue, speaking calmly. Xue, this shall be the last time I address you in such a manner. When you infiltrated our sect and secretly tainted the drinking water with the soft tendon powder, we were already aware. The reason we did not expose you was twofold: to draw out the true mastermind behind your actions, and to afford you an opportunity. At this point, Xianxia let out a deep sigh. Alas, I never anticipated you would descend into such madness, so utterly unrepentant, as to attack the entire Xia sect. I can no longer allow you to remain. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xue laughed maniacally, tears brimming in her eyes. Wishing to utter something, yet finding herself at a loss for words, ultimately biting her lip in silence. Aunt, I shall protect you. Whoever dares to disrespect my aunt shall face my wrath. Xue declared, positioning himself defiantly before Ling Xue, his eyes ablaze with determination. Chapter 85. The Rebirth of the Witch, 40. With a swift motion, Ling Xue struck the back of the youth's neck, causing him to roll his eyes and collapse to the ground. Kneeling before Master Xia, Ling Xue pleaded, Master, I am acutely aware of my grave sins. Yet I beseech you, for the sake of our past bond, to spare this disciple. He has committed no wrongdoing. All is my fault. I implore you, Master. Upon uttering these words, she prostrated herself repeatedly. Master Xia found herself in a dilemma. Very well, while you may be spared from death, the consequences of your actions cannot simply be overlooked. I cannot leave a menace within the Xia sect. Stepping back, Master Xia added, Thank you, Master. After expressing her gratitude, Ling Xue cast a glance at Lan Shi and the gathered disciples, only to find most averted their gazes in disdain. With a heavy sigh, she suddenly drew a dagger from her waist and plunged it into her abdomen. Xue, Master Xia gasped. Junior sister. Lan Shi was equally taken aback by this turn of events. Senior sister. Many of the younger disciples could not bear to witness the scene, softly weeping. Master. If there is a next life, I wish to be your disciple again, but I want to be a great master. Her words were left unspoken as she succumbed to death. Though her statement was incomplete, Lan Shi understood that this was a soul irretrievably lost. Her desires and the position of seniority being irrelevant, it was her innate talent that dictated her fate. The unfortunate child could not grasp this truth. What a pity. May she find fulfillment in her next life. In the aftermath, the Xia sect swiftly unified the 7 major factions, establishing itself as the unequivocal dominator of the martial world. Subsequently, Master Xia decided to strip the culprit of her powers and confine her within the sect to perform menial tasks. Initially, Lan Shi considered this punishment rather lenient, but upon further reflection, she felt reassured by her own prowess, believing that no significant issues would arise. Even if they did, there was still a guardian of the realm to rely upon. But what is a realm guardian? After persistent inquiries from Lan Shi, Feng Qingyang promised to enlighten her once she reached the pinnacle of the purple level. Half a year later, the prodigious Lan Shi broke through to the purple level, attaining the same rank as Feng Qingyang. Thus, she inquired once more about the realm guardian. Feng Qingyang responded, Well, Lan Shi, a realm guardian is someone who transcends the purple level to achieve an even higher state. Since I have yet to break through the purple level, I cannot provide further details. Please don't hit me. 5 years later, both Lan Shi and Feng Qingyang ascended beyond the purple level, with their qi manifesting as white, endearingly referring to their level as the white level. Upon reaching this stage, Lan Shi discovered that the so-called white level indicated her internal qi had transformed into spiritual energy, roughly equivalent to the 5th stage of qi refinement, allowing her to embark upon the path of cultivation. Sharing this revelation with Feng Qingyang brought him immense joy, as the prospect of a lasting future with Lan Shi filled him with happiness. Yet, Lan Shi understood that she could not remain by his side forever. 20 years later, Master Xianxia passed away, a premature departure for one of her cultivation stature, yet the severe internal injuries sustained during her duel with Xianxia had taken their toll. On her deathbed, she revealed a thunderous truth to Lan Xi. My child, I must depart. I had intended to take this secret to the afterlife. Yet, I cannot leave you in the dark. Lan Xi, I am your biological mother. Please do not react hastily. Allow me to explain. 40 years ago, I was merely the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect when I encountered a senior named Lan. We fell deeply in love, but he was determined to pursue a path of transcendence, ultimately leading to his demise. When I realized I was with child, I had no choice but to secretly give birth to you, claiming to have found you during my travels and taking you as my disciple. Long Xinger often accused me of favoritism, but how could I not favor you, my dearest? Lan Xi, I must go now. Take care of yourself. Feng Qingyang is a fine person. Upon learning the truth, Lan Xi felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. Long Xinger, you were wronged. Chapter 86. Reviewing the harvest after the demise of the esteemed Master Xianxia, Lan Xi devoted an additional 2 decades to safeguarding the Xianxia sect before departing, leaving behind a replica. As she took her leave, she still lacked the courage to reveal the truth to Feng Qingyang. 001. Please check our recent gains, Lan Xi instructed. In response, a small flicker of light emerged from her forehead, and upon her touch, a familiar luminous screen materialized. Tasker, Qiao Lan Xi age, 15 physical strength, 60 appearance, 85 mental state, 12 intelligence, 70 emotional quotient, 70 wealth, 279 fireball talismans companions, 0 points, 500 realm, chi refinement. 4th layer cultivation technique, chaotic origin technique, all 10 layers of chi refinement skills, complete restoration fist, complete restoration sword treasure, chaotic divine sword special skill, fireball talismans guardians, Qinjin. Feng Qingyang. As Lan Xi scrutinized each item, she noted that the earlier entries remained unchanged. As her proficiency in the chaotic origin technique was still too rudimentary to yield any significant transformations. Upon observing her points, however, she erupted in frustration. 001. Why do I only have 500 points? Is there no basic reward for the host this time? There is, indeed. This time, the basic points for characters remain at 10. Would you like to allocate them or convert them into points? 001 inquired. Of course, convert them into points. That would grant me a total of 1,500 points. Alas, it is still woefully insufficient. Why is it so difficult to realize my wish to donate points and reunite with my family? Lan Xi lamented. Do not be disheartened, Lan Xi. 001 reassured. Though the donation may be modest, you can still contribute a smaller amount. Every little bit counts, and ultimately, you shall achieve your goal. The words of 001 were imbued with encouragement. Indeed, every little bit adds up. I shall donate 500 points. Lan Xi felt as though she was extravagantly spending. Lan Xi, I suggest you consider a smaller amount, as your desired independent space requires 1,000 points. If you donate 500 points, what will you do if you encounter any issues in the task world? Although 001 was subtly persuading Lan Xi to donate points, it believed it was acting in her best interest, and this thought provided some comfort. Oh, I see. In that case, I will donate 300 points and keep 200 for myself, Lan Xi resolved, clenching her teeth. The task was important, yet her husband and child were equally precious. Understood. Executing. 001's tone was notably cheerful, as if it were the one eager to reunite with a loved one. Thus, Lan Xi donated 300 points, retaining 1,200 points. 001. Please explain to me what this complete restoration sword is, Lan Xi inquired eagerly. I'm not entirely sure myself. Could it be the set you learned, the Jade Maiden Divine Sword? It's merely a conjecture, and you will need to test it to find out, 001 speculated. How do I test it? Simply run the route of that technique and see if you can illuminate those characters. Is there such a method? Just as Lan Xi was about to execute the technique, she suddenly realized that her current body had never practiced the Jade Maiden Divine Sword, and her meridians were unformed. How could she execute anything? With no other option, she decided to postpone the experiment. As she continued to explore, Lan Xi was taken aback by several characters, exclaiming, 001, 001, Please tell me what the chaotic divine sword is. When did I acquire this treasure? Take a moment to introspect your Dantian, and you will understand. This time, 001 did not evade the question. Chapter 87. The Divine Sword and Space. Upon settling into meditation, Lan Shi gradually glimpsed the scene within her Dantian. 5 uneven pillars of varying hues loomed, dimly radiating a hazy luminescence. However, at the very center of these rootless columns, a pure white long sword floated. Strikingly familiar, it was the treasured sword she had acquired in the fairy's chamber. To her astonishment, it had followed her into this world. How could she extract it? You simply need to concentrate your consciousness upon the sword, came the guidance. With excitement coursing through her, Lan Shi focused her spirit. Yet, as it was her first attempt at such a feat, she struggled repeatedly. Just as she was on the verge of despair, the sword finally wobbled and emerged from her Dantian. Witnessing the sword materialize from her abdomen left her utterly astonished, nearly prompting a scream. The experience was nothing short of magical, and she felt entirely unscathed, like a child who has just received a cherished toy. Lan Shi commanded the sword to repeatedly enter and exit her Dantian, reveling in the spectacle. At times, she slowed the pace, savoring the sensation, and upon realizing there was no adverse effect, she joyfully twirled around the room several times. The youth in the void shuddered, a chill racing down his spine, as he sensed the exuberance emanating from this married woman of considerable age. When Lan Shi grew weary of her playful antics, 001 resumed his explanation. This sword is merely of intermediate quality as a magical artifact, yet its ability to reside within your Dantian suggests it is at least a treasured item. Judging by its name, it should be classified as a divine artifact, hence I deduce it possesses the potential for upgrades. Can it fly? Like Qin Zhen's sword? Lan Shi inquired, anxiety lacing her voice. Of course. 001 replied dismissively. Typically, a flying sword can upgrade through 2 primary avenues. The first involves nurturing it with the owner's Dantian energy, refining it gradually through personal cultivation, a rather slow method. The second requires rare natural treasures for reforging and enhancement. However, Lan Shi's current level of cultivation was too low for refining artifacts or elixirs, which is best done at the golden core stage to ensure quality, lest the excellent sword be wasted. From 001's insights, Lan Shi resolved to nurture the sword within her Dantian for the time being, seeking opportunities to gather rare treasures, allowing her to elevate the sword's level once she reached the golden core stage, an aspiration that filled her with longing. Lan Shi, you might consider practicing in an independent space. This way, your time would be secured, 001 suggested. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi's spirit soared. How had she not thought of that? She promptly exchanged 1,000 points for the skill of independent space. This skill initially spanned 20 square meters, with a time-flow ratio of 1:3 compared to the outside world, meaning 1 day outside equated to 3 days within the independent space. This arrangement would pose no risk to Lan Shi. Otherwise, after cultivating for 70 or 80 years, she would emerge as an elderly woman, an utterly terrifying prospect. As Lan Shi's strength grew, so too would her spiritual awareness, granting her the ability to freely adjust the time flow within the space according to her level, a matter for the future. Can I place items inside? Lan Shi inquired. Certainly. This space is uniquely yours. You hold dominion here. You may bring in items, animals, or people, regardless of their cultivation level, for within this realm, you are the sovereign. 001 explained thoughtfully. This truly is an indispensable tool for travel, leisure, and even more nefarious activities, she mused. Chapter 88. An unexpected discovery in the void. The young boy gestured with his hand, seizing several luminous objects from the colossal machine. Gripping them tightly, he hurriedly returned to the cave. As he approached, the mist before the entrance parted, revealing a voice within inquiring, Yunling, what brings you here? Master. Yunling has obtained 3 celestial spirit fruits from the Cliff of Infinity and has refined them into 3 elixirs. They will greatly benefit your injuries. The boy opened his palm to reveal 3 jade-like pills. Well done. The man's voice resonated with warmth, and as he spoke, the pills in the boy's hand vanished. It was no trouble at all. For the master, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Tears glistened in the boy's eyes, Had it not been for his master, Yunling would have perished long ago. All right, let's not be so formal anymore. The man coaxed, then turned serious, saying, You must keep a close watch over her. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. Understood. You may leave now. The man's voice grew weary, and the mist gradually enveloped the entrance, once more. Inside the room, Xianxia communicated with the independent space through her thoughts, and in a moment of distraction, she entered. The space appeared modest, roughly the size of a classroom, yet it radiated with a daylight-like luminosity. The source of the light was indiscernible, lending it an almost unscientific appearance, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film, if only there were some large screens or machinery present to enhance the illusion. Fortunately, the potted green plant had indeed been brought in, which delighted Xianxia. She longed to transform the space into a warm and inviting haven, yet lacking materials. She had to resign herself to inaction. Next, Xianxia decided to experiment with the concept of time. She lit an incense stick in the room and another upon entering the space. When the incense in the space burned out, she exited to find that the stick in the room had only consumed a third of its length. Truly remarkable. Alas, there was no clock. She resolved to acquire one upon her next venture into the modern world. After a day filled with repeated experiments, Xianxia prepared to cultivate her skills, but her stomach growled, reminding her to first address her basic needs and to exchange her identity token. At the sex registration office, she exchanged her identity token and emerged holding a wooden plaque inscribed with the words 4th layer of Qi refinement, leaving behind an envious overseer who gazed at her with a mix of admiration and jealousy. This young girl has reached the 4th layer at such a tender age. Truly infuriating. Unaware of the senior's secret thoughts, Xianxia was about to leave when the voices of 2 individuals caught her attention. Brother Wang, congratulations. It has been 2 months, and you've reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. What a joyous occasion. A middle-aged man clasped his hands in respect. Where have you been taking on tasks lately? If there are any good assignments, do think of me, for I am still at the 3rd layer and wonder when I might break through, the middle-aged man flattered. What good tasks could there be? Earning just a handful of spirit stones each month is rather embarrassing. I haven't taken on a task in quite some time. Including the spirit stone and 2 pills of fasting and energy replenishment provided by the sect each month, my total income is meager. And recently I've found myself in dire straits. Xianxia lost interest in the conversation, realizing that this world even had wages. The overseer, hearing this, found himself in an awkward position, his eyebrows and beard twitching in confusion, unsure of how to respond, and finally stammered, What do you mean? Chapter 89. A salary received. Xianxia leaned closer to the steward and asked, Brother, are you certain you can't recall? If that's the case, once Master Qianzhen successfully forms his core and emerges, I could ask him to assist you in remembering if you wish. Upon hearing the esteemed name of Qianzhen, the steward's demeanor immediately shifted, revealing a hint of fear. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed Qianzhen's reputation was indeed quite effective. A resource to be utilized without hesitation. She pressed on, So, have you remembered yet? The steward's expression transformed instantly, a broad smile spreading across his face. As you said, Junior sister, it seems my mind was momentarily clouded. I shall fetch it for you right away. With that, he retrieved a storage pouch from a nearby cabinet. Xianxia probed inside with her spiritual sense, discovering 4 spirit stones and 2 small jade vials, each containing 8 medicinal pills. The steward explained, The black pills are low-grade fasting pills, while the yellow ones are low-grade vitality pills. Along with the 4 low-grade spirit stones, this constitutes your supply for 4 months. Once Master Qin emerges, please do speak a few kind words on my behalf. I thank you in advance, junior sister. The steward smiled ingratiatingly. It was no wonder. A man nearing 30, who had yet to establish his foundation, likely faced limited achievements in life. Without support or extraordinary fortune, he would probably only manage to reach the foundational stage. Otherwise, he would not have begrudged Xianxia her provisions out of envy. Xianxia smiled sweetly, leaving the registration office without making any promises. It would be foolish to engage with such a sycophantic individual. With this newfound income, she felt as if she were floating. After enduring poverty for so long, acquiring such resources was exhilarating. However, She reminded herself to remain grounded, for she still needed to collect her wages at the task hall. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lanxi made her way to the task hall. Upon seeing her, the steward greeted her with a beaming smile. Naturally, with Qinzhen now a prominent figure within the sect, it was wise for him to cultivate good relations with those close to him for future favors. Junior Sister Qiao, it has been some time. Your cultivation has evidently advanced. Congratulations. Thank you for your kind words, brother. I have come today too. Before she could finish, the steward had already laid out an array of items on the table: 8 low-grade spirit stones, a vial of low-grade vitality pills containing 16 pills, and another vial of low-grade fasting pills, also containing 16 pills. See, this illustrates the difference in treatment. Observe how perceptive this brother is. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, discordant voices inevitably arise in any setting. Oh, brotherly, who are you catering to now? Is a mere chi refinement girl worth your smiles? You're really becoming more perplexing. A sharp female voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Brotherly S expression soured at the sight of the newcomer. Yet he dared not offend her, forcing a smile. Ah, Sister Zhang, what brings you here? Do you think I care for this wretched place? Where is my salary? She dismissed him entirely. Brotherly quickly turned to present her wages, which were noticeably less than Lanxi's. Sister Zhang's displeasure was evident as she shot a glare at Lanxi. Feeling utterly innocent, Lanxi thought, "What have I done to provoke you?" The arrogant Sister Zhang waved her sleeve, making the items on the table vanish, casting one last ominous glance at Lanxi before departing. Chapter 90. Sister Zhang. At this moment, Brotherly leaned closer to Lanxi and whispered, "Junior Sister Qiao. This Sister Zhang is a descendant of the venerable Hong Dao de Jun from Yunlan Peak. Though she is not particularly favored and possesses only average aptitude, she commands a certain respect within the sect. No one dares to provoke her, for the venerable Hong Dao de Jun is fiercely protective of his own." Once, Sister Zhang seized a nourishing pill from an outer sect disciple, and the incident caused quite a stir. However, in the end, it was the victim who was punished and sent to toil in the spirit stone mines. Since then, no one has dared to offend Sister Zhang. After expressing her gratitude to Brotherly for his kind warning, Lanxi departed, her earlier buoyant mood thoroughly marred by the encounter with Sister Zhang. So, what if you have a powerful backing? I have my own, albeit perhaps less formidable than yours. Alas, what misfortune to cross paths with such a harbinger of doom. As Lanxi exited, she treaded cautiously, glancing around in fear of encountering Sister Zhang again. Yet, fate has a peculiar sense of humor. Recently, this unsettling trend has spread to the east, and even the Jade Emperor seems to have succumbed to this unfortunate affliction. Just as she stealthily emerged from behind a rockery, a hand clapped her shoulder from behind, exposing her presence. Turning her head, she found none other than Sister Zhang herself. Ah, Sister Zhang, what a surprise to see you so soon. Lanxi, well versed in the art of diplomacy, quickly donned a facade of cheerfulness in the face of this ominous figure. You certainly know how to navigate such circumstances. Now, I trust you are aware of what is expected of you. Present what you owe me, Sister Zhang replied lazily. With no recourse left, Lanxi reluctantly produced a storage bag and handed it to Sister Zhang with a forced smile, saying, "Please don't think it's too little, Sister Zhang." Upon probing the contents of the bag with her spiritual sense, Sister Zhang's face darkened in fury. She tossed the bag to the ground, cursing, "Are you mocking me?" Her thick, inverted brows made her already unappealing visage appear even more menacing. It is often said that one's appearance reflects their inner character. Though many cultivators possess ethereal qualities, those like Sister Zhang, who maintain an unlovely exterior, are indeed a rarity. Lanxi hurriedly picked up the discarded storage bag, brushing off the dirt with care, while maintaining her smile. "How could I dare to mock you, Sister Zhang? Even if I had 100 times the courage, I would never dream of such a thing. The items you saw earlier are not actually mine. They were rewards from Uncle Master Qinzhen, meant to commend my efforts on his behalf these past months. Due to his seclusion, he instructed the managing brother to grant me this allowance this month." "Really?" Sister Zhang inquired, her skepticism evident. "But as a junior, how could I accept such a generous reward without hesitation? I returned it to Brotherly." saying I would only accept it once Uncle Master Qianjin emerges from seclusion and still wishes to bestow it upon me. Lan Shi continued, her tone earnest. What tasks are you undertaking for Uncle Master Qianjin? Sister Zhang asked, suspicion creeping into her voice. Well, I can't disclose that directly. Alas. But since you are Sister Zhang, there's no need for pretense between us, Lan Shi replied, winking at Sister Zhang, whose expression noticeably softened. I am ostensibly a menial disciple attending to Uncle Master Qianjin's needs, but, secretly, I am tasked with identifying potential disciples for him. He has asked me to compile a list of disciples within the sect who possess commendable cultivation and aptitude to verify them discreetly. Once he emerges, he intends to accept direct disciples. Lan Shi whispered conspiratorially into Sister Zhang's ear. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang's eyes lit up, grasping the significance of the information. Her demeanor shifted from stormy to radiant, a warm smile spreading across her face. Oh, Junior Sister Qiao, why didn't you mention this sooner? Chapter 91. Striking it rich as she spoke, she retrieved a storage bag from her waist and unceremoniously thrust it into Lan Shi's hands, exclaiming, Junior Sister Qiao. Given our relationship, when Master Qin emerges from seclusion, you must speak a few kind words on my behalf. Though Lan Shi attempted to decline, Zhang Shiji would hear none of it. Reluctantly, Lan Shi raised her eyebrows and replied, Rest assured, Shiji, I will do my utmost. But the final decision lies with Master Qin. At that time you... Zhang Shiji understood and smiled gently. Do not worry, just focus on your task. I have my ways to ensure Master Qin will agree. 001 teased. Lan Shi, I never imagined you could be so persuasive. In her mind, Lan Shi communicated back, indeed. People say it is advantageous to have connections in high places. I would be remiss not to leverage this ready-made support. Had this been in the past, I would have been at a complete loss, but having traversed 3 worlds, I have garnered some life experience. Problems solvable by intellect are not truly formidable. If it weren't for Zhang Shiji's desire for the prestige of being a direct disciple of Master Qin, she would not have fallen for this so easily. Thus, the saying desire breeds weakness holds true. However, Lan Shi was acutely aware that her need to navigate this situation with Zhang Shiji stemmed primarily from her lack of strength. Were she a foundation establishment disciple or the favored student of an elder, Zhang Shiji would dare not bully her so casually. As for how Master Qin would confront Zhang Shiji upon his return, that was not Lan Shi's concern. Upon returning to her small abode, Lan Shi promptly sorted through the wages she had received and the spoils she had cunningly acquired from Zhang Shiji, calculating her newfound wealth. Her allocation and wages totaled 12 low-grade spirit stones, 24 low-grade fasting pills, and 24 low-grade energy recovery pills. When she opened the storage bag gifted by Zhang Shiji, she was utterly astonished. Zhang Shiji had indeed been generous, providing 20 low-grade spirit stones, 20 low-grade fasting pills, and 20 low-grade energy recovery pills. In total, Lan Shi now possessed 32 low-grade spirit stones, 44 low-grade fasting pills, and 44 low-grade energy recovery pills. Heavens, I have struck it rich. Lan Shi had been in this world for nearly 6 months, and this was her first encounter with such wealth. The thought alone filled her with exhilaration. She resolved to enter seclusion starting today, for the low-grade fasting pills alone could sustain her without food or drink for over 7 months. With determination, Lan Shi grabbed a blanket and swiftly entered her space. After laying the blanket on the ground, she sat cross-legged and commenced her arduous cultivation. Initially, she began with the complete restoration fist, soon attempting to open the 60 meridians recorded in the Jade Maiden Divine Sword. To her surprise, the process of opening the meridians was remarkably smooth. Within a day, she had successfully opened 10 meridians. A slight exertion illuminated the characters for Complete Restoration Sword on the light screen, confirming her progress. At that moment, an idea took root in Lan Shi's mind. She speculated that the system's designer had meticulously crafted it, and she felt akin to a player following a preordained program, battling monsters and leveling up. Each level completed granted corresponding task rewards. It seemed prudent for her to remain vigilant during future tasks, lest she miss something vital and find herself regretting it too late. Within a span of fewer than 10 days in her space, Lan Shi had successfully opened all 60 meridians recorded in the Complete Restoration Sword. achieving a speed far surpassing her previous experiences in the task realms. Chapter 92. Qi Refinement. Ninth layer. Following the method from her previous cultivation, Lan Xi attempted to operate the 10 full supplement sword with her spiritual energy. To her surprise, there were no obstacles or risks. Instead, the flow was remarkably smooth. This led Lan Xi to entertain a bold hypothesis. Could this so-called 10 full supplement technique assist in the cultivation of chaotic origin skill? Subsequently, she practiced chaotic origin skill again. Oddly enough, the results were not significantly better than before, despite the fact that she was now utilizing 60 meridians, which should have yielded far superior effects compared to the 48 meridians employed in the 10 full supplement fist. Ultimately, Lan Xi decided not to dwell on it. A slight improvement was still an improvement. Thus, she embraced the auxiliary cultivation method of the 10 full supplement sword, completely forsaking the 10 full supplement fist. Was this what they referred to as fickle in love? Time in cultivation is timeless, and several months swiftly passed. By the 7th month within her secluded space, Lan Xi emerged for 2 reasons. Her supply of fasting pills was nearly depleted, and she could no longer endure the confinement. Consuming 1 fasting pill every 5 days had left her taste buds yearning for flavor. She had never remained in seclusion for such an extended period. Unable to resist any longer, Lan Xi exited her small chamber and rushed to the dining hall, where she exchanged a low-grade spirit stone for a sumptuous lunch. The hall was bustling with patrons, yet disciples like Lan Xi, who could afford to order with spirit stones, were a rarity. Most were diligently saving their hard-earned spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources, unlike Lan Xi, who was fortunate enough to receive abundant resources without cost. Though there were those who contemplated ill intentions towards her, they quickly retreated upon realizing that this 16 or 17-year-old girl had already attained the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Typically, individuals of such a young age with this level of cultivation had substantial backing from powerful factions. Moreover, among the miscellaneous disciples, those who had reached above the 6th layer of Qi refinement were exceedingly rare. How could they dare to challenge her? After her meal, Lan Xi packed a considerable amount of food, enough to last several months. Food, after all, could be preserved in her storage bag, remaining unchanged from the moment it was stored to when it was retrieved. Ultimately, she departed the dining hall under the gaze of her fellow disciples. On her way, Lan Xi also visited the task hall and registration office to collect her stipend for the past 3 months. While others raised their eyebrows at her progress of 2 layers in just 3 months, it was not deemed extraordinary. Thus, aside from a few simple congratulations, it garnered little attention. Little did they know the hardships Lan Xi endured. The peculiar chaotic origin skill had her progressing at a tortoise's pace. Without supplementary cultivation methods, she doubted she would ever achieve foundational establishment in her lifetime. Returning to her small chamber and entering her space, Lan Xi resumed her arduous training. After this point, she did not emerge again, as her food supply was ample, and alternating it with fasting pills proved to be far more effective. Furthermore, as her cultivation improved, her need for food and fasting pills gradually diminished, which was a positive development. Finally, she could cultivate without hunger interrupting her concentration. Under Lan Xi's command, her flying sword exhibited capabilities 100-fold greater than when held in hand, prompting her to question whether the 10 full supplement sword was originally a genuine cultivation technique, only later degraded to a mundane practice. Additionally, through this intertwined cultivation, Lan Xi's chaotic origin skill broke through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement in the 15th month. Chapter 93. New strategies for combat. Moreover, the Qi refining stage consists of only 10 levels, with the 9th level being just right, not too high nor too low. It allows one to achieve commendable results for admission into the inner sect while remaining inconspicuous. Ultimately, 001 also advised Lan Xi to learn some combat spells. For although the chaotic divine sword may currently hold a low rank, it is prudent to anticipate that knowledgeable individuals might covet it. Therefore, during the sect's grand competition, it is advisable to employ some fundamental combat spells under the watchful eyes of the public. Historically, combat has relied on magical artifacts and treasures, as well as spells and talismans. Particularly for disciples like Lan Xi who are in the Qi refining stage, the absence of magical artifacts is entirely normal. Within the teachings of the chaotic origin technique, there exists a spell known as the Fire of Annihilation, which can only be cultivated upon reaching the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Since Lan, she has just transitioned from the 8th to the 9th level. This spell is particularly suitable for her. As its name suggests, the fire of annihilation incinerates all that comes into contact with it. However, it is important to note that spells at the Qi refining stage are not overwhelmingly powerful. The concept of annihilation is effective primarily against opponents at the Qi refining or foundation establishment early stages. When faced with cultivators in the mid-foundation establishment stage, its efficacy diminishes significantly, and it becomes utterly ineffective against those in the late foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, for Lan Xi in her current state, this spell is more than sufficient. Eager to experiment, Lan Xi began to circulate her spiritual energy according to the technique's instructions. As the energy reached her fingertips, she felt a searing sensation, yearning to erupt. Alas, just as the energy was on the verge of breaking through her skin, it dissipated, marking the failure of her initial attempt. Yet, Lan Xi remained undeterred. She had at least sensed that power. Time was not a constraint for her in the spatial realm. If one day proved insufficient, she could extend her practice to 2 or 3 days. After all, she had an abundance of time. Thus, as time flowed like a river, Lan Xi practiced repeatedly. Eventually, one day, a cluster of flames, white with a hint of yellow, burst forth, enveloping the entire space in a terrifying heat. She pondered the potency of this flame and yearned for a test subject, though such aspirations were mere fantasies. Upon checking the time, Lan Xi was startled to realize that over 2 months had unwittingly passed, leaving only 5 days until the sect's grand competition. Understanding this, she stuck out her tongue in relief, grateful that she had managed to conjure the flames today. Otherwise, continued practice in the spatial realm might have caused her to miss the competition, disrupting her plans. After honing the fire of annihilation for several days, Lan Xi resolved to exit the spatial realm in preparation for the impending sect competition. Upon her return, she took stock of her belongings and began meditative exercises, striving to adjust her spirit to its optimal state. Some might question why she did not meditate within the space to maximize her training time. This reflects a common psychological phenomenon. When one constantly works in a specific environment, entering that space can inadvertently induce tension. By leaving the place where she had diligently cultivated for nearly 18 months, Lan Xi found tranquility in her little wooden hut.
Consequently,
Lan Xi began to contemplate the prospect of expanding the space in the future to create a residence within it. Such an arrangement would provide both a resting place and a training area. If she could also cultivate a small garden or raise some creatures, it would be even more delightful. The protagonist of this tale is currently lost in her musings. Chapter 94. The opening of the grand competition soon. The 5-yearly sect competition of Uni Pavilion commenced. This contest not only aimed to unveil the outstanding practitioners of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, rewarding them generously, but also provided an opportunity for many exceptional outer disciples to enter the inner sect. Those fortunate enough might even attract the attention of some golden core or nascent soul elders, who could take them on as personal disciples.
consequently,
Every disciple was brimming with determination to excel and prove their worth. On the 3rd day of the 8th month, a day deemed auspicious, the sect competition unfolded amidst great anticipation. The event began with a speech from the sect leader, Xianxia. Interestingly, the title Xianxia had been passed down through generations, as each leader served a tenure of 50 years, typically held by a golden core master. It was said that this was the 285th leader in line. As the 285th leader addressed the assembly, he remarked, "How can one show such disrespect?" He then greeted, "Good morning, fellow disciples and esteemed elders." Applause erupted. On this refreshing day of golden winds and bountiful harvests, we inaugurate the 2857th sect competition of Uni Pavilion. More applause followed. Lan Xi discreetly observed others around her and noticed that they were all invigorated, their spirits high and eyes bright. She pondered whether she might seem out of place, prompting her to focus intently on the proceedings. Xianxia continued with heartfelt wishes. May everyone achieve remarkable results, embodying spirit and vigor, and contribute more talents to the inner sect. The applause thundered once more. Lan Xi found herself assigned to the Qi refinement stage, where 100 arenas had been established, creating a grand spectacle. She marveled at the scale of the sect, noting that with over 5,000 Qi refinement disciples, the matches could be concluded in a mere 3 days. The first prize for the Qi refinement stage was a supreme magical weapon, the Ling Xue sword. The second prize was a high-grade magical artifact, the Hantian hammer, and the third prize was a medium-grade magical tool, the Luyan shuttle. While the first 2 prizes did not captivate her interest, she was particularly intrigued by the Luyan shuttle. It was known to be a flying artifact capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day, boasting considerable defensive capabilities that could withstand any attack from those below the Foundation establishment stage. Determined to secure the third place, Lan Xi set her sights on the Luyan shuttle. In the first round of the draw, she was scheduled to compete the following day, leaving her brimming with excitement as she became an observer. She hoped to glean valuable insights from the battles of others, as she had never engaged in combat with fellow practitioners before. However, after a day of spectating, Lan Xi was profoundly disappointed. The practitioners displayed a lack of sophistication, many of whom did not even possess magical artifacts, resorting instead to basic spells. In one match, a 5th-layer Foundation establishment practitioner faced off against a 6th-layer counterpart. The former, having only recently learned a basic water spell, cast it feebly, resembling a light drizzle, while the latter easily vanquished him with a fundamental sword technique. The grandeur she had envisioned, filled with vibrant spells and dazzling displays, was nowhere to be found. In yet another encounter, 2 Qi refinement 4th-layer practitioners, both novices in the woodvine technique, rendered themselves immobile after attempting their spells, ultimately being carried off the stage. By the end of the day, the lackluster performances left Lan Xi disheartened, her interest in the realm of cultivation waning. Chapter 95. This works too after enduring a night filled with anticipation. The moment had finally arrived for Lan Xi to take the stage. She felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, uncertain of the efficacy of the fundamental elemental spells she had learned. Would they harm her if cast upon herself? Junior sister, please. A sharp voice interrupted Lan Xi's contemplation, compelling her to adopt a defensive stance in preparation for battle. Her opponent was a tall and slender male cultivator, evidently at the 8th level of Qi refinement, possessing an air of refinement. Why did he refer to her as junior sister? This was due to Lan Xi's recent practice of a subtle technique from the chaotic Yuan Gong that concealed her true cultivation level, allowing her to appear as a mere 6th level Qi refiner. Thus, she entered the competition at that level. Her unusual posture startled her opponent, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the spectators below erupted with chatter. Why is this junior sister employing such a stance? Is this senior sister a physical cultivator? Surely not. Is she attempting to battle with mere mortal martial arts? Lan Xi remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness. However, her opponent's countenance gradually shifted to one of arrogance. In that instant, Lan Xi made her move. With fists clenched and a sudden burst of speed, she charged towards him. The tall cultivator, clearly taken aback, hastily attempted to evade her, leading to a miss on her part. Yet, Lan Xi did not succumb to disappointment. Her intent was merely to gauge her opponent's abilities, and she was pleasantly surprised by his agility. Regaining his composure, the tall cultivator pointed a single finger, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that hurtled towards Lan Xi. She failed to dodge in time and felt the flames graze her arm, igniting her clothing. In a flurry, she slapped at the flames and rolled on the ground until the fire was extinguished. The onlookers were clearly entertained. Burn her! Burn her! This junior sister is done for. This senior sister knows no spells. Surrender is her only option. The tall cultivator, adopting a relaxed stance with his hands behind his back, smiled at Lan Xi. Junior sister, if you concede now, I shall refrain from further attacks. Otherwise, the outcome may be far worse for you. Lan Xi, however, paid him no heed. Rising from the ground, though disheveled, she had gleaned an important revelation. The flames posed no real threat to her physical form. Had she not been concerned about her modesty, she could have disregarded them entirely. With this newfound understanding, Lan Xi grew emboldened. She leapt into the air and charged at her opponent once more. The tall cultivator, recognizing her intent, resorted to his previous tactics. Lan Xi deftly evaded the small flames he hurled at her, and after several agile leaps, she found herself once again before him. With a powerful punch aimed at his face, she struck. The tall cultivator hastily conjured a translucent yellow shield. What was this? Lan Shi pondered, but with determination. She unleashed her punch against the barrier, shattering it with a resounding crack. The once smiling face of her opponent transformed into one of shock. Without mercy, Lan Shi unleashed a flurry of punches, muttering curses under her breath. How dare you try to burn me? How dare you? Her fists rained down like a torrential downpour. And soon enough, her opponent's face was transformed into a swollen mess. He had become so preoccupied with blocking her strikes that he completely forgot he could still retaliate with flames.
Stop, stop.
I surrender. I admit defeat. He pleaded repeatedly. Yet, upon hearing his words, Lan Shi continued her relentless assault, asking mockingly, "What did you say?" "I surrender. I admit defeat." He stammered, but his words were garbled and unclear. Even the referee struggled to comprehend his frantic cries. In truth, Lan Shi had understood him perfectly, but she could not quell her desire for retribution. After many pleas for mercy from her opponent, the referee finally declared, "Please cease." Zhang Mingming concedes. Qiao Lanqi is the victor. Lanqi halted her assault and turned to the dazed Zhang Mingming, whose face was indistinguishable between sweat and tears. "My apologies, senior brother, I didn't quite catch that." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Mingming gasped in disbelief and fainted, leaving the spectators below utterly astonished. This works too? Chapter 96. A frenzied onslaught. The 3-day drawing tournament concluded, and Lan Shi successfully advanced. In the second round, her opponent was a refined young scholar, a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator. As he took the stage, the audience erupted into cheers. "Brother Xue, you are the best. Brother Xue, we love you. Brother Xue, I want to bear your children." Ahem. It seemed that the previous speaker was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, and the crowd regarded him with bemusement as he flushed crimson, quickly clarifying, "That was a misunderstanding. I got carried away with the senior sisters." He spoke, wiping the sweat from his brow, while the onlookers exchanged glances, filled with incredulity. Then, Lan Shi stepped onto the stage, only to provoke an even greater reaction from the audience, who collectively inhaled sharply. Lan Shi felt slightly uncomfortable. She had no intention of drawing attention to herself. "Did you see that? That's the little junior sister who wields martial prowess. She looks so delicate. How can she be so violent? Did she not consider what it means to be a lady when she left Brother Zhang Mingming in such a state?" However, today seems precarious. Brother Zhu Yingkai is a direct disciple of the esteemed Hong Dao Daojun, a figure of considerable repute. It's said he possesses a low-tier magical artifact, the Sky Wheel. Perhaps he even has a treasure of his own? Lan Shi absorbed all these remarks, her mind swirling with thoughts. This time, I've encountered a formidable opponent. The Sky Wheel sounds rather impressive, yet why does that name seem so familiar? Not daring to dwell on it further, Lan Shi resolved to strike first, refusing to grant her adversary any advantage, lest she face dire consequences. At that moment, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Brother Zhu's voice resonated deeply, imbued with a deliberate allure that enchanted a number of female disciples who could not help but scream in admiration. However, for Lan Shi, such theatrics were irrelevant. "Ift. My husband is 100 times more handsome than you, and is not so ostentatious. Besides, you don't even measure up to Qingjun. You'd best retire for the night." A slight smirk graced Lan Shi's lips, and in a flash, she propelled a piece of paper toward Zhu Yingkai. The poor Zhu, caught up in his display, failed to activate his protective shield and was struck by over 50 fireball talismans, leaving his body scorched and charred. This was precisely the outcome Lan Shi desired. Through her exchanges with 001 and her observations over the past few days, she had learned that the transparent barrier was known as a protective shield, which offered a degree of defense. However, she remained perplexed as to why her fist could breach Zhang Mingming's shield. 001 provided her with a rather precise answer. Due to her training in both the Complete Restoration Fist and the Complete Restoration Sword, Lan Shi's physical strength rivaled that of a mid-grade magical artifact. She did not require specialized defensive techniques. Her innate resilience far surpassed that of any contemporaneous protective shield. Regaining his composure, Xianxia hastily summoned his shield, which shimmered with a brilliance exceeding that of Zhang Mingming's. I wonder if my fist can shatter his barrier? Before Zhu could wield his artifact, Lan Shi maneuvered gracefully back to his side. Oh, my look. This violent girl is about to strike again. Brother Zhu, be careful. A girl's scream momentarily distracted Xianxia. Now's my chance. With a powerful punch, the shield shattered once more. Yet, Zhu, a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, quickly shook off his momentary daze and summoned his circular magical artifact, which was poised to launch toward Lan Shi. Meanwhile, the skywell fell to the ground, abandoned by its master. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, leaving the audience pondering a singular thought. Do her fireball talismans cost nothing? What a wasteful display. Lan Shi emerged victorious once again. Chapter 97. Encountering Senior Sister Zhang again in the end, Xianxia was carried off the stage by several disciples, casting a profoundly resentful glance at Lan Shi as he departed, as if she were the most ungrateful person in the world. Lan Shi felt a chill run down her spine, pondering, is this fellow quite all right? A man should honor his bets. What is there to complain about? It seems Lan Shi had forgotten who had thoroughly beaten the one who had burned her clothes just days prior. Lan Shi was momentarily at a loss. Excuse me, miss. But who are you? And who is this pig brother you speak of? The little girl nearly burst into tears, correcting her. It's Brother Zhu, not pig brother. He is the one you just sparred with. For some reason, her voice trailed off, perhaps feeling that Xianxia's demeanor was rather embarrassing. Lan Shi couldn't help but smile. Humph, do not be too pleased with yourself. My brother Zhu is the recognized disciple of the esteemed real person Wuxia from Yunlan Peak. Once he successfully establishes his foundation, he will be accepted as an inner disciple, and then you shall see. The little girl exuded an imposing aura. Lan Shi found herself at a loss for words. She could not bring herself to apologize, and it was unlikely that such words would earn her any mercy. Since it was futile, she resolved to brace herself for an even fiercer storm ahead. The little girl, noticing Lan Shi's prolonged silence and her dazed expression, could only leave with a huff, declaring, we shall see. Before storming off, Lan Shi could only manage a bitter smile. In the third round of the draw, fortune smiled upon her, as she was unexpectedly granted a bye.
A bye.
She could scarcely believe her ears. Thus, she smoothly advanced to the finals. The final day comprised 3 matches, with winners battling each other and losers vying for third place. Lan Shi thought, I must secure third place. As she advanced to the semi-finals amidst the gaze of the crowd, she heard whispers. Oh, is this the fortunate one? She looks rather ordinary, nothing remarkable about her. I've heard she's a violent girl, quick to throw punches and even fireball talismans when provoked. While Lan Shi could remain indifferent to the audience's chatter, she was utterly speechless upon seeing her opponent. It was Senior Sister Zhang.
Goodness.
It seemed she must have been destined to cross paths with this person from Yunlan Peak in a past life. Senior Sister Zhang, upon recognizing her, momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure and smiled nonchalantly. Naturally, given that Senior Sister Zhang had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, she regarded Lan Shi, who was merely at the 6th level, with disdain. Lan Shi hurriedly clasped her hands in greeting, approaching Zhang and assuring her, Senior Sister Zhang, rest assured. I understand the rules. Senior Sister Zhang smiled in satisfaction. The crowd below, witnessing their apparent camaraderie, exchanged knowing glances, each reading unspoken implications in the other's eyes. This is the end for that violent girl. I cannot believe she dares to challenge Senior Sister Zhang. To all this, Lan Shi paid no heed. Her mind was solely focused on how she could gracefully concede to Senior Sister Zhang. The fireball talisman was off the table. What if Senior Sister Zhang could not withstand it? The 10 complete restoration fist was also inadvisable should she inadvertently break through Senior Sister Zhang's protective barrier. How would she justify her actions? She absolutely could not win, not out of fear of Senior Sister Zhang, but simply because she truly desired that flowing cloud shuttle. Yes. The extinguishing flame she had just cultivated should possess limited power. Surely, Senior Sister Zhang could easily block it with her barrier, and then she could, in turn, take a hit from Senior Sister Zhang and gracefully concede. How delightful that would be. Chapter 98. Purely accidental, without hesitation. Lan Shi cupped her hands towards Senior Sister Zhang and smiled. Senior Sister Zhang, prepare yourself. Senior Sister Zhang nodded with a smile in return. Consequently, Lan Shi began to channel her energy, and a small flame flickered to life at her fingertips. With a swift shout of hurry, she propelled the flame towards Senior Sister Zhang. The fire, a pale yellow and appearing somewhat malnourished, wobbled its way toward her. Senior Sister Zhang, maintaining a serene demeanor, raised a protective shield with her hand. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the flame reached the barrier, it seemed to encounter an obstruction. After struggling for a moment, it unexpectedly wobbled through Senior Sister Zhang's protective shield. Lan Shi was taken aback. Senior Sister Zhang's expression shifted to one of alarm, and in a flurry, she attempted to block it with her hand. Yet, the flame, still wobbling, made contact with her clothing, igniting it. In what felt like a mere instant, she was engulfed in flames, prompting Lan Shi to urgently cry out, "Help! Someone please!" The judges from the Foundation establishment stage sprang into action, casting several spells that swiftly extinguished the flames, leaving Senior Sister Zhang standing on the stage. Her attire charred and blackened. The male disciples below gaped in astonishment, while the female disciples averted their gazes. Although Senior Sister Zhang was covered in soot, it was merely a superficial injury. The extinguishing fire had only burned her clothes, causing no harm to her body. Beneath the layer of charred skin, her figure remained remarkably alluring. As Senior Sister Zhang grasped the gravity of the situation, a piercing scream echoed throughout the arena, drawing the attention of others on different platforms. The embarrassment was indeed overwhelming. Lan Shi, blushing profusely, stammered, "Zhang, Senior Sister, I didn't mean to." However, the last few words withered under the weight of Senior Sister Zhang's furious glare, leaving her to internally apologize. "I truly am sorry, Senior Sister Zhang. I had no idea that the extinguishing fire possessed such power." This storm came rather abruptly. At that moment, a venerable voice resonated throughout the area. "Who has harmed a member of the Zhang family?" A figure then materialized on the stage. The newcomer, with graying hair and a ruddy complexion, bore an air of formidable authority that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. As he appeared, he draped a robe over Senior Sister Zhang's shoulders. The surrounding crowd quickly bowed in deference, exclaiming, "The Taoist Lord has arrived. We humbly apologize for our lack of proper greeting." Could this be the legendary Hongdao Daojun? Lan Shi mused inwardly, pondering the unappealing appearance that seemed to be hereditary. "If I had not come, my family member would have been bullied to death. Are you all blind? How could you allow my Yuner to stand here helplessly, without offering assistance?" The Taoist Lord's words caused many to flush with embarrassment, acknowledging their collective failure. "And you, young lady?" The Hongdao Daojun then turned his gaze upon Lan Shi, fixing her with a penetrating stare. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure envelop her, as if her very essence was being scrutinized, leaving her feeling utterly exposed, as though all her secrets were laid bare. "You old monster! You'd best not fall into my hands." Lan Shi struggled against the weight of his gaze, her skin beginning to seep with blood, and she felt as if she might be crushed beneath the immense force. Yet, she was resolute. She understood that yielding now would only invite further contempt. Though her abilities were modest, she was no coward. The onlookers, witnessing her plight, felt a wave of sympathy, yet none dared utter a word. Particularly Senior Sister Zhang, with eyes brimming with hatred and glee, whispered, "Grand Ancestor, you must not let this Qiao Lan Shi off lightly." Her tone dripped with a sweetness that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Chapter 99. Qinzhen's Foundation Establishment. Whose disciple are you to strike with such ferocity? I heard that just a few days ago, you injured several disciples on the stage. At the brink of collapse, Lan Shi finally heard the old man speak. She lifted her head defiantly, gazing at the ancient figure who held her life in his hands, and with great effort, managed to squeeze out a few words. "A servant disciple." Just as Hong Dao was about to utter more, a significant transformation occurred in the heavens and the earth. Not far away, near Yunin Peak, a colossal vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, voraciously drawing in the spiritual energy of the world. In less than a quarter of an hour, the spiritual essence within a radius of several dozen miles was completely depleted. The massive vortex then abruptly dissipated, and while everyone was bewildered by the unfolding events, a fiery red phoenix gradually materialized atop Yunin Peak. Soaring and spiraling in the air, its cries echoing in a mesmerizing display. Lan Shi was utterly astonished. Could such a creature as the phoenix truly exist? At that moment, a group of knowledgeable individuals in the crowd began to exclaim, "This is the phenomenon of foundation establishment. Yunin Peak. Could it be Qinzhen? My heavens! Elder Qinzhen has successfully established his foundation. We should call him Ancestor Qinzhen now." They spoke of how only those with extraordinary talents could evoke such a celestial phenomenon, and that someone like Elder Qinzhen, with his fire spiritual root, could summon a phoenix, suggesting that he was destined to achieve the infant stage, possibly even ascend in broad daylight in the future. How splendid it would be if I could become a disciple of Ancestor Qinzhen. Even Zhang Yun'er wore a starry-eyed expression. Hong Dao murmured, "I never anticipated that this lad, Qinzhen, could provoke such a celestial manifestation." He fell into deep contemplation, his gaze profound. Lan Shi rolled her eyes beside him. I wonder what nefarious schemes this old fellow is concocting. Yet, she only dared to voice her thoughts internally, lacking the courage to confront Hong Dao directly. Nevertheless, there was no denying that Qinzhen's aptitude was remarkable. The phoenix was a sacred beast of fire, and to invoke such a phenomenon was indeed extraordinary. Lan Shi, this lad has boundless prospects ahead. Your safety is significantly more assured now, remarked 001. Safety? First, I must navigate the immediate peril, she thought, feeling a chill run down her spine. What will become of this old man? I hardly believe he will let me off easily. Qinzhen, how could you be absent when I need you the most? Lan Shi lamented inwardly. You, young one, have repeatedly harmed your fellow disciples, thereby violating the sect rules. Are you willing to accept punishment? Hong Dao questioned shamelessly. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi became incensed. She bowed respectfully and replied, Elder Hong Dao, I merely engaged in a fair contest on the arena. Injuries are inevitable in competition. I am unaware of which sect rule I have violated, as there is no record stating that one cannot injure their opponent during a match. The other disciples murmured in agreement, yes, indeed. Hong Dao's fury ignited instantly, and his oppressive aura enveloped the entire area, causing everyone, including Lan Shi, to feel the weight of his wrath. Dare you question my authority? He bellowed, nearly shattering Lan Shi's eardrums. Chapter 100. An unexpected turn of events suddenly. A melodious voice descended from the heavens, accompanied by a young man draped in a fiery red robe who gracefully landed. This young man, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, sported lips that seemed naturally tinted, a hint of a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who else could it be but Qinzhen? Lan Shi stood in shock, rendered speechless as she exchanged glances with Qinzhen, only to find that he didn't even spare her a glance in return, igniting her frustration. Qinzhen respectfully bowed to Master Hong Dao. Uncle Hong Dao, your nephew offers his greetings. May I inquire what has stirred such ire within you? It turned out that this was none other than Qinzhen, the newly ascended Golden Core Cultivator, and he was undeniably handsome. The eyes of the surrounding youth sparkled with admiration, resembling a torrent of floodwaters. Meanwhile, Lan Shi stood dumbfounded, pondering. So, he didn't come for me after all. When did he take on a new disciple? At that moment, she heard Qinzhen's voice in her mind. Fool, why are you standing there in a daze? Startled, Lan Shi looked up only to see Qinzhen gazing intently at her, yet he had not spoken aloud, leaving her even more perplexed. Idiot, I'm communicating with you telepathically. Qinzhen's brow subtly furrowed. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi hurriedly bowed to Master Hong Dao, respectfully exclaiming, Great uncle. Master Hong Dao, taken aback, twitched his beard and let out a cold hum. However, the reactions of those around them were far from calm. So that's why Qiao Lan Shi possesses so many fireball talismans. She must have an exceptional master, and her skills are quite impressive, able to shatter a protective barrier with a single blow. Can I admit that I'm envious? Meanwhile, Zhang Yun'er's eyes blazed with fury, as if she wished to incinerate Lan Shi to ashes. It was evident that she had concluded that Qiao Lan Shi had deceived her all along. With her dual elemental roots in wood and fire, It would have been ideal to be under the tutelage of the now golden core Qingjin, but that dream was utterly dashed. No, it wasn't over yet. She refused to believe that her esteemed ancestor could not compel Qingjin to bow to her will. Just wait and see. Unaware of Zhang Yun'er's inner turmoil, Lan Shi merely found it peculiar that Zhang Yun'er's fury had morphed into smugness. What a lunatic! I have a master now. What right do you have to feel superior? Master Hongdao spoke again. Qingjin, my dear nephew, why was I not informed of your disciple acquisition? Have you reported this to the sect? Lan Shi's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. Yet Qingjin remained composed, replying, "It is as follows. I found this girl's talents and character commendable, so I privately agreed to accept her as a nominal disciple for now, with plans to formally accept her as my personal disciple after this grand competition." Commendable talents, indeed. Master Hongdao's eyes twitched. This girl was clearly a five-element root, and of the poorest quality at that. Attempting to placate him with such words was futile. Just as Master Hongdao was about to voice his reproach, another booming voice echoed like rolling thunder. "Oh, I didn't expect today a sect competition to be so lively." A fiery red figure descended onto the stage, laughing heartily as he pointed at Master Hongdao. "Old ghost, are you planning to compete with the youngsters today as well?" Ha ha ha. Master Hongdao's face fluctuated between red and white from the teasing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qingjin exclaimed joyfully, "Disciple pays respects to master." Master Hongguang patted Qingjin on the shoulder, saying, "Good lad, well done. You've not brought shame upon your master." Chapter 101. Master Hongguang. Upon uttering these words, Master Hongguang's aged visage darkened with displeasure, as it became evident that both he and his junior were conspiring to tease him. Qingjin stifled a laugh, but nonetheless addressed Master Hongguang with respect, inquiring, "Master, what mischief have I committed?" With a sidelong glance at Hongdao, Master Hongguang reproached him, "You rascal. Your clandestine actions have summoned such a grand celestial phenomenon of the golden core. Am I not allowed a moment of pride? You are indeed a rare gem of a disciple, one that I, Hongguang, have encountered, far superior to those who have never known a worthy student throughout their lives." His words were followed by hearty laughter. Upon hearing this, Hongdao's face turned from green to crimson, his eyes glistening with emotion, and his beard bristling with indignation.
Ah, right.
"Old ghost, what on earth are you doing here?" Master Hongguang's tone suddenly escalated, startling those around him. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Hongdao retorted with a huff, "Your disciple's pupil has injured my Yun'er. I merely came to investigate." Master Hongguang cast a glance at the dark figure of Zhang Yun'er, a smirk gracing his lips as he chastised Hongdao. "Oh dear, old ghost, this is merely a playful spar among youngsters. What business do we as old men have meddling in their affairs? We risk losing our dignity, allowing others to claim we are merely ancient curmudgeons, bullying the young." Hongdao's expression darkened further, but he remained silent. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Yun'er discreetly tugged at his robe from behind. Realizing that staying was futile and observing the amused expressions of those present, he let out a cold snort, flicked a sleeve, and disregarded Zhang Yun'er, departing on his flying sword. Zhang Yun'er, in pain, limped after him. Due to the ruckus of the day, the sect decided to postpone the finals until the following day. In the grand hall of Yunin Peak, Master Hongguang sat upright, sipping tea, without raising his gaze. The vast hall echoed only with the sound of his slurping, leaving Lan Shi feeling exceedingly awkward. How could this old fellow lack the demeanor of a wise sage, making such a ruckus over a simple cup of tea? Initially believing that Master Hongguang would not take the matter seriously, Qingjin was taken aback when he furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is not my intention to interfere. But the significant matter of you taking on disciples should not be something I learn last. How can I maintain my authority before those old geezers?" For some reason, Lan Shi found a playful tone in Master Hongguang's voice. Senior, where is your decorum?" Qingjin interjected, "Master, what authority do you seek? Your true nature is one of innocence and charm. Why emulate those old relics?" His sincerity was evident. Upon hearing this, Master Hongguang's white beard perked up, and a joyful smile blossomed upon his face. My dear disciple understands me well. Very well, I am weary. You young ones handle your matters. I shall take my rest. Off you go." Thus, Lan Shi and Qin Zhen were ushered out of the grand hall. Lan Shi had witnessed firsthand what it meant to be a mischievous old man. Chapter 102. Hey, when did I become your disciple? Could you kindly explain? Lan Shi fumed, feeling utterly humiliated, as this individual was even shorter than her bodyguard. Would you be pleased if you were in my position? Qin Zhen innocently raised his hands, his attractive brows arching. Isn't it all for your sake? There are numerous ways to save me. Why must it be this one? Lan Shi was unwilling to let him off easily. Yet, having already voiced her thoughts, what could she do now? Qin Zhen played the rogue. Lan Shi was exasperated, at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to view it as merely a title. It wasn't he as if she genuinely intended to become his disciple. This could serve as a protective shield within the sect, alleviating her constant worries. With that in mind, tolerating him as a master seemed bearable. However, while death might be evaded, living grievances are hard to forgive. Hey, considering I am now your disciple, and under compulsion at that, I have suffered significant emotional distress. By both reason and sentiment, you ought to compensate me. After much pondering, Lan Shi finally devised a punishment for him.
Oh?
What kind of compensation? Qin Zhen inquired with keen interest. As a master, you should bestow upon your disciple some form of initiation gift. It wouldn't be right for you to be addressed as master without offering something in return. Furthermore, I am a victim of circumstance. I am at a disadvantage here. Lan Shi's tone resembled that of a cunning little fox. Qin Zhen gazed at her for a considerable time, nearly breaking the momentum she had painstakingly built. Ultimately, he chuckled softly, waving his sleeve, causing an array of bottles and jars to materialize upon the stone table before them. Here, I have 100 inferior-grade fasting pills, 100 medium-grade fasting pills, and 50 superior-grade fasting pills. Additionally, there are 100 inferior-grade qi-nurturing pills, 100 medium-grade qi-nurturing pills, and 50 superior-grade qi-nurturing pills, Qin Zhen enumerated. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi was already salivating. This was a windfall. And there's more. Qin Zhen continued. More? Hurry and reveal it. Lan Shi was nearly beside herself with excitement. Qin Zhen produced a small booklet, stating, considering your cultivation speed, it seems you require a technique suited to you. Therefore, I shall not impart my methods. However, I stumbled upon this booklet containing some intriguing minor spells, which I will present to you. Lan Shi snatched the booklet, opened it, and nearly collapsed in despair. It turned out to be a manual on how to disguise oneself. She couldn't help but reflect on how, in the task world, she had squandered nearly all her points for just a few disguise pills, and here, in the realm of cultivation, such spells were merely minor tricks. Well, Qiao Lan Shi, you needn't be overly delighted. These items are not worth much. I have already advanced to the core formation stage, rendering those pills useless to me. As soon as he spoke, he was met with a fierce glare from Lan Shi, who felt that such bullying was uncalled for. Thus, Qin Zhen hastily corrected himself. It's not that I am unwilling to offer you anything. It's just that I have spent so many years in that Jugua space, and I genuinely lack anything of value. Once you establish your foundation, I will arrange a formal apprenticeship ceremony, and will certainly procure some fine items from those old-timers for you. Only then did Lan Shi offer him a smile. By the way, how did you know I was in trouble on the arena? Was it merely coincidence? Lan Shi asked curiously. It does strike me as odd. I was about to consolidate my cultivation when, seemingly out of nowhere, I heard you lamenting about my absence, as if I knew your whereabouts, prompting me to go.
You could say I was summoned by you.
Qin Zhen replied, equally perplexed. Lan Shi paused, her heart illuminated. This was no mere coincidence. It was clearly her calling forth this guardian beast. However, she had no intention of revealing this truth. There would come a time for her to play a trick on this fellow.
Hee.
Chapter 103. I shall undertake a mission the following day. The sect's grand competition unfolded as usual. However, an unprecedented scene occurred, one that had not transpired for centuries. When a disciple at the 10th level of Qi refinement ascended the stage, he was taken aback to discover that his opponent was none other than the recently famed Lan Shi. Rumor had it that she was the disciple of a newly appointed Golden Core Elder. Without even engaging in combat, he conceded defeat, leading to a hasty conclusion of the sect's tournament, with Lan Shi emerging as the champion of the Qi refinement arena, thereby claiming a magnificent magical artifact. Yet, Lan Shi was far from pleased. In fact, she was exceedingly discontent. As she observed Zhang Yuner, who had secured third place and was joyfully examining the flowing cloud shuttle, jealousy consumed her. For reasons unknown, she felt that Zhang Yuner's expression was mocking her. However, it could be said with certainty that Lan Shi was merely overthinking. Zhang Yuner was far too envious of her to harbor any thoughts of ridicule. Nevertheless, Lan Shi was typically quite broad-minded. Her chaotic divine sword was not suitable for public display, and thus this exquisite flying sword would serve to conceal her true abilities. Moreover, her chaotic divine sword was only of mid-grade artifact quality at present, so in her calculations, she had still emerged victorious. After the event concluded, Lan Shi successfully entered the inner sanctum and was assigned quarters adjacent to Qinzhen's cave abode, pointing to a lowly wooden cabin on the left side of the courtyard. Qinzhen remarked, "From today onward, I shall enter seclusion to consolidate my cultivation. You may reside here, but do not wander aimlessly. If you cause trouble, I cannot guarantee your safety." Upon seeing the cabin, Lan Shi thought, "Isn't this identical to the small wooden house I once inhabited in the Zhugua space?" With a scoff, she declared, "I have no intention of sharing living quarters with you." With that, she strode toward the small cabin, forcefully pushed the door open, and slammed it shut behind her. Upon entering, her indignation only intensified as she beheld the sparse furnishings. The room was utterly devoid of decor, save for a rickety little wooden bed. "Qinzhen, you scoundrel!" she cursed vehemently. At that moment, Qinzhen's familiar voice echoed in her mind. "So, Lan Shi, what do you think? I arranged this just to your liking, no need for gratitude." And with that, his presence vanished without a trace. Lan Shi was driven to distraction. 001, "I want to undertake a mission," she shouted. "Still a novice task. Shall we commence now?" "Wait, I need to make some preparations. We shall begin tonight." With that, Lan Shi flung open the door and sprinted down Yunin Peak. The art of sword flight was indeed troublesome, had her physique not been robust. She might have worn herself out completely. 001 incessantly probed Lan Shi about her intentions, yet she remained tight-lipped. In no time, Lan Shi arrived at the mountain base and rushed to the task hall, breathless as she inquired about her remuneration for the past 2 months. The steward, eager to please, remarked, "Little Master Uncle Lan Shi, your cultivation is progressing remarkably. In no time, you might well establish your foundation." Lan Shi offered an awkward smile, finding the sensation of being an elder in the face of advancement rather novel. Chapter 104, A Life of Standing Up. 1. In truth, a simple notification from you would suffice. Although you are no longer a servant disciple, I shall certainly send you your remuneration for these past months. The steward was rather verbose. "Do you know where I might procure blank talisman paper?" Lan Shi promptly interjected. "Blank talisman paper? Is that something you require, little master uncle?" The steward inquired, perplexed. "Indeed. It was supposed to be available at the nearby market, but I just received a supply today." "How much do you need? What is the price?" "Logically speaking, since it is for little master uncle's use, it should be free of charge. However, it is consigned by someone else." The steward discreetly gauged Lan Shi's expression. "Just tell me how many spirit stones." Lan Shi replied impatiently. 100 sheets for 1 low-grade spirit stone." "Very well.
Give me 1,000 sheets.
Do you have that many?" Yes. Here you go." The two exchanged money for goods. Upon returning to her modest wooden cottage, Lan Shi swiftly entered her spatial realm and began crafting with the acquired blank talisman paper. A day passed, and she had produced 300 fireball talismans, combined with the 179 left from the grand competition, totaling 479 fireball talismans. "Excellent. I am ready for the task." Exiting her spatial realm just as twilight descended, Lan Shi spoke. 001, "Can we commence?" "Lan Shi, do you realize how much I admire your work ethic? Had you maintained this level of enthusiasm, we would have completed our tasks long ago." "Hurry up." "Understood." Lan Shi, from this point forward, you must exercise utmost caution during your assignments. Firstly, your residence is changed. What if you are disturbed during a task? The consequences could range from failure to potentially losing your very essence. You must quickly accumulate enough points to obtain a protective formation. I possess one, but it requires points for exchange. Do not even consider purchasing one from the cultivation realm. I assure you, none there can compare to mine. Once you exchange your points, you will have a lasting solution. Secondly, from now on, I cannot accompany you. However, you now have an independent space bound to your soul, so do not fret. Just ensure you place everything you need inside before you set off. Can I bring my exceptional artifacts, the Ling Xue sword and the Chaos Divine sword? Lan Shi asked excitedly. Of course, but I advise against taking the Chaos Divine sword, as its rank is currently inferior to that of the Ling Xue sword. It would serve no purpose to bring it along. Moreover, until you have the means to protect yourself, refrain from revealing the Ling Xue sword, as it could lead to perilous consequences. 001 cautioned. All right, enough of your rambling. I am not a 3-year-old. Once she had gathered all her belongings, Lan Shi commanded, let us depart. Soon, a familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped her, and Lan Shi lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Lan Shi slowly regained awareness, and her surroundings gradually came into focus. She found herself in a dilapidated room, seated on a bed in the inner quarters. Raising her gaze, she surveyed the area. The walls were darkened with age, and faded illustrations hung upon them, seemingly depicting scenes from theatrical performances. Despite the passage of time, it was evident that the owner possessed a profound appreciation for the arts. Seated on the bed, which faced the door to the inner room, Lan Shi peered outside. The main hall appeared quite spacious, yet visibility was poor, making it difficult to discern the furnishings within. All she could perceive was the distance of approximately 2 meters wide and 10 meters long from the inner room's door to that of the main hall. Though she remained uncertain of her location, Lan Shi was convinced that she was in a rural setting. Chapter 105, A Life of Standing Up. 2. After sitting for an extended period, Lan Shi felt an unsettling numbness envelop her legs, prompting her to seek a more comfortable position. To her dismay, despite several attempts to adjust, she remained ensconced in her cross-legged posture, unwilling to succumb to despair. She gingerly attempted to shift her legs, only to be met with a chilling realization. Her thigh was alarmingly slender, scarcely thicker than her forearm. Disheartened, Lan Shi felt her spirit tremble at the thought of her predicament. Nevertheless, she resolved to embrace her circumstances and immerse herself in the unfolding narrative. The story is set in the late 1870s, where the protagonist, born into a rural family brimming with siblings, navigates the harsh realities of poverty. In an era where every household struggled to make ends meet, her parents labored tirelessly to provide for 6 children, leaving little room for nurturing their offspring. Consequently, the weight of familial responsibilities fell squarely upon the shoulders of the eldest daughter, Lan Shi, a vivacious and endearing young girl. Lan Shi possessed a benevolent spirit and selflessly bore the burdens of her household without a hint of complaint, alleviating her parents' concerns. Like any girl of her age, she yearned to sing and dance, eagerly anticipating the rare occasions when films would be shown in the village, longing to join her peers. However, her obligations to care for her younger siblings thwarted her desires. That winter, at the tender age of 15, Lan Shi awoke one morning after preparing breakfast only to find her parents departing for work soon after. She dutifully tended to her siblings, ensuring they were fed, but as she prepared to eat herself, an unexpected dizziness washed over her. After briefly confiding in her second sister, she succumbed to fatigue and fell into a fitful slumber. By midday, her younger siblings stood anxiously by her bedside, shaking her awake. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she opened her eyes and felt a feverish heat on her forehead. Realizing she was unwell, she wrestled with the notion of neglecting her duties, knowing her siblings still needed sustenance. Having endured fevers before, she believed she could simply endure this one as well. Struggling to rise, she managed to prepare a meager meal of porridge before succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing back onto the bed, never to rise again. Panic ensued among her parents. "Where's your sister?" they exclaimed, as the younger children began to wail in confusion. Her mother, Wang Zhaodi, rushed in, calling out, "Lan Shi?
Lan Shi.
Come out this instant, you little rascal. I entrusted you with the care of your siblings, yet you choose to sleep instead." Upon entering the room, Wang Zhaodi unleashed a series of slaps upon Lan Shi, only to be met with an alarming lack of response. Enraged, she removed her shoe and struck her daughter as head. The sudden jolt of pain roused Su Lan Shi, yet she remained in a state of discomfort, merely letting out a faint groan. At that moment, her father, Su Guotao, entered the room and, upon observing his daughter lying on the bed, sensed something was amiss. He placed his hand on her forehead and gasped, "My goodness, she is burning up." As a primary school teacher in the village, he possessed a modicum of education and turned to his wife with concern. "Dear, it seems Lan Shi is feverish. What shall we do?" Wang Zhaodi paused momentarily, her expression darkening as she retorted, "She's being overly delicate, like a spoiled child. A little work and she's ill? What can be done? We have no money. Just give her some water and let her tough it out." Su Guotao furrowed his brow. "Is that truly sufficient?" Wang Zhaodi raised an eyebrow defiantly. "Why wouldn't it be?" With a resigned sigh, Su Guotao conceded, "Very well, you know best." Chapter 106, A Life of Standing Up. 3 Reiko. "Fetch some water for your sister. She has a fever." After saying this, Wang Zhaodi dragged Su Guotao out, cursing as they walked, "A bunch of worthless fools, incapable of even the simplest tasks." Upon seeing her only son's tear-streaked face, she lamented, "My dearest, I have put you through so much."
Come.
"Mother will prepare something delicious for you." The mention of tasty food brought a smile to Su Guotao's face, and he eagerly followed her. Nonetheless, Lan Shi had to ceaselessly toil at home, moving her entire body across the ground to assist her parents in caring for her younger sister and attending to various chores. The younger sisters were somewhat manageable, but the youngest brother, Su Tianbao, resorted to scolding and hitting Lan Shi whenever things did not go his way, calling her a worthless cripple. Lan Shi's paralysis did not earn her the affection of her parents. Rather, it deepened their disdain, particularly that of her mother, Wang Zhaodi, who frequently berated her. "A burden. You can't even do a simple task and I have to support you all day long. What use are you to me?" 2 years later, a matchmaker visited. Su's sister-in-law exclaimed with joy, "Isn't this wonderful?" The matchmaker grinned broadly. "What joy could I possibly have?" Wang Zhaodi replied, her face a mask of anguish. "Your eldest daughter. Someone has taken an interest in her." The matchmaker winked. "Really? Which family?" Wang Zhaodi raised an eyebrow. "There's a 30-something old bachelor in Jing village, impoverished and unable to find a wife. He has heard of Lan Shi's situation and plans to come in a few days to propose. I wonder if you would be amenable?" The matchmaker tentatively suggested. Just then, Su Guotao entered and, overhearing their conversation, vehemently rejected the idea. "An old bachelor is unacceptable. He is far too old, only slightly younger than us." Wang Zhaodi ignored him and asked the matchmaker, "What kind of bride price can he offer?" The matchmaker extended a large hand, grinning as she gestured. $5? Wang Zhaodi's face lit up with excitement. "That's unacceptable," Su Guotao insisted. "Get out of here," Wang Zhaodi shouted. "Keeping such a burden at home means you'll have to support her for life. What daughter doesn't marry? Given Lan Shi's circumstances, someone marrying her is a stroke of good fortune." Su Guotao fell silent. Turning back to the matchmaker, he said, "Andy, I agree. Let him come and make an official proposal. The sooner, the better." Su Guotao squatted nearby, smoking quietly, without uttering a word. Thus, at the tender age of 17, Lan Shi was wed to the over-30 bachelor, Zhang Laonao. Not only did her husband beat her, but she also had to endure the daily torment of a mad mother-in-law who would yank her hair and strike her. For 15 long years, Lan Shi lived in this wretched state, enduring a life worse than death. Had it not been for her children, she would have long since departed from this world. Yet, her love for her children did not shield her from the despair of her existence. At the age of 36, she succumbed to hopelessness and ingested pesticide to end her life. Receiving this narrative, Lan Shi trembled with rage, astonished that such parents, such a husband, and such a wicked mother-in-law could exist. It felt as if she were lying on the ground, mercilessly trampled by these individuals, tortured at their whim. The host, Lan Shi, yearned for a life devoid of such despair. She desired to break free from them and to stand against her fate. Unfortunately, She had traversed into a time that was less than ideal. Lanxi had already been married for 10 years, and her children were now 7 or 8 years old. Chapter 107. A Life of Standing Up. For calculating by time, Su Lanxi should be 25 years old now, in the prime of her youth. Yet she finds herself confined to a bed, reliant on the charity of others for sustenance. Fortunately, her young children, though still small, display remarkable filial piety, always bringing their meals to her and ensuring she eats before they can feel at ease. Perhaps in their innocent hearts, the children have already sensed their mother's dwindling will to live, and their innate maternal bond compels them to grasp her hand, fearing she might leave them. Once she calms her thoughts, Lanxi begins to contemplate her next course of action. It is the mid-1980s, a time when the nation's economy is soaring. If she could seize the opportunity to accumulate her first pot of gold amidst this tide, she could escape her current life and perhaps later reclaim her children, ensuring a brighter future. Regardless, the priority remains to regain her mobility. Her legs are paralyzed, and she is uncertain of the cause. According to Su Lanxi's memories, it was a fever that triggered polio, resulting in her paralysis. She understands that, given the current medical conditions, this ailment is beyond cure. What can she do? Unless she has access to a miraculous remedy. But of course, she possesses such a remedy. Just as she is about to consume it, she recalls an old saying that the weak cannot benefit from supplements. Given her current state, she is indeed quite frail. Therefore, she cannot swallow a whole pill without knowing its efficacy. Perhaps she could scrape off a small portion to test its effects. However, after several attempts to chip away at the pill, it remains stubbornly intact, its hardness defying her efforts. It dissolves effortlessly upon ingestion. Yet extracting even a fragment proves exceedingly difficult. She realizes she needs a sharper tool, but in her current condition, where could she find one? Thus, her exquisite magical artifact, the Ling Xue sword, is repurposed as a kitchen knife. With a deep breath and a surge of courage, she places a grain-sized piece of the chi-boosting pill into her mouth. As before, it melts instantly. Yet this time, a wave of warmth erupts within her, surging violently through her limbs. Lanxi experiences a pain akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at her, a sensation both agonizing and itchy. The torment causes her to sweat profusely, soaking her garments in a matter of moments, and she is grateful that she only ingested a small amount. Just as she approaches the brink of her endurance, the pain gradually subsides, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease, as if every pore in her body has opened wide. Eagerly, Lanxi attempts to move her legs, but they remain unresponsive. It seems she was overly optimistic. No matter how effective the chi-boosting pill may be, it cannot cure a paralysis instantaneously. However, the reactions within her body indicate that the pill is indeed having an effect, though significant results will require time. Based on her body's response, Lanxi resolves to consume just a small fragment each day, wary of the possibility that excessive intake might lead to her untimely demise. Chapter 108. The Life of Standing Up. 5. As she gazed outside, the evening had already fallen, and she was taken aback by how much time had passed. Although these children were not her own, a profound joy blossomed within Lanxi's heart as the warmth of maternal affection enveloped the three of them. Her son, Xianxia, climbed onto the bed, his tiny fists energetically pounding away as he inquired, "Mother, is this force sufficient? Should I apply more strength?" With a bright smile, Lanxi replied, Yes, that feels wonderful. Mother is particularly comfortable." Meanwhile, her young daughter, Xiaomei, nestled closely against Lanxi, sweetly murmured, "Mother, I missed you so much at school today. Did you miss me too?" Hearing her daughter's soft voice melted Lanxi's heart. And as she gently caressed Xiaomei's silky hair, an involuntary thought crossed her mind. "My dear, I wonder if you miss your mother as well?" Lost in her thoughts, tears began to stream down her face. Noticing the tears, Xiaomei quickly lifted her head and asked with concern, "Mother, are you unwell? Please tell us, don't cry." Xianxia hurriedly turned to Lanxi, wiping her tears away with his small hands, anxiously asking, "Mother, did I hit too hard?" Seeing the fear etched on her children's dirty little faces, a wave of guilt surged within Lanxi. How could she reveal her vulnerability to them? Their tender hearts required protection. The hardships of life had already turned them into frightened little birds. If she did not summon the strength to be resilient, what would become of her children? How pitiful they were. For their sake, Lan Shi resolved to strengthen herself. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and a man entered. His clothes were tattered and filthy, and his skin was parched, bearing many wrinkles that belied his age, making it difficult to ascertain how old he truly was. Lan Shi recognized him immediately. It was Zheng Lao now. With that, she turned and retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At that moment, the courtyard gate was forcefully swung open with a loud bang, startling the three inside. Following this, an old woman's voice rang out, "Son, why are you the one cooking again? What use is it to marry a wife if you still have to serve her daily?" Zheng Lao now responded, "Mother, enough of that. What good does it do? What can you expect from her?" "Mother." Zheng Lao now sighed heavily. Chapter 109, A Life of Standing Up 6. To her astonishment, the madwoman possessed surprisingly sharp eyesight, immediately spotting Lan Shi glaring at her. In an instant, she went berserk, seizing a pole from the wall and aiming to strike Lan Shi on the head. The two children, witnessing this, rushed to embrace the deranged woman, crying out in unison, "Grandma, please don't hit Mother. She feels very unwell today. She was crying in pain just a while ago." Upon hearing their pleas, the madwoman's eyes widened further, her face contorting in rage, transforming her already grotesque and aged features into an even more fearsome visage. Unable to move due to the children's tight grip, she hurled the pole at Lan Shi. Fortunately, Lan Shi had improved her health earlier that afternoon. Otherwise, she might not have dodged the blow and could have sustained severe injuries. Zheng Lao now, hearing the commotion from within, rushed over, brandishing a stick and darkly demanding, "What have you done to provoke her this time? Apologize immediately." Lan Shi found the absurdity of the situation amusing, unable to contain her laughter at the illogical reasoning. Seeing her laughter only fueled Zheng Lao's fury. "You shameless woman, still laughing? Just wait and see if I don't beat you to a pulp today." At this moment, the madwoman seemed to have regained her composure, standing aside with a giddy grin. Lan Shi could not evade the blows, and Zheng Lao struck her several times. Their son, Chunsheng, clung desperately to Zheng Lao's clothing, pleading, "Father, please don't hit Mother." Perhaps the children's cries were too loud, alarming the neighbors. Brother Wang and Sister Wang hurried into the room, urgently exclaiming, "Brother, this is unacceptable. Whatever the issue, let us discuss it calmly. This isn't the way to resolve it. Someone could get seriously hurt." Upon seeing others enter, Zheng Lao now hesitated to continue his assault, begrudgingly lowering the stick as Brother Wang led him away. The madwoman ceased her ruckus, casting a sidelong glance at Lan Shi before following Brother Wang and his wife out. As for Lan Shi, she trembled with rage, tears streaming down her face, not for herself, but for the former Su Lan Shi and for the two pitiable children. Seeing their mother in such distress, the children rushed over, sobbing loudly. Ultimately, Sister Wang took the two children back to her home for a meal. It remains a mystery how she managed to calm Zheng Lao and the madwoman, but it seemed they did not trouble Lan Shi again until nightfall. Fortunately, the two had been sleeping in separate rooms for the past 2 years, as Lan Shi's frail appearance was deemed inauspicious. Taking down a broken mirror from the windowsill, Lan Shi gazed at her emaciated self, her skin pallid beyond belief. She realized she needed to expedite her recovery, otherwise, she might soon meet a tragic end at the hands of this heartless pair, which would be an utter injustice. Resolute in her decision, she thought, "Let us get on with it. It is late, and no one will bother me now." With that, Lan Shi swiftly entered the space, intending to utilize the time differential within to hasten her recovery. Upon entering the space, she stumbled and fell, finding herself unable to grasp the nearby objects. Her determination only intensified. With no other choice, she began to crawl forward, an experience unlike any she had encountered in her life, truly excruciating. And no wonder Su Lan Shi had ultimately chosen to end her life. This space proved even more challenging for retrieving items than the outside world. The design was utterly flawed. After resting on the ground for a considerable time, Lan Shi began to consume qi-nourishing pills, wary of taking too many at once, opting instead for a single piece. Thus, she spent the night in the space, consuming the pills twice. By the morning, when she emerged, she distinctly felt stronger than when she had first entered. Looking into the mirror, she was pleasantly surprised to see a hint of color returning to her face. Chapter 110, A Life of Standing Up, 7. Though Blue Xue had not rested long in the space, she felt invigorated. After breakfast, the children went off to school, and old Zheng went to work in the fields. The madwoman had long since vanished, leaving Blue Xue alone in the house. What to do? Now, Blue Xue was filled with ideas, but powerless to execute them. After all, a paralyzed person could hardly venture anywhere. She wondered if her body was capable of cultivation. If it were possible, recovery would surely accelerate. Without the presence of 001, it was impossible to ascertain the existence of spiritual roots, leaving her with no choice but to take a leap of faith. Following the incantation for drawing in energy, Blue Xue began to carefully sense the spiritual energy around her. A day passed without any results. This was the very incantation given by Qin Zhen, and one would expect some response. It seemed her body lacked spiritual roots, alas. Then she resolved to try martial arts. Blue Xue experimented with the techniques of the 10-full restoration fist and the 10-full restoration sword. It was not that they were ineffective, rather, the meridians in her body were far too delicate, especially those below the waist, which were completely closed off, some even withering away, nearly rendered useless. The incantations for the two techniques did not address the meridians of the waist and legs, yielding negligible results. Nevertheless, Blue Xue was unwilling to surrender. If her legs were unresponsive, she could at least train her upper body. She decided to start with fist techniques. Surely she needed some means of self-defense? As evening fell, Blue Xue once again entered the space to consume energy-restoring pills. In truth, the daylight hours were longer, but she dared not take risks. Fearing that an unexpected visitor might arrive and she would be unable to exit in time, causing a commotion. Thus, 2 weeks passed in this manner. Each night, she took energy-restoring pills, and during the day, she practiced. Blue Xue felt her body recovering at a visible pace, though her legs showed little progress. The visitor was Su Lanqi's younger sister, Su Lanling, affectionately known as Ling Xue. Upon seeing Blue Xue's condition, Ling Xue was momentarily taken aback and tearfully exclaimed, "Elder sister, how have you lost more weight after just a few days?" It had indeed been nearly 2 months since the sisters had last seen each other. Though they lived in the same village, their homes were a mile apart, only a 10-minute walk. One would expect the younger sister to visit Blue Xue frequently. Yet she had not. The reasons were twofold. The men in her household were overwhelming, and there was a lack of concern for her elder sister. Blue Xue's weight loss was undeniable. Had it not been for the past half-month of training, her life would likely have been in jeopardy. Waiting for her sister to show care seemed less prudent than lighting a few more incense sticks at her grave. Ling Xue noticed her elder sister's poor mood and unwelcoming demeanor, creating a palpable awkwardness between them. Observing Ling Xue, Blue Xue spoke slowly. "Ling Xue, I understand that your family is busy and you may not have time to visit. I bear you no ill will." Hearing this, Ling Xue's eyes reddened slightly. "Elder sister, may I ask a favor?" Blue Xue inquired. "What is it, elder sister?"
Well,
"It's not that I refuse your request, but perhaps you should first discuss it with your brother-in-law to avoid any misunderstandings. You know how your brother-in-law can be, rather unreasonable. If he were to come to our home in a fit, what would become of our lives?" Ling Xue's refusal extinguished the last flicker of hope in Blue Xue's heart. It seemed even blood relations could not be relied upon. "Very well, I shall consult your brother-in-law before proceeding," Blue Xue replied with resignation. "All right, you may go now," Ling Xue said, hastily departing as if to escape. Blue Xue cast a cold smile at Ling Xue's retreating figure. Chapter 111, A Life of Standing Up, 8. Relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. I wonder whether that summoning feature is functional. That damned 001 never informed me when it could be used. If only Qin Zhen were here, all these troublesome matters would vanish. With your capabilities, you would undoubtedly crush everything in your path. Why was it possible that time in the Yunyan Pavilion? They said my authority was insufficient, but Fang Qingyang's rank is low. I wonder if he could help. Fang Qingyang, why do you not appear quickly?" Lan Shi shouted earnestly into the air. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized before Lan Shi with a flash of light, leaving her utterly astonished. The person before her was still clad in scholarly attire. Dressed in white with a white scarf, a sword hanging at his waist, his gaze vacant, staring blankly at Lan Shi, who was seated on the bed. Abruptly, Feng Qingyang seemed to regain his senses. He swiftly drew his sword and surveyed his surroundings warily. Only after confirming there was no danger did he gradually calm down. Feng Qingyang scrutinized the woman who regarded him as if he were a clown, feeling quite uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and asked, "May I inquire, esteemed lady, where is this place?" Upon hearing this address, Lan Shi's temper flared instantly. "You are the lady. Your entire family is comprised of ladies." Feng Qingyang was evidently bewildered by her retort. What did that even mean? How could his entire family be composed of ladies? Did this woman have a problem with her mind? No, he should seek out someone more coherent for answers. With this thought, Feng Qingyang turned to leave. "Feng Qingyang, stop right there," Lan Shi called out urgently. At the sound of her voice, Feng Qingyang jolted, turning his face towards her, demanding, "How do you know my name?" Unable to restrain herself, Lan Shi burst into laughter. This fellow was far too serious. Feng Qingyang stood there, dumbfounded, realizing that the behavior of this individual confirmed beyond doubt that she was quite mad. Yet, how could she know his name?
It was truly baffling.
Lan Shi, wishing to cease the cryptic banter, decided to be forthright. "Feng Qingyang, I am Lan Shi. Do you not remember?" Little did she know that Feng Qingyang's reaction upon hearing her statement was exceedingly peculiar. First surprise, then joy, followed by anger, and ultimately doubt, profound skepticism. If one were to inquire how Lan Shi could ascertain such accuracy, it was simply due to Feng Qingyang's overt display of emotions, all written plainly on his face.
You
"You are Lan Shi?" Feng Qingyang questioned with suspicion. "Indeed, without a doubt." Lan Shi replied confidently. "Nonsense.
Who sent you?
What is your scheme? Why are you impersonating Lan Shi?" Feng Qingyang retreated a step, his demeanor cautious. "Oh dear. What must I say for you to believe me?" Lan Shi lamented, feeling a headache approaching. "Very well. I shall tell you the truth." Thus, Lan Shi briefly recounted her identity as a tasker, sharing what she could with Feng Qingyang. However, even after her explanation, he continued to regard her as one would an adversary. "Do you think I would believe such an absurd tale?" Feng Qingyang's words only served to deepen Lan Shi's frustration. Chapter 112, A Life of Standing Up, 9. "Well, it seems it's time to unveil my ultimate move. Watch closely." With that, Lan Shi pretended to draw the Ling Xue sword from beneath her bedding, gracefully executing the tenfold restoration sword technique within the confines of the room. As she had yet to begin her training in this particular skill, her movements were merely a facade. As Lan Shi spun and twirled, creating a flurry of sword blossoms in the air, a divine light ignited in Feng Qingyang's eyes, hinting at something crystalline shimmering within. Are you truly Lan Shi?" Feng Qingyang still harbored some doubt. "But why have you transformed into this? Or is this your true self?" Lan Shi wiped away her sweat, responding with mild irritation. "I just told you. I'm on a mission. I have taken the place of this woman to help fulfill her life's aspirations."
I see."
Feng Qingyang replied, a look of understanding dawning upon him. "By the way, how is that Sang Lan Shi doing since you arrived?" Lan Shi inquired with curiosity. "Still the same, just as when you were here." He paused, as if making a momentous decision. "In truth, I have long realized that she is not truly you." With that, Feng Qingyang's gaze was filled with melancholy. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Her eyes, they lack the vibrant spark that yours possess.
Is that so?
Lan Shi had never considered her eyes to be particularly special, but Feng Qingyang's words brought a hint of pride. "In fact, it was not through any tale or technique that I recognized you, but rather through that familiar glimmer in your eyes as you danced with the sword. It was that which ultimately confirmed your identity to me." A wave of emotion washed over Lan Shi, mingling with a touch of sorrow. "Lan Shi, I thought I would never see you again, so I devoted myself to arduous training. Yet, it seems I have made little significant progress." Feng Qingyang felt a pang of shame. "Now that we have reunited, can we promise never to part again?" "Qingyang, we exist within the realm of missions. I cannot remain here indefinitely." Lan Shi felt conflicted by Feng Qingyang's plea. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Feng Qingyang continued to beseech her. "However, when I leave the mission world, theoretically, I cannot take anything with me. Lan she continued. Although she was aware that allowing Fang Qingyang into her independent space would permit her to bring him along, for some reason, she felt reluctant to do so. How about this, Qingyang? Whenever I arrive in the mission world, I will summon you whenever necessary, if that pleases you. Moreover, the next time I call upon you, I shall bring along a cultivation technique suited to you. This way, you can enhance your strength more swiftly. Perhaps one day you, too, shall traverse dimensions at will. Lan Shi felt her persuasive skills had improved remarkably, as if the heavens themselves were about to shower flowers upon her. Little did she know that such a simple reassurance would bring about unforeseen consequences for her future. Very well, I am more than willing to assist you. It is far better than languishing in a world devoid of you. Fang Qingyang's spirits lifted, a renewed smile blossoming upon his youthful visage. Now, tell me, what was the purpose of summoning me this time? Is there a dilemma you wish for me to help you resolve? Fang Qingyang, like a freshly minted employee, brimmed with enthusiasm. Chapter 113, A Life of Standing Up. 10. Lan Shi briefly elucidated her current predicament to Fang Qingyang, who fell into contemplation.
So,
what do you wish to do now? Do you intend to leave this place? Indeed, I wish for your assistance in my departure. That is quite simple.
tonight.
I shall help you escape, without anyone being the wiser. After a moment's reflection, Lan Shi waved her hand dismissively. No, this is the mundane world. We cannot act in such a crude and reckless manner. Otherwise, I will find it impossible to establish myself in this society, let alone fulfill the wishes of my host. My mission is not merely to hide my host away in a remote wilderness, but to help her lead a vibrant life in this ordinary world. Just like the one you assisted, sang Lan Shi, correct? Very well, I understand. What do you propose we do? At last, Fang Qingyang comprehended Lan Shi's aspirations. Thus, Lan Shi feigned retrieving a small booklet from beneath her bedding and handed it to Fang Qingyang. The two whispered for quite some time before Fang Qingyang departed. As he left, Lan Shi cautioned, "Ensure you are punctual tomorrow." Fang Qingyang nodded and vanished in a flash. Lan Shi exhaled deeply, realizing it was best not to keep this young man by her side for too long. The following morning, as the family gathered for breakfast, an unexpected visitor arrived, Su Lanshi's father, Su Guotao. Upon entering, Zhang Leonio stared in bewilderment and asked, "Father, what brings you here?" The madwoman chimed in-law, please. Have a seat. Have you eaten? Would you like me to serve you a bowl? Zhang Leonio and the madwoman exchanged dubious glances, their faces painted with skepticism. The reason was simple. Since Lan Shi's marriage a decade prior, her mother had never visited, and her father had only come 2 or 3 times, primarily to borrow things. This time, however, it was claimed that his wife was ill and wished to see Lan Shi, which was indeed peculiar. Despite their astonishment, the reality stood before them, undeniable. Lan Shi's mother was unwell and wished to see her daughter and grandchildren. It was reasonable, and they could not prevent it without drawing the ire of the neighbors. Thus, Lan Shi was lifted onto a donkey cart. As she settled in, she incessantly inquired, "Father, is mother seriously ill?" The 2 children, unaffected by such adult concerns, were overjoyed at the prospect of skipping school to visit their grandmother, gleefully sitting beside Lan Shi, leaning against her. "Father, may I accompany you to see if there is anything at home that requires my assistance?" A remark from Zhang Leonio startled Lan Shi, prompting her to glance anxiously at Su Guotao. Su Guotao smiled reassuringly, "You stay at home. Your mother needs you as well. Let us not allow your mother to suffer further, due to the situation with Lan Shi's mother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Leonio conceded, finding the reasoning sound. With a crack of the whip, the donkey cart sped toward the village entrance. Chapter 114, A Life of Standing Up. 11. The donkey cart sped along the road, quickly leaving Zheng village behind, and the 2 children had already succumbed to slumber amidst the jolting journey. Lan Shi smiled at Su Guotao and remarked, "I never expected you to be quite adept at acting." Su Guotao, with a proud smirk, replied, "Of course, you should consider who I am." Lan Shi playfully slapped him on the back, teasing, "You're huffing just because I called you fat." Indeed, this Su Guotao was none other than Fang Qingyang, who had mastered the art of disguise. The little booklet Lan Shi had given him yesterday was the very gift from Qinzhen. Alas, If Qin Zhen were to learn that Lan Shi had so casually passed his thoughtful gift to another, it would surely wound his heart. Thus, it must remain a secret. After about half an hour, the donkey cart arrived in the county town and, after traversing several streets, came to a halt in front of a modest bungalow. Fang Qingyang gently lifted both children from the cart, carrying them one by one to the beds inside. As she gazed upon their peaceful, sleeping faces, Lan Shi felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and beauty. They had finally escaped that suffocating place. Moments later, Fang Qingyang emerged from the house and swept Lan Shi into his arms. This marked the second time Lan Shi had been embraced by a stranger. The first was Qin Zhen, and now it was Fang Qingyang. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Lan Shi felt that Fang Qingyang walked at an exceptionally slow pace. So slow that she nearly suspected something was amiss with herself. "Hey, could you move a bit faster?" she whispered. "What's wrong?" he inquired, seemingly oblivious to his own sluggishness. "Never mind, I won't hold it against you." Upon entering the house, Lan Shi discovered that it was surprisingly spacious. Comprising 4 rooms, including the living area, the children could share one room while she occupied another, ensuring that their rest would not disturb one another. The kitchen and dining area were also sufficiently large. "What shall we do with that room?" Lan Shi mused aloud. "I'll stay there," Fang Qingyang replied matter-of-factly. "You stay?" Lan Shi was taken aback. "Isn't it inappropriate for us to share a house? Even if you're using Su Guotao as identity, others might gossip. I think it would be better for you to find another place." However, Fang Qingyang merely smiled mysteriously, brushing his hand across his face to reveal the visage of a middle-aged woman. Lan Shi gasped in surprise, quickly realizing that he had indeed mastered the art of disguise quite well. "Since you've perfected your disguise, you should return that booklet to me, shouldn't you?" "I want to return it. It's the first gift you've given me," he insisted. "Hey, you're quite stubborn. That was a gift from my master. You must return it." To her astonishment, Fang Qingyang pouted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking at Lan Shi imploringly. "Lan Shi, can't you just let me keep it? I'd like to take it out and look at it whenever I miss you." Fine, you've worn me down. It's not particularly important anyway, and I've already finished reading it. Consider it a gift from me to you," Lan Shi conceded, waving her hand dismissively. Fang Qingyang wiped away his tears, revealing a broad smile. One had to wonder about his intellect. He certainly appeared rather foolish. Before long, Chunxing and Xiaomei awoke, rubbing their drowsy eyes and curiously surveying their surroundings. In soft, childlike voices, they asked, "Mother, is this Grandma's house?" "Where's Grandpa?" The 2 little ones nodded obediently. "Mother, may my sister and I have a discussion?" Chunxing's request took Lan Shi by surprise.
All right.
With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Lan Shi began to wait. The 2 children were engaged in a conversation inside the room, and after quite some time, they still had not emerged. Chapter 115, A Life of Standing Up. 12. Observing the anxious Lan Shi, Fang Qingyang gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, the door to the siblings' room finally swung open, and Chunxing emerged with his sister, stepping before Lan Shi and fixing his gaze upon her. Lan Shi's heart raced vigorously in response. "Mother, do not worry, my brother and I will take care of you. When we grow up, we will buy you a big house." Xiaomei's innocent words were akin to a warm little hearth, enveloping them in a comforting glow. The children's declarations deeply moved Lan Shi, and even Fang Qingyang, who sat nearby, was touched by their sincerity. "Rest assured, Mother will nurture you both well. All you need to do is study diligently." Lan Shi embraced the 2 little ones tightly. At that moment, however, Xiaomei's little head wriggled free from Lan Shi's embrace, and she looked at Fang Qingyang, inquiring, "Mother,
Who is this Annie?"
Upon hearing Xiaomei's question, Lan Shi couldn't help but chuckle. The child was truly precocious. "She is our landlady, dear. From now on, you can simply call her Aunt Fang." Lan Shi herself struggled to contain her laughter. Fang Qingyang, momentarily speechless, managed to maintain a warm smile. Yes. Just call me Aunt Fang from now on." With that, she shot a discreet glare at Lan Shi. Thus, a rather peculiar household of 4 was formed. However, they could not merely subsist aimlessly. They had to eat and live. While the 2 adults could endure, the children were still young. Furthermore, the children needed to attend school. and they had to find a school, which was particularly challenging since none of them possessed a household registration book. Sighing, Lan Shi realized the weight of the situation was quite overwhelming. Never mind, one step at a time, she resolved. Lan Shi decided to venture into a small business in the county town. With the country just beginning its reform and opening up, many lacked entrepreneurial acumen, resulting in a scarcity of small shops in the county town. Aside from the supply and marketing cooperative, there were hardly any stores, and if she could establish one, it would undoubtedly be profitable. Nevertheless, she needed to conduct some research on what kind of business to pursue. However, opening a shop required a business license from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and without a household registration book, how could she prove her identity? Feng Qingyang smiled reassuringly. That is not a problem at all. Just wait. Tomorrow morning, you'll see the household registration book. You're not contemplating theft, are you? Don't be so clever. But I like it.
Heh?
As time passed, Lan Shi busied herself alone in the room, finally having the opportunity to pursue her own endeavors with a newfound sense of ease. The frustrations of the past half-month had been the most challenging experience of her life. Entering her space, Lan Shi commenced a new round of medication and cultivation. By the time she exited the space the next day, she had actually experienced 3 days of training within it. Due to her daily consumption of nourishing pills over the past month, she could now consume 1/8 of a pill in one sitting. And her complexion and overall health had improved significantly, although the meridians in her legs remained unbroken. Her mastery of the complete restoration fist was advancing swiftly, and she was on the verge of reaching the 3rd level. She believed that after 3 weeks outside, coupled with 1 week inside the space, her complete restoration fist would be perfected, enabling her to continue her training with the complete restoration sword. Chapter 116. A Life of Standing Up. 13. As soon as the door swung open in the morning, one could find Feng Qingyang bustling about in the kitchen, clad in an apron, resembling a quintessential homemaker. Chunsheng and Dongmei watched him with uncontainable delight as he scurried about. Upon noticing Lan Shi entering the room, Feng Qingyang exclaimed, "Lan Shi, hold on, I have something to show you." With that, he presented a wheelchair before her. Lan Shi's curiosity was piqued. "Sister Feng, where did you acquire this?" Upon hearing the address, Feng Qingyang momentarily froze, realizing that Lan Shi was referring to her. After a brief awkwardness, she cheerfully replied, "No need to worry about that. A skilled person has their own methods. Come, try it out and see how convenient it is."
You wouldn't be.
Lan Shi began to speculate. Don't ask too many questions. Come, I'll carry you." Feng Qingyang deftly changed the subject. Lan Shi felt as though she had inadvertently transformed a once great hero into a mere thief. What was she to do? Once Feng Qingyang lifted her into the wheelchair, Lan Shi immediately sensed a newfound ease. She no longer had to remain confined to one spot as before. Though she had encountered such devices before, experiencing the marvel of a wheelchair as a paraplegic made her profoundly appreciate the inventor's brilliance, who had alleviated so many disabilities burdens. Chunsheng and Dongmei, witnessing Lan Shi's joy, clapped their hands and cheered, while Feng Qingyang beamed at the happiness of this trio. "Thank you." Lan Shi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. After breakfast, Lan Shi suggested they go shopping. Having spent considerable time in this world, she had yet to visit a market. The others responded with enthusiastic cheers, realizing that they all shared a similar lack of familiarity with their surroundings. Upon reaching the bustling street, however, Lan Shi found herself regretting the decision. The thoroughfare was starkly devoid of shops and vendors, appearing desolate. "Well, I suppose we can at least familiarize ourselves with the area," she mused. As they strolled, a sudden commotion caught their attention when an elderly woman swayed and collapsed to the ground, startling them. Noticing the absence of people nearby, it seemed she was alone. "Who will help if not us?" Lan Shi thought. A glance at Feng Qingyang was all it took. She understood Lan Shi's intent and hurried to assist the old woman. After a futile attempt to revive her by pinching her pressure point, Feng Qingyang was at a loss. "Should we take her to the hospital? But where is that? And we have no money." Feng Qingyang checked the woman's pulse and attempted to sense her condition with her internal energy, only to discover that her meridians were in complete disarray and exceedingly fragile. The thought of potentially harming her further with her energy left Feng Qingyang uncertain. "How about this?" Sister Fong, Lanchi suggested, let's take her home. I have a solution. The group worked together to carry the elderly woman into Lanchi's bedroom. After instructing everyone to leave, Lanchi anxiously prepared a bowl of warm water. Inwardly apprehensive, she recognized that the woman's condition mirrored her own past, albeit with age amplifying the frailty of her meridians. With no alternatives left, she decided to take a chance. Lanchi scraped a fine powder from a chi-nurturing pill and dissolved it in the warm water, gently prying open the old woman's mouth to administer the mixture. Moments later, the effects began to manifest. The old woman's complexion gradually brightened, and her eyelids fluttered. Lanchi was startled, fearing she had administered too much, but to her relief, the elderly woman merely opened her eyes, showing no extreme reaction. Chapter 117, A Life of Standing Up 14. Upon perceiving the scene before her, the elderly lady expressed her astonishment with a feeble voice, inquiring, "My dear, where am I?"
You are in my home, ma'am.
You fainted outside my door, and we carried you inside, Lanchi replied, striving to soften her tone to avoid startling the old woman. Gradually, the elderly lady propped herself up, taking a moment to regain her senses, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh dear. I feel more invigorated now than I did before I fainted." Hearing her words sparked a sudden realization in Lanchi, who then remarked, "Ma'am, your previous condition was quite alarming. I had no choice but to administer our family's traditional medicine. I hope you feel no discomfort. It is advisable that you visit a proper hospital for a checkup. Should anything be amiss, I shall take full responsibility." The elderly lady quickly interjected, "Do not speak so, my dear. If it weren't for you, I might not have been alive. How could I possibly extort you?" Her words filled Lanchi with profound emotion. It was a refreshing reminder of the simplicity of people from this era, contrasting sharply with her own time, where one might face ruin from such an encounter. With the day still stretching ahead, Lanchi decided to lead her family on further explorations of the county town. As they traversed the streets, she acutely felt the inconveniences brought about by the backwardness of the times. They soon found themselves fatigued from wandering, and locating a dining establishment proved to be quite a challenge. While walking, Lanchi noticed a figure furtively glancing around, who then retrieved a bundle from a basket and laid it on the ground, revealing a collection of books. Intrigued, Lanchi, having once been a bookworm during her reclusive days, approached the young man. "Are you selling those books?" she inquired, startled by the question. The young man hesitated until he recognized her presence and relaxed his guard, nodding timidly. Lanchi bent down to casually peruse the volumes, exchanging one for another. They appeared to be classic novels, akin to the Sui and Tang dynasties, which were indeed rare finds in this period. "How much are you asking for this book?" she inquired, attempting to maintain her composure. The young man, seeing that this lady in a wheelchair genuinely wished to purchase his books, beamed with joy, albeit a bit bashfully, and replied, 10 eggs."
What?
Lanchi thought she had misheard. Noticing her elevated tone, the young man, fearing he had made an error, quickly corrected himself. Five eggs will suffice." Lanchi felt a pang of disappointment. Her discontent stemmed solely from the realization that his asking price was exceedingly low. Chapter 118, A Life of Standing Up 15. "What I wish to inquire is why you seek eggs instead of money?" Lanchi softened her tone. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes reddened. "My mother is ill, and the doctor advised her to consume more nutritious food, but we lack funds. Unlike those in the countryside who can cultivate the land, we are utterly helpless. Which is why I resorted to selling some old books that have been passed down in my family. If you find any of them appealing, dear sister, I would be grateful for whatever you can offer. After all, they are not particularly valuable items." The young man's words stirred a deep sense of compassion in Lanchi, revealing him to be a devoted son. The young man readily agreed, for he had been attempting to sell these books for half a month without a single buyer. "My home is located at number 32, Gongyuan Street. My surname is Mi, and I am called Mi Qing." After speaking, the young man could hardly conceal his shyness. Upon returning home, Lanchi rushed into her room, closed the door, and eagerly entered her space. With excitement, she retrieved the manual, meticulously flipping through its pages. She soon discerned that it was a guide to a walking technique, focusing on unblocking the meridians in the legs. Truly, heaven has not forsaken me. Sitting cross-legged, she promptly began her cultivation. Unfortunately, despite her diligent efforts, after 3 days in the space, Lan Shi made no progress whatsoever. It proved far more challenging than cultivating the 10 full nourishment sword, comparable in difficulty to drawing qi into the body. What should I do now? Am I simply unsuited for this technique? Suddenly, a thought struck Lan Shi, and she muttered to herself, could it be that all these nourishing techniques require one to first master the 10 full nourishment fist and the 10 full nourishment sword? But how can I know without trying? If I had known, I would have started with the 10 full nourishment fist. Alas, what a waste of a precious day. Emerging from the space, it was already the following morning. Everyone had gradually grown accustomed to Lan Shi's habit of secluding herself, but they noted that each time she emerged, her spirit seemed slightly improved, and thus they no longer found it peculiar. Qingyang, while we strolled through the market yesterday, did you notice what sort of shop we could open to make a profit? Although Lan Shi posed the question, the spark in her eyes indicated she already had an answer. She was merely testing Fang Qingyang. Realizing her intent, Fang Qingyang immediately delved into serious contemplation, understanding the importance of not being underestimated by Lan Shi, as it could affect his future endeavors. After pondering for a while, Fang Qingyang remarked, based on my observations, this county town is lacking in various aspects. However, we possess limited capital, and a significant investment would be inadvisable, especially since we lack any specialized skills. Thus, our expectations for craftsmanship must remain modest. Nevertheless, we are individuals of experience, and overall, establishing a snack shop would be quite profitable. You see, the populace here is deprived both materially and spiritually. We have numerous options, yet food is fundamental to life. Regardless of the era, people will always have an appetite for delicious cuisine. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi's eyes sparkled with delight.
Oh,
I hadn't realized that Fang the hero possesses quite an astute business sense. Lan Shi's praise swelled Fang Qingyang's pride. Then, what type of snack shop do you propose we open? Lan Shi continued her inquiry. Upon hearing this question, Fang Qingyang deflated like a punctured balloon. I have no idea what kind of snack shop we should establish, Lan Shi. Perhaps you should suggest something. Chapter 119, A Life of Standing Up 16. Do not fret over this. I possess my own clever strategies. Simply follow my instructions, Lan Shi said with a sly smile. The storefront can utilize this room, as it is conveniently located on the street. We can tidy up this space for our business. However, even the smallest capital requires some initial funding, which poses a dilemma. Lan Shi appeared quite troubled. You needn't worry about that. I will certainly procure the funds in 3 days. Fang Qingyang declared with unwavering resolve. Are you planning to? Lan Shi expressed her concern. You mustn't resort to that again. Rest assured, I shall not. Who says one must always rely on such methods to earn money? Just wait and see. With that, Fang Qingyang departed without further ado. Qingyang, what has come over you? Lan Shi inquired, astonished. Yet, Fang Qingyang remained silent, pulling a handful of money from his pocket, $5 bills, $1 bills, and $10 bills, counting to a total of $50. My goodness! Where did you acquire such a sum? Lan Shi pressed. Well, it's nothing much. I simply spent a few days fighting in an underground boxing ring in a coastal city. Initially, I was unaware of the rules and took a few hits. But afterward, they regretted it. He chuckled, but inadvertently tugged at an injury, causing him to wince in pain. Lan Shi, initially worried, felt a sense of relief upon hearing his words. After all, how could a formidable practitioner at the 5th level of qi refinement be injured by mere mortals? However, she felt discomfort as well, realizing that her progress depended entirely on Fang Qingyang. When would she be able to stand on her own? The following morning, Fang Qingyang pushed Lan Shi to the Industry and Commerce Bureau for registration. Upon entering, Lan Shi approached the inquiry desk to ask about obtaining a business license. The consultant, a middle-aged man, was absorbed in a newspaper, a tea thermos in hand, smoke curling from a cigarette. His brow furrowed as if grappling with a perplexing issue on the page. Excuse me, sir, Lan Shi gently called out. Startled, the middle-aged man abruptly looked up, his tone irritable. What is it? Annoyed by his brusqueness yet mindful of her circumstances, Lan Shi replied, Could you kindly inform me where I can obtain a business license? Central authorities have long permitted private enterprises, and we are already in an era of reform and opening up. This is not the past. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi's temper flared. You, madam, lack understanding. I am trying to assist you, yet you turn against me. What of it if I am a woman? Can a woman not achieve great things? Achieve great things? With your condition, what a jest. The man's derision provoked Fang Qingyang's fury, and he was poised to retaliate until Lan Shi intervened. Their argument had attracted a considerable crowd. I shall not converse further with you. I demand to see your director. I will inquire directly whether private enterprises are permissible. What is it to you if I am disabled? You cannot insult me at will. The middle-aged man, sensing the escalating confrontation, grew apprehensive. He had no desire to meet the director. Just then, a commanding voice resonated. What is going on here? Why are you all gathered instead of attending to your duties? As everyone looked up, a portly middle-aged man approached, prompting someone to exclaim, "The director is here." Instantly, the crowd dispersed.